Well, welcome to Yas Marina circuit in the capital of the UAE, Abu Dhabi, for the final round of the Asia Le Mans Series for 2023-24. There is good news and there is bad news. Oliver Gavin sitting next to me. The good news is 4 hours of action to come. The bad news is it's the final round of the series, and that means championships are up for grabs. Yesterday's 4 hours of high drama, including a pretty lengthy red flag session, has set up an absolute barnstormer of sports car racing entertainment. To be 40 cars taking part in that race in just a few minutes' time. Before then, though, we've got a lot to take you through, including who the runners and riders are, and of those, which of them can take the 3 titles, and the 2 potential invitations to the Le Mans 24 Hours in June of this year. Sitting next to me is sports car racing legend Oliver Gavin. He loves that. He absolutely loves that. Claire Jedrick will be joining us down in pit lane as well. Welcome around the world. It is there is a shocker here, Oliver Gavin, which is it's not sunny.
It is. It's extraordinary. We've had some rain this morning, and it's still damp on track. It's even got the wet track out on the timing screens and the boards there to give the information to the teams. So yeah, it's going to be a challenge, and I'm not sure that many of these competitors have actually driven this track in the rain. There was a warm-up session this morning. There
was indeed, and I've been kept it on the island, and there's some news on the teams that might have been in a bit of trouble that no longer are. We've got one withdrawal overnight we'll talk about later.
Yeah.
But for now, though, Ollie, with the track a little bit damp, we're going to hear from you in just a few moments aboard one of the cars for a hot lap. It's all a bit different in terms of the grip levels, but we'll get to that as we get to the grid. But for now, let's take a look at a lap around this Yas Marina circuit, commentated by him.
On board with the number 22 Proton entry here at Yas Marina, coming down into turn 1, hard on the brakes, down to second gear. Just a little bit off that apex there. Oh, got to be careful at track limits there, running wide, then up through the box, through turns 3 and then 4. Got to be a little bit careful at track limits on the exit here as well, and then running down into turn 5, hard onto the brakes, down into first gear, 90 k's an hour. We've got one of the Project 1 cars in front of us. Ooh, a little bit of track limits there for him, getting a nice tow, rowing up through the gearbox, getting up to about 280 k's an hour. Sounds to me like he's very close to the limiter here. He's coming down into hard on the brakes, spotting out maybe a little bit of rear locking there, overshot the apex slightly, all the way down in first gear, and hard accelerations, getting that traction right, all the way up through the gearbox again, getting up to 270 k's an hour here, up behind, I believe it's a Temto car right in front of us, into the banked turn 9, looking to go around the outside. Has he seen us? Has he seen us? Yes, he has. Got to be a little bit careful there. Just being pushed a little bit wide. Careful on that exit curve as well. No track limits. They go back up through the box again. About 270 k's here. Onto the brakes again, into the around where the hotel is. This off camber, turn 13 and then turn 14. P3 in front, sneaking around the outside. Careful up against the barrier there, into turn 15, another very quick corner, little breathe on the throttle there, then hard on the brakes, into turn 16, it's second gear as we get off of here. That completes another lap of the Yas Marina circuit.
Well, hello and welcome to the Yas Marina circuit. Yes, it is the last day here. I'm Claire Jedrick and very happy to be here for race 5. Well, the weather is looking slightly iffy, but you know what? If you're not catching us on YouTube, you can catch us on our other platforms. In the meantime, let's take a quick look at the highlights coming to your screens.
So qualifying for this final round of the season actually was formed up of the second fastest laps of each of the cars in the 2 15-minute sessions on Saturday morning. No wonder there was a problem for the leap at Lamborghini, but a big problem and a terminal problem for the season for the number 43 Audi from Santalok. That brought out the red flags for the session, and what was left of the number 43 car would be taken back to the garage and will play no further part in the season. Sad sight for the Santalok team. Have been a big part of the action. Back on track though, and it would be amongst the front runners, the number 98 Dragon Racing car. The Ferrari 296 GT3 in the hands of Marco Pulcini would be right in amongst the action. M&R Racing on Get Speed would be second on the grid for the final race, but it would be the number 9 car from Get Speed in the hands of Martin Conrad that would take pole position for this final race of the season. Going ahead of the sister car, number 7 from Oman. And Get Speed thoroughly delighted with an all-round performance to delight. Getting out of that car and being very pleased indeed with his efforts. A dual session for LMP3 and LMP2. Yas Racing, number 20 car, would finish the session 4th in LMP3. Breton Racing would come home 2nd in the order, this debuting team from the Czech Republic, with assistance from Team Virage. It's Cool Racing Championship leaders coming into yesterday would make it a double pole position in the hands of Alexander Bukantsov. They will start the race today equal on points with CD Sports. In LMP2, it would be second on the grid for the final race for Sally Jolic in the number 90 TF Sport car, the blue and silver car right in the thick of things in qualifying. 22 Proton competition, Giorgio Roda would end up on the second row, just edged away from pole position by the Turkish driver. But it would be a double pole for Ahmed Al Hati, the number 99 Racing Team car. Jordanian flagged Omani driver. A lot of interest in the region in this effort. So 2 pole positions this year follows up 2 pole positions last year for Ahmed Al Hati. Great stuff from 99 Racing, but Ollie, major dramas for them in the race yesterday.
Oh, huge. Yes, there was an incident coming down into turn 1. The 91 Racing and the 99 got together, and it was really a symptom of the safety car period and cars just checking up and the concertina effect. And so, yes, that was the thing that ended up taking out the 99 Racing. Big contact between those 2 cars.
So, busy grid. A busy grid, and wet weather tyres ready for some of these cars.
Yes.
But the 99 car, by the way, as we look at some of the big bosses, that's Pierre Fion, president of the ACO on the left, Stefan Rattel next to him, Frederic Leclerc.
Yeah, just to finish off with that, the 99 Racing car, I mean, they've managed to get it rebuilt at TF Sport, who are running that car. Had to work through the night. They were running actually a shift.
They did.
Of crews from the 90 car and the 99 Racing car, yeah. And they were swapping backwards and forwards just to try and get that car. They've managed to get a chassis. I think AF Corsa
have provided that chassis.
Yeah.
It's a second car, the LMP2 car, was had rebuilt over the last couple of weekends, but you're right, the 99 crew finished their shift at 7:30 this morning.
Extraordinary effort.
Went back to the hotel to get a shower and a little bit of kit before the race this afternoon, and then
Sally
the crew,
Jolic.
Indeed, Sally Jolic and John Falbert.
Yeah.
And the number 90 crew took over to finish the job for them, but extraordinary stuff. Here's one of the storylines from yesterday, Optimum Motorsports. Christian Reed there.
With Ed.
Indeed.
Ed from Porsche.
And
wearing his headset a little unusually.
so it's been great stuff. That's Fred Fatia from the GPX team that formed a part of the Age Le Mans series a couple of seasons ago, based here, pausing their racing efforts, talking here to Pierre Fion.
Cedric as well, was there?
Indeed, Cedric Viat, the event director here, and Frederic Fatien, due in the coming year to be quite the figure in historic racing, taking on board some more products, and many more historic racing events around Europe will be featuring Fred and his people.
Another good crowd here today. Fantastic to see. Oh, this is 888, the effort that won in GT yesterday. They had an extremely strong run. They managed to stay out of all of the trouble, incidents and accidents that happened in the GT category, and came through with a well-deserved victory.
And sit there second now in the points, and His Highness Prince Geoffrey as part of that, the young fan beyond awesome, it says.
Brilliant.
It's going to be beyond awesome on this grid with the Nielsen Racing car just sitting behind. Still, as we said, 5 cars in it for the championship in LMP2. 5 as well for GT, and then an extraordinary story developing in LMP3. This is the 4th car in GT, the 98 car from Dragon Racing, one of a number of cars with local interest.
Having a far better run here, it seems, than they did in Dubai. They were a little bit off the pace, I think, in Dubai, but here they've really come and hit the ground running and been extremely strong throughout.
Yeah, absolutely. More down there with Nielsen Racing and pick their faces out the crowd. But I say 5 apiece in the championship running for the GT and LMP2 classes, and then LMP3, the top 2 cars, the only 2 cars, PJ Hyatt there from the number 55 Proton competition car. The only 2 cars that can actually win the championship in LMP3 are tied on points.
Extraordinary.
So whichever of those 2 cars finishes ahead of the other will be the champion wherever they finish.
91 Racing Corps, they had a really tough race yesterday, getting caught up in that safety car accident with 99 Racing, but they've got the car rebuilt.
So this is the most open championship of the lot. Pure Racing on 58 points, 9 points behind 888. Amanar Racing by Get Speed a further 3 points back. And then 2 other cars as well mathematically can do it. So that is going to be one to track through the 4 hours of action to come. And if the action is even half as much as yesterday, Ollie, then that's going to be quite some hard sums over the next 4.5 hours.
I think we'll be out of a voice.
Anthony Liu, it was that put the car second on the grid in GT from China. Faisal Zabir from Oman, though, is part of this effort. He's one of the faces of this championship with a teammate to come. Looks from the Cool Racing team. That was Milton Jakobsen racing here for CrowdStrike with HPR, taking the win. Christopher Haase there, just on the left of the lady with the cap.
Doesn't look like he'll be starting today like he did yesterday.
Told me it is going to be Alban Veruti that starts that car. Had a quick chat with Chris on this way out.
More traditional starting and strategy.
Indeed, it's going to be Martin Conrad in the pole position car here. It was 1 apiece for the Get Speed cars. The red car with Anthony Bartone.
Very strong at the start of the race yesterday, but seemed to fade away.
Yeah, but we bumped into a breakfast his driver coach this morning, didn't we? An ex-teammate of yours.
Yes, Andy Pilgrim, great to see him. And he is working through a number of very interesting programmes and plans for their coming season.
There's a zebra theme here, I'm sensing it. They're not giving too many clues, but there's definitely a zebra theme here on the 83 car.
Yeah. Great to see.
Lots
of character.
Get deep into this season, the end, of course, of the Asia Le Mans Series season. This kicks off the European International season.
Great to see these guys, Viper Nisa, up at the front of the field for that first part of the race yesterday. But once again, they just ran into some terrible luck and they were taken out, or they had contact which took them out. And
radiator problem, wasn't it?
Radiator issue, and they had to retire the car.
But they're looking for what would be a first finish of this season, and desperate to see that.
It would be. I think everybody would love to see them finish the race today after such terrible luck.
It's like a marathon, isn't it? The real moment is when you cross the line.
Yeah.
And to finish the race, the mighty Camaro safety car, leading car up the front.
At the front there.
Yeah, in front of the grid, attracting plenty of attention. Sally Jolich out of that crowd as well there, as well as others. Charlie Eastwood there as well. Alexander Matchell.
He had a strong run yesterday as well, didn't he? Ran towards the front for a long time.
Everybody looks to the sky as we've got we've switched the runways around today. It's El Bamba. Look at that, yes.
Do you know your planes?
I do know. I know exactly what that is.
Oh, I do not. So, okay.
I'm not going to tell you.
Okay, fine.
It's a Russian transport plane.
Okay, fine.
This is Yas Marina. This is Yas Marina circuit. And it is going to be on 40 cars to take to the grid, because we do need to confirm that one car hasn't made it back. And we're very sorry to see the end of the campaign for GR Racing after that unfortunate incident at the back straight.
Yeah, it was.
That saw heavy damage to their Ferrari 296 GT3.
Yeah, it was a terrible, terrible accident, and it was very, very tough on that whole crew.
Happy to see that Ricardo Pereira was back in the paddock today after checks it in hospital, and big thanks to Mike Wainwright for bringing that effort here for this season. but wanted to take a moment as well to just mark the end of what's been a long association with that team, with the third driver, Ben Barker. 55 WC race meetings, 8 runs at Le Mans with Gulf Racing UK, and now GR Racing, Mike Wainwright's team. We're going to miss them on this grid, and we will see you guys at the start of the European season in the European Le Mans Series with the Ferrari, and Ben with a double campaign, I believe, with the new Ford Mustang GT3.
Yes, and Ben has been a big part of that operation and that team the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
They've been working together.
58 car from GG Classic Cars from Australia. Brand new team for us in the UAE these last couple of weekends. Team is going to be based in Europe for the coming season. George Nakas will take the start here. They on a steep learning curve, but we're showing signs that they're learning on that learning curve.
Yep.
Grid beginning to clear. And if you're down on the grid, please do follow the instructions of the marshals helping us to get this race underway on time. 4th in LMP3, high-class racing.
Yes.
It's Auden Gudmundsson, our Icelandic driver, who is suiting up. There's also getting ready is Ahmed Al-Hati.
Yeah, and he'll be hoping for a cleaner start to his race today.
Yeah, pretty much ill-starred from the start, wasn't it, the 99 Racing effort? It was tagged by the team car, the number 90 car.
Yeah.
Then a miscalculation on fuel, and then the accident. Let's go down to Claire Jedrick, though. She's going to be down on the grid with one of the drivers from our pole-setting car at 99 Racing.
Car 99, Ahmad with us. Better luck today, Ahmad.
Yeah, we're just hoping for a good, clean race and to try and keep everything in control. And hopefully we have a good result today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ahmed Al-Hati, a massive standard bearer, not only for his home nation, 4 hours up the road, he tells me, in Oman, but also for international motor racing in this region. And what a turnaround we've had in terms of the significance of international motorsport here. This is the CD Sport car, third on the grid here in LMP3, but tied on points, Oliver Gavin, for this championship.
Yeah, it was Mikkel Jensen just getting on board there. You could see with the mechanic just helping him in, but he was also sliding just something in down behind him. It was just to help for a little bit of support, a sort of lumbar support, I'd say. And it's important that the drivers do get those nice little tweaks just to help them and get them fitted in the car in a nice, clear and clear way that supports them fully.
Dan Skostapolik from the Czech Republic. It's his effort with the Breton Racing team that brings another new name to LMP3 here for the Asia Le Mans Series. Another name we're going to be seeing in Europe. But this is the pole sitter and our other championship leader also on 86 points. The point for pole made that difference. Cool Racing from Switzerland.
Different strategy today from yesterday. They've decided to switch up their start driver. Alexander Bekantov going to be taking the wheel, whereas they started James Winslow yesterday, didn't they?
Yeah, they did indeed. It'll be interesting to see what happens to Dominic Ang here. He's the high-ranked driver, and it could well be that Viper Nisa Racing get to the lead in this race.
Francois Perrodo on board the 83. He had a pretty strong start yesterday. It seemed like their effort finally sort of failed in that last pit stop, and they took tyres.
Yeah.
If they hadn't taken tyres in that last stop, they would have won.
Yeah, but would they? Could they have?
It would have been very, very close, but I think they would.
Fended it off.
Yeah.
6th on the grid, another team that's on the up here in the championship. Defending champions they may be. They are still in the mix, the number 3 car.
Very strong run at the end of the race yesterday. Oh, Lawrence Hoer was on fire.
Wasn't he just? The young German, a real star, Alexander Matschul it will be, that starts this race, and he was right in the thick of it yesterday. This was our race winner yesterday, and our new championship leader, the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR Orica, from Portugal. It is George Kurtz in the United States.
Yeah.
Leads the championship now by 4 points, and it is, in terms of the competitive element on track between CrowdStrike Racing by APR 99 Racing, but if either or both stumble, there are 3 other cars that get this done.
Yeah, absolutely. John Falb here is going to be taking the start in the Duquesne car, Duquesne team, and John had a pretty good run, had a little bit of a stumble on that first lap, got sort of turned around the first lap yesterday, but then recovered, and they were definitely in the hunt, but just the way that the pit stop sequence happened towards the end, yeah, they didn't quite come through with the ultimate result.
22 from Proton Competition didn't quite get there yesterday, but have shown all sorts of promise. That red flag came at an unfortunate time for a number of these teams. Giorgio Roda it will be to take the start from third place. Onto the front row of the grid, Sally Yolic from Turkey in the number 90 car. Sally, a defending drivers' champion, of course, here in the Asian Le Mans Series. This TF Sport squad, this immaculately prepared Orica, looking to take the fight to the other car they look after, Ahmed Al Hati. Second place now in the order after that incident that meant they scored nil point yesterday. 20 points lead coming into this. And that was his margin in qualifying. He's got the pace. Is he going to get more of the luck here? It's going to be Turkey versus Oman in the driving states, and it's going to be the UK versus Jordan. This is the grid order. Ahmed Al Hati in the 99 car alongside the TF Sport number 90 of Sally Yolic. Row 2, Proton Competitions 22 with Giorgio Roda, with the number 30 Duquesne team Orica of John Falb. CrowdStrike Racing by APR's number 4, George Kurtz alongside Alexander Matchell in the number 3 DKR Engineering car. AF Courses 83, Francois Perodo alongside Lorenzo Fluxer in the number 47 Cool Racing Orica. 9th position, Proton Competition 55. Paul-Luc Chatin starts that car, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car, hands of Chris McMurray. Then the 2 Nielsen Racing cars. In logging the 24, Blake McDonald in the 34. ARC Bratislava's 44 rounds out LMP2 with Mira Konopka. Alexander Bekantsov in the 17 from Cool Racing is heads LMP3. From Dan Skostopoli in the 26 Breton Racing Ligier. Michael Jensen in the number 2 from CD Sports. High Class Racing and GG Classic Cars, Auden Gudmundsson and George Nakas round out LMP3. With the Vipanisa Racing car 65 of Dominic Ang. Ahead of the 9 Get Speed AMG of Martin Conrad, the pole position car in GT. Then the second Get Speed car, the Almanar Racing 7, Antti Liu, Alex Malikin in the 91 Porsche. Dragon Racing's 98 Ferrari and the 888 AMG with Prince Jeffrey. James Cottingham in the Optimum Motorsport 69, the sister 27 car in the hands of Mark Ratcliffe. Then D-Station Racing 77 Aston Martin Satoshi Yoshino, Lippert Motorsports 19 Lamborghini, the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari of Francois Heriot, the 33 Herbert Motorsport Porsche and Terrasau, 66 Audi of Attempto Racing, alongside the 11 of Attempto Racing, then 82 from AF Corsa the Ferrari, Charles-Henri Someny and the EBM number 84, 95 TF Sports Aston Martin and John Hartshorn, Alban Veruti in the 42, that's won races already. Then it's the 75 Team Motor Park AMG, 84 Porsche, 93 Project One BMW out of position here in the 18 Huber Motorsport Porsche that's on the right of your screen there with the rain light playing, and we're about to get the national flag being flown by Pierre Fillon, the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the man who has the responsibility for the present and the future of endurance racing. With the flag in his hands, we are ready to go, Oliver Gavin.
Yeah, we are, and it's the green light, and the flag's being waved there. And off goes Sally Yolic and the rest of the P2 field. Just it's, as a driver here, yes, the blood is pumping, the adrenaline's up. You're trying to remember all the bits and pieces that you were told in that meeting, maybe sort of an hour or so ago. And you'll be talked to throughout by the team, and sort of those procedures and processes you're going to need to be doing, getting everything warm and up into that operating window. And I think the track here is pretty much dry. It is going to be treacherous though offline and also on those painted curbs.
Yeah, that's
notoriously very, very slippery.
That's where it could catch people out. Watch for that if people go 2 or 3 wide, or perhaps
yeah, we saw
in
those support races of the F4 and also in the Formula Regional, number of cars coming down into that brake zone either here at turn 5 or down at the end of this first straight at turn 6, braking offline, and on that curbing it is pretty treacherous. So are we going to see some of that on lap 1?
Ollie, you've been with us through the Asian Le Mans Series history here in the UAE, and they've seen the transition to this new circuit at Yas Marina, the redeveloped circuit with we've got a problem at turn 3. Something's got to arrive there.
Yeah, I think everybody's through though and rolling still. seen anybody going slowly.
But just to ask, really, it strikes me
Oh,
there is a
no.
problem. It's the 27 car. Oh dear, oh dear.
Oh no,
Mark Ratcliffe.
He's already out the car.
So what has happened there? He doesn't know.
No, and he was off the other side of the race car. Maybe he was trying to reset something there. Often, a lot of times on the right side of the race car there, you've got a lot of the electrical boxes, and maybe something he just needed to pop a fuse back in, or
absolutely.
reconnect something, or I don't know the complete layout of the McLaren, but yeah, that's really tough for Optimum.
That's the car that was 7th on the grid, and that could cause a problem here.
Yeah, they'll be on the radio to the team asking for some diagnosis and some guidance and some help. As a driver, you are there connected to the radio, so hopefully Mark can get that fixed and running again.
So good news is no physical damage, but there's clearly a technical problem with the McLaren.
Yes.
So round they come.
Yeah, as the drives. Oh no,
that's
it's been pushed
done.
away.
It's done.
Unbelievable. That is such rough luck.
That's a rotten way to start, isn't it? Second formation lap, remember.
Yep.
We've now got the whole of the ACO rules family, no tyre warmers. So these 2 formation laps to allow the team's drivers to get some more heat into the Michelin tyres. Every class here on Michelin rubber.
It was a long shot for the 27 car, but they were in the title contention, but that obviously removes them from that. So we're down to 4.
And then there were 4.
Yeah. Oh, rough luck.
That is very rough luck. I'm sure Claire will catch up with Optimum, and Mark will make his way back to the pits. It's not that long a walk, mercifully, from turn 3. It'll feel like a very long walk.
Yeah, it will. Those guys have been preparing and really hoping for a strong weekend this weekend here, and they had that 3rd place yesterday, and they were hoping for another great result again today, but unfortunately not.
2 title contenders in LMP3, nose to tail in this train from the number 17 crew. This is our title leaders in the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR car. Could it be yet another Asia Le Mans Series title for Algarve Pro Racing?
Yeah, Malte Jakobsen there and Colin Braun just watching on as boss man George Kurtz
Absolutely
takes the start.
GD Sport there. There's some haunted eyes there. This is all going to be about having a plan, sticking to the plan, staying out the pits where you can, executing in the pits, running your strategy, not allowing the Cool Racing car to gap them too much.
Oh,
hang
brilliant.
on. Excellent stuff.
Oh, that's amazing. Control-Alt-Delete, maybe?
Might well be.
Yeah. Full power off, power back on again, and he's got it rolling.
Well,
Fantastic.
well done, Mark Ratcliffe.
Yeah, brilliant. Working the problem there with the team. Right, he's just going to be a little bit behind here.
He's going to be a lap back.
Yes.
Reminder to all teams, exit T9, all cars in grid position. All cars in grid position, exit T9.
But will he?
That's
We'll just have to see what happens there. The Optimum car, number 27.
Yeah, don't remember that happening, actually, as to whether or not that will be...
From now on, please start assuming grid position, all cars 2 by 2.
My guess is he will start just from the back of the grid with no penalty.
Yes, I believe so, because the clock has not started ticking.
Exiting T9, all cars
we're not
in
counting
formation,
laps.
no more weaving.
So Mark's got that going, and he'll be back onto the back of the field here.
Yeah,
all of these drivers will now be getting themselves formed up in this 2x2 formation. You can see there those excess rubber been flicked off from the other series that have been running here, and so those drivers will be trying to keep to the line as much as they possibly can to make sure they're keeping their tyres as clean as possible for this start. So we are very, very close. You can see there that it's still wet offline here by
and under the bridge.
Yeah, the hotel here is still going to be treacherous offline at this start.
So as they just gather themselves, we'll see the Chevy Camaro pace car, the leading car, pull to our left, their right, into pit lane, and from there on in, it's under the control of pole setter Ahmed Al-Hati. Comes around the final turn, he'll be watching the lights, and when they go out, it's go time. They're on, they're on, they're on, they're off, and away we go. Ahmed Al-Hati gets a good start. Also behind, though, Giorgio Roda is in this fight. George Kurtz looking racy at the inside. And can Giorgio Roda get through on the inside of Salihotch? I don't think he can. Leading group of cars have got through.
Oh no, George Kurtz turn around! Oh my word. Can everybody get through cleanly?
Okay, we have yellow flag at turn 3,
is
yellow flag at turn 3.
Collected. There's
GG
3, 4
Classics.
cars.
Yeah,
Double
there's
yellow
Cool
flag
Racing
at turn
as
3,
well.
double yellow flag at turn 3.
Oh my word, that was just 3 cars all side by side. We have to see a replay there, but it looked like 3 cars all side by side. And George got pinched, turned around, and then it was everybody just trying to avoid.
It was the GG Classic cars, Ligier involved in that. The number 9 Getsby car, our pole-setting car there, our championship leading car from George Kurtz. Another of the championship contenders from AF Corsa. They're both away, and I think it was the Cool Racing car.
He's got a puncher, left rear, I think, has the 83.
It was Cool Racing. Lorenzo Fluxer involved in that as well. And Mark Ratcliffe, by the way, has made his way back to the pits.
Okay.
Safety car, that's not a surprise. There is quite a lot of debris. That is the damaged, not for the first time, I'm afraid, there's like 4 weeks.
Martin Conrad in that, starting that car today.
So we will get another look at that, I'm sure, but that was 3 into 1 won't go.
Yeah. Just narrow a little bit there, and everybody's looking for the line. I think George just got
big damage to the rear of that car. That's the rear clip gone completely, and that's they're going to hope the mounting.
Just go steady here, just coming down to that turn 9. I hope he's being told by the team that he is missing the rear wing on that car.
So there's the 9 car. I think that is done.
Yes, looks like it.
Pretty heavy impact front corner. There's damage to the front right of the 58 car and also damage to the rear, both sides. That looks like it's been hit from behind.
Yeah, I think we're just caught up in the melee there, and cars going left and right. Everybody's checking up, looking to get out of the lane that they're currently in to try and avoid any of that damage up in front.
That's the rear clip from the
47 car.
47 car.
Yeah.
Is the damaged 83.
Just go steady now. Go steady, getting that car back to the pit lane. You start going too quickly on a tyre like that, the tyre starts to unravel and doing more damage to that bodywork, and so it's more work for the lads and the ladies in the pit lane.
Front bodywork from the AMG, bright red. So that will need to be cleared up. Let's watch again. Let's take you through this. All the drama happened as they exited turn 1. Into and through turn
clean through 2. Clean through 1, but it's now here. George is to the inside, and PJ Hyatt goes up the inside of George, and then I think he just got spooked a little bit by PJ. Opened the wheel a little, and then the rear just went around.
I don't think there was contact from PJ. I think George steered away from him.
And then in the avoiding action, then the 9 car Mercedes got caught up with GG Classics. And yes, the contact has come from somewhere for that puncher on the 83 car. Oh, slowly.
Oh, this is bad news for the 83 car because it's doing much more damage. There's not much slower he can go. That's the problem.
Oh my word! Yeah.
This is tearing the rear of the car to
and that's the problem.
Now.
Once you've got to the point with that tyre doing completely unravelling like that, there's nothing much you can do.
Unfortunately, this is doing 2 things. It's ripping the car to pieces, but it's leaving debris literally everywhere.
Yeah, this is going to take some clearing up now. And yeah, it's a trail of destruction.
I think that effectively removes another title contender.
Yeah, I would say so, because it's going to take some fixing. That rear end will be badly damaged from that flapping tyre.
It looks to me as if Lorenzo Fluxer has come back out, so that I think they believe that it's just bodywork damage that can be sorted. Very frustrated.
Martin Conrad. Yeah, body language there. He's just a man of real frustration.
Yeah.
Just wrong place, wrong time.
A lot more to finish the season.
Yeah, not easy.
Still not home.
Yeah.
And it's more panels and it's more.
It's just dropping pieces.
Ancillaries everywhere, isn't it?
Yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in that part of it. Oh my word. That is going to take some big clearing up, and it is just sprayed everywhere.
The rear clip of the Cool Racing car.
Turn 12, please bear right. Turn 12, please bear left. Sorry, left. Turn 12, we have debris on the right-hand side.
Yeah, so that is underneath. Also, turn 12 is the first corner around the hotel, and turn 13 is the next left-hander underneath that bridge. You really hope that they can get the marshals here on the racetrack, and they're trying to pick up the bigger pieces, but you need to get a sweeper out there. There's all kinds of debris that can cause punctures and all kinds of other stuff. Oh my word!
That is a badly damaged. But it's not just the rear clip, and it's not just the bodywork, the engine cover. It's the side pod, it's the exhaust.
These sorts of situations can be terminal.
Absolutely,
can take the car out.
So, just to recap what's occurred here, if you're here at the circuit or you've missed the start of this race, it was contact between George Kurtz and the 83 car, this car, in traffic that spun both cars around. The number 4 car has continued its way down the order in 35th position, but the puncture that resulted from that contact has caused that damage, with Francois Perrodo trying to get the car back as quickly as he possibly could.
Francois was on the outside of George, wasn't he? I think that as George was spinning, he maybe tagged that left rear.
He didn't actually spin. I think he moved to the right, didn't he? And then seemed to lose the rear end of the car.
The first safety car lap. This is the end of the first safety car lap.
And that's important because the pits will not open until after the end of the third safety car lap. And that became quite the thing last night. Let's watch again. So what we're looking for here, as we see the car sweeping through turn 1, is through the apex of turn 2, really, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And so it's George Kurtz to the inside there in the 4 car, and Francois Perrodo to the outside, and then the 55 goes to the inside, and George just has to kind of open the wheel, it looks like, and then Francois Perrodo goes round. Everybody else misses him, but there has to have been some contact there.
I think.
Oh boy!
I think the number 7 car hit the 58 and then spun him into his teammate.
Right.
I think the 58 car checked up.
Yes. And
there was hit from the rear by the white AMG. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we could look at the front of the AMG. Whether or not there might be damage there too.
There's something about Yas Marina and the Asia Le Mans series. It's just always so action-packed from lap 1. Cannot take your eye off it. So, watching the Camaro safety car coming down here, leading the field around relatively slowly as they're still trying to get the debris off the track at 12 and 13 and turn 14 all the way back to the pits, basically. They've got to get the sweepers out there and clear up all that debris so that it doesn't cause any further issues for any of these other runners in the field. So still got the rain lights on, and I believe they will stay on now until there is further instructions from race control.
Sort of disjointed start, I'm afraid, to this race, but we will be back running as soon as they've completed that clear up.
Reminder, it's a 5 car length gap maximum behind the safety car.
As Ollie was saying earlier, the debris, and in particular carbon fibre debris, Ollie, can be catastrophic for tyres.
No, it is. It's super sharp, and there's all kinds of bits and pieces out there, and any of those shards could get into those Michelin tyres and then cause a puncture or a failure, which nobody wants to see. So, you know, it is imperative that they get the circuit and the racing surface as clean and as clear as possible to make sure that the racing is safe.
Well, there's our GT leader. Is there damage? There is on the front of that car, and that, I think, tells the tale. That was, I'm sure he was an innocent victim of that. I'm sure that was George checking up to avoid a spinning car.
Yeah, lap 1 of any race, the first couple of corners, cars are so close together, and you are sort of really jockeying for position and looking to steal an advantage of anybody, and you don't want to give up any position either. And so it can be that you are 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide in some spots, and you are reacting to all of the people around you, whether it's a car from another class or whether it's somebody in your class. You are all the time just trying to look to see how you can gap somebody and also just avoid any other contact. And if you're moving left or right, then that affects the car on the outside of you.
Well, let's hope there's no further issues for that car after the contact that clearly befell that. That is our leader in GT, Anthony Liu. Let's just run you through the order as we're still behind the safety car. The clean-up continues. It is Ahmad El Hati that leads from Sada Jolic, number 99 car from the 90. Then the 30 Duquesne team car in the hands of John Falb. That's third. Proton competition, the 55 and the 22. Linus Stern in 4th and 5th. Is that just rubber debris?
No, I think it's a piece of carbon fibre.
Okay. LMP3, 11th place and leading the race.
We are finishing lap 2 of safety car. We are finishing lap 2 of safety car, and safety car has been instructed to go full speed.
We're not far away from going back to green. Cool Racing Championship co-leaders lead the race. From Bresson Racing, High Class Racing, Viper Nisa Racing, then CD Sport are other championship leaders. And in GT, it is the Almanar Racing by
It's a 5 cars length gap maximum between each car. 5 cars length gap maximum.
From the Pure Racing number 91 car, championship leading car, D Station Racing in third in the 77 Aston Martin, then the Dragon Racing Ferrari, and then the underlaid Optimum Motorsport number 69 McLaren. So they're the top 5 in the 2 classes, in fact all 3 classes, and plenty of championship implications across all 3 in just even the first 2 corners here, Ollie.
Yes, and we're just hearing the race director there saying about everybody staying within 5 car lengths of the car in front, and that is to try and stop any concertina effect where cars are deliberately slowing themselves down very aggressively and then accelerating hard away, and that sends a ripple effect back down the queue in this concertina sort of effective way, and that, we believe, was the issue that happened yesterday with the 91 car and the 99 racing car.
Both cars at that point were dominant championship leaders. In the case of the 99 racing car, ended up losing that championship lead to the number 4 car, which, by the way, is
safety
still
car
lapping.
in this lap.
There we go.
Car
35th.
Lights are
No
out.
overtake before the line.
And okay, I'm hearing from Claire Jedrick down on pit lane that car 83 is about to rejoin the race, but they're going to be, what, 3-4 laps down here.
Yes, they are.
But good work there from AF Corsa.
They're desperate to get them out before the restart here, if they can.
I think they'll be lucky to be allowed by the out of the pit lane. I think they're going to be stopped by the red lights.
I think they're very likely.
So, 13 minutes or so we've been on the safety car.
I hope that there's not damage or debris there that could be picked up.
Green flag.
We're about to go back racing, and it's going to be Ahmed Al-Hati brings the 99 racing car, and he's got a little bit of a gap here on Sully Jolic.
Yeah, just Sully's got caught napping a little bit there, and yeah, Ahmed Al-Hati's got away, nice and clean. PJ Hyatt just getting those tyres nice and warm. This is going to be critical for these boys to get these tyres switched back on again and get everything up to temperature in that operating window.
So Al-Hati, Jolic, John Fowle, Paul Shatan, of course. It was not PJ Hyatt. I should have done it as well. Giorgio Roda. So Paul Shatan will be looking to get to the front of this group very quickly, because I'm afraid that platinum ranked driver, gold ranked driver rather wasted the first 10 minutes of his time. It's always the risk, isn't it?
Yeah, we've just missed that actually, and it was that's most probably the reason why he was looking up the inside there of George Kurtz at that start on that second corner. But we're just watching the GT class coming through and off of turn 5, and it's very close between the Optimum car and Dragon Racing as they are towing up behind. No, there's Optimum's up the inside. It has been very competitive, the Optimum car. This is James Cottingham behind the wheel, just getting that pass done nicely.
Isn't he just?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, and he's going to have moving on to the D station car, 77 in front.
Drivers may now turn off the rain light. Drivers may now turn off the rain light.
That'll be nice for the drivers to have that rain light turned off, because they are bright and distracting. They are designed for the wet weather and the mist and all the murk that you have to peer through. But in these conditions, you just need to turn them off because they are dazzling.
Absolutely. So, group of 5 cars at the lead of this race. Paul Chatton in the middle of him. He is under investigation for causing collision at lap 1, turn 2. I didn't see that. Harty's coming to the pits.
Yes, and is that to serve his penalty?
Oh, he's got to stop go, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
And also in it is Paul Chatton.
Yes. And what is that
What
for?
would that be?
I don't know, but Sally now into the lead. Turn 1. Nice and through. John Falb in his wheel tracks. And we've got Giorgio Roda, who is seen as one of the class acts in the bronze rank drivers, who is also in their wheel tracks, looking to get everything going here around Yas Marina. This is the 55 car.
Must be taking a penalty.
Stop and go penalty for the 99.
That's a longer stop than just a stop.
Car 99 for causing collision of race 1.
That's
yes.
the one we knew about.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, keep an eye on that. But those two cars dropping way down the order of course, and now we've got
James Cottingham looking up the inside of the D station car.
This would be for third place.
That is Satoshi Hoshino on board the 77. And James looking to line him up here, but the Aston Martin has been quick on the straights here this weekend. I'm not sure he's got quite the straight line speed to get it done coming down into turn 6. Hard on the brakes here, ABS working furiously. So can James just get that exit, the drive off? McLaren has been nicely balanced around here at Yas Marina all of this week. And just I can see that they're trying to unlock that potential. Didn't quite work out for them yesterday, but the sister car had an excellent run.
Yeah. So it's a drive-through penalty for car 55 for causing the collision. Okay, well, they're the bosses.
They are, yep. James is still there, harrying Hoshino as they come down into turn 12. The McLaren will be good across here. Dragon Racing not far behind, just watching on. As we switch back to the LMP3 leaders here. And this is Alexander Bekantov, who is leading in class. They have been very, very strong all the way throughout the Asia Le Mans series. Coming into turn 1, just getting things going here, being sort of followed very closely there by Dan Skodiopol.
A good attempt.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with Skostopoli, but,
okay.
But it's not an easy one, I'll give you that. This is Paul-Luc Chatin now back out into the race and in the mix with this group, so he's a lap down.
He is.
But in the mix with this group and trying to unlap himself, just trying to establish, by the way, which is exactly why we had that stop. He has got another drive-through penalty for causing the collision at turn 2.
Yeah.
But not at all clear why that stop happened.
Yes, I think, was it? They have to serve something from yesterday.
If there was, it's not one that I've seen.
Okay.
Sally Olchin is that leads. He's 2.5 seconds clear of John Falb. This is this group. You see Sally just going under the bridge there. John Falb now has had to cede that position. Here comes Dominic Ang, rather.
Yeah.
Dominic Ang on the Breton racing car. Dan Skostopoli looking to get to the front of this grid as he must. He is the higher ranked driver. Still got their bronze driver Douglas Koo to come.
Yeah, Angus had a very strong start yesterday, and he's sort of rinse and repeat with him today. And so he's doing a fine job. Great to see Viper Nisa up here running at the front of LMP3 after a very challenging championship.
So James Cottingham looking for a way by the number 77 Aston Martin. Not finding it at the moment.
No, and I think that he's going to be looking to sort of pick him off if he can. I think the McLaren will be a lot better through this final sector around the hotel here, but is he going to be able to get it done? It's just trying to find that spot to overtake.
With thanks to PJ Hyatt, by the way, he's watching and looking, and thanks PJ. Not only did we misidentify him, but he's just actually reminded me there's a 60-second penalty for that car for the engine change that came. So they had 60 seconds yesterday, 60 seconds again today.
Right.
As PJ says, it's been a long weekend. Well, sir, may, from this point forward, may the sun shine on your efforts. But there is going to be another drive-through penalty for causing that collision. So one more bit of pain to collect before we start totting up things in the positive column.
It's like Bekantov is making his escape, as we see Sally there also trying to do the same.
Well, he is doing so from John Falb. Paul Chatham, understandably, is catching him, but will need to have that drive-through. So Sally Olic is 4 seconds to the good now, as we've got a whole heck of a bunch of cars. But Cottingham, though, is well away. He's past the 77 car.
I think something's happened there. I think that Hoshino must have gone wide at 5.
Side by side there between the 83 and the 99 car. Yeah. So both cars are recovering, but on different laps.
Marco Bolcini's managed to get past the station as well. Must have had a very poor turn 5, 77 entry.
Well, let things kind of calm down a little bit here as much as they can in a 4-hour endurance race. But one thing
yes.
One thing I would mark is That turn 2 incident and other happening have thrown a veritable industrial firework into the LMP2 Championship Stakes.
Yeah, they have. Once again, 21 entry there, AF course. Just being mindful of the traffic there, allowing the sister car to come by, P2 sister car. Seeing the 99 Racing trying to make their way back as well, chasing the 83.
Well,
come through into turn 16.
What do I mean by that, by the way, as we look as Dominic Gang has now cleared the Breton Racing car. Of the 5 cars in mathematical contention for LMP2, 4 of them were involved in that incident.
Extraordinary.
So, well, after that fabulous recovery with huge damage to the number 83 AF Corsa Orica, let's go down to Claire Jedrick. She's got Mathieu Vazevier to tell us just exactly how bad things were.
Okay, we have Matthew over here for AF Corsa car number 83. Now, I'm sure anxiety levels were quite high as a teammates, but you guys made it back out.
Yeah, we made back, but now we have like missing 3 laps, so for sure will be like a training race for us. Yeah, unfortunate to be hit at the first lap of the race, but I think the car 55 got penalty for that. But yeah, I mean, it's a shame because we are like playing for like maybe the top class in the category, but top spot in the category. So now what we can say, just to finish the race, take some mileage, and yeah, try to understand maybe a bit more for possible next year.
Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Yeah, disappointed, isn't he?
Yes.
Looking again there at the impact on the side of the number 4 car.
Yeah, I think it was pushed across into the 83, and that's where the puncher came from.
Yellow flag at turn 3.
And yeah, all the other carnage ensued there. Yeah, see the reaction
and
from
that is Milton Jakobsen.
Yeah, and that's a tough one, but it's not a complete disaster for them.
No, they're back into 14th place. They're 9th they're in a point scoring position in LMP2, and they're ahead of their championship rivals.
Yeah, they are.
I'll have to do the sums to find out the
let's not get into that now, because that's going to get
it's a long way to go.
Yes.
It's a long way to go. That's the first time we've said that.
Yeah.
It won't be the last.
No.
The one undelayed championship contender is the 3rd place car of Giorgio Roda, Proton competition.
Yeah.
There's some points back. 3rd place, 20 points back, in fact.
Yeah. John Hartshaw in the 95 car, just being followed by the EBM number 8. John's had a very strong run actually this weekend. He qualified well, and he had a good run in that first race, and I think TF Sport were happy with the way things had gone for the 95 car with John.
He's looked more comfortable here than we've seen him for a little wee while.
Yes, it's great to see.
Taking those brave pills. Up the inside of the 2 battling GT cars goes Ahmed Al Hati. Goes by the 42 car.
Yeah.
So it's just weaving away in the background.
That's him
there.
working away on the ABS, and I think at one point now, as he was just wondering whether he was going to be able to slow up and not come up the back of the 99 Racing car, because at times the performance in braking between the 2 different categories can catch out drivers. So that's something you get used to racing and being around other cars in your class, but when another car in a separate class arrives in front of you in a brake zone and pulls in front, it can be a bit of a surprise.
Ruti, by the way, back on form. He's up in 4th place here. We'll tell you, by the way, that Paul Chatin has taken that drive-through penalty. Team manager car 99 is now being called to race control.
Oh, for collision race.
No, that's
excuse me.
Yeah. I think he's taken that.
Yeah.
He certainly came down pit lane, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he
so
did.
Is that something to do with not serving that penalty correctly? So all sorts of dramas.
Alexander Matchell running well again in the DKR number 3 entry, Nemo as we call him, being chased hard by Ian Loggy, and this is actually a strong run by Ian. Ian has not looked that comfortable in the Asia Le Mans series this year in this Nielsen entry, and I think finally is this going to be the race where we're going to see him really show his full potential in this car?
Well, he's been great in GT cars
it's been
for
brilliant.
years. We've seen him in LMP3 cars prior to this championship as well, albeit briefly. But, he's just looking to unpick the Rubicon, isn't he? To just sort out the code of LMP2. It does take a while.
Yeah, it certainly does. But once they do unlock that potential of the car, it seems that every bronze-ranked or amateur driver absolutely loves driving that Oreca 07 chassis.
Battle there for 10th place, by the way, in GT. Darren Young making great progress. He was on the last row of the grid, and he's up into 11th place now.
Yeah.
In the Project 1 BMW, the dark grey, marbled grey finish on that car.
This is 8th and 9th in GT. It's no, it's not, excuse me. It's Francois Arier and Gabriele Rindoni battling that out. Oh, is this Mark's back on track? He's just making his way.
He's unlapping himself from these cars, but he is a couple of laps down.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is 2 laps down.
Yeah, very unfortunate start to the race for them in the 27.
It is still M&R Racing's Get Speed number 7 AMG that leads. Anthony Liu is, what, 2.8 seconds clear of Alex Malikin in the pure racing car. Championship leaders, of course. Optimum Motorsport's James Cottingham. The moment his charge has stalled a little, he's 2.5 seconds back.
Sally just trying to pick his way through the GT traffic here, and he's just got to be patient, be patient. I know Sally yesterday, you could see he was keen, always keen to get going and get past people. You could almost sense his
racy feistiness.
Yes, and that sort of character that he has and his personality in the way that he was driving really came to the fore.
I don't know if a Turkish Terrier is an actual breed, but you're looking at one right there. Yeah. And he's got that kind of fighty look about him, hasn't he?
Has.
Come on then.
Yeah.
Show me what you've got.
Yeah. Oh, he just absolutely brings everything. It's all there for you to see.
It's go right, go left, go through the middle for the GTs and the LMP2s. This is the second place battle. John Falb under pressure here.
It was left and right there, wasn't it? As it went into turn 1.
It was. John Falb is trying to head for the hills. Giorgio Roda trying to hunt him down.
Yeah, and you saw there actually the shot all the way into the cockpit of the 22 car, and Giorgio Roda might be sort of cursing a little bit that he hasn't got a darker visor on, because the sun has come out now, and that can present a bit of a problem. And we've had a very overcast day, and it looks like we are not going to get any further rain. Or have I said
just
it?
said
now
it
I've said
loud.
it.
So
now said it.
Apologies if you're here at the circuit.
Yeah,
if
hope you brought your brolly.
Wrong meteorologically, it's Oliver Gavin's fault again.
I just marked that down. There we go. It's another one.
There you go.
Yep.
Sally Joloch, though, leads. He's 9.2 seconds to good now. That was a slow lap for him with that traffic through the hotel section.
Yeah, that will hurt for sure, and that's part of the racetrack. You get up behind the GT car in a P2 car, and it is just like sand through your fingers. The lap time just disappears. Ooh, John's just checked up there. Wasn't sure whether Darren had seen him, but he did.
Giorgio got a slightly better run through there. Did have to check a little.
Yeah.
He has closed the gap just a tad.
I was chatting to John yesterday, and he was just saying about how he loves driving around here. You know, it's a lot of fun. He's really relishing getting back in a P2 car around Yas Marina. A lot of fun. Enjoying it.
Is the 4 car of George Kurtz, and I think he's just been passed by Lorenzo Fluxe. He has. So this is the battle at the moment for 8th place in LMP2. These two making their way through the LMP3 field in 11th place overall in their recovery. Both these cars, remember, involved in the issues at turn 1, turn 2.
Yeah.
And that is Fluxe, by the way, having made up the ground despite having pitted for the replacement clip.
Yeah.
So it's a good run here, but remember, he is not the bronze driver in that car.
No, he's silver, young,
Fast.
Spanish, 19-year-old, absolutely wicked fast.
Absolutely.
Nico Lapierre is singing his praises to me yesterday.
Gaggle of GT cars is the latest challenge for this battling pair of Orecas in LMP2. John Falb has cleared all bar 2. His next target is the 2nd place car in the championship, the 888 car that won here yesterday evening.
Yeah.
Makes it by there. He's got just the D-station car to deal with before they come into the chicane. Does that, and he's going to clear that before Giorgio Roda will have to just check his progress, wait until they clear down past the support pit before he has a crack. Does so off track. Now that could be an issue.
Yes, they could review that, because that was track limits for sure.
So Gianluca Roda, Giorgio's father, Gilles Decane there with Decane. This is a engaging battle, but that was the wrong choice, I think.
Yeah, it was, and he may get pinged for that. we're seeing just in the background there, just slightly out of shot, we were seeing the Hoshino, I'm getting my names wrong here, the D-Station 777 car battling hard with a 888 entry of Prince Geoffrey.
Oh, that's Alexander Matchell off track briefly, and that's right in front of, is that Ian Logie right behind him now?
And Ian Logie is piling the pressure on here, and this is a far better run here from Ian.
Ian will be enjoying this, and quite possibly the first time he's enjoyed himself in the Orica. He will be feeling the confidence coming.
Yes.
He's feeling the grip finally, isn't he?
Yes, he is, and I think he could be lining up Matchell as they come down into turn 1. No, he's just checking it up, and he's just biding his time, picking his point, getting his confidence, and just seeing where Matchell is just that little bit weaker and where he is stronger. Classic
error into that section. We've seen happening more or less every time we come here as they duck and dive through the latest gaggle of traffic. Ian Logie around the outside of the Leaper car.
Yeah, it's so like that when you're here behind the wheel and you're trying to pick your way through the slower traffic or the GT traffic in a P2 car. You've just got to be looking at the right spot. Here we go, Giorgio Roda to the inside of the D-Station car. And that was 4 wheels off, wasn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
So, well, no, so it's a matter of whether or not race control see it that way. But still, Ian Logie. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. Paul-Luc Chatin ducks out of that battle, cuts the corner, and makes his way forward. Ian Logie gathers himself.
It just needs to breathe now, Ian. Just collect yourself, get yourself back together. He just came in here, and the D-Station car just chops across, and Ian is desperately trying to...
How close was that?
I'm not sure whether there was any contact there, but there's the Nielsen garage. Every sharp intake of breath there. See Sven's face in the background.
I'm looking at Matt Bell's face, Fernie Habsburg's face. That'd be one for your psychology major.
Yes.
What are these people thinking?
Oh dear, more tyre smoke coming into turn 12. That's such a spot. So difficult braking into turn 12, just around the hotel here.
One of the first 2 days we were here on site, we've been transferred from Dubai. We had 2 days of the Ferrari factory hypercar pounding around. They made that mistake more than once while I was watching. So it's not just the bronze drivers. It is a tricky place to get right.
Very, very hard. Trying to get your braking right there. You've unloaded the car. You've come through 11. Trying to get that braking right for 12. It is very hard to spot. In deep there goes John Fowl, but Giorgio Roda seems like he's following him on that.
Full course yellow is coming. Full course yellow is coming.
Wow, is this for debris?
It must be for debris. It's coming in about 20 seconds time. For now, though, we'll tell you Sally Jolic is leading this race by 10 seconds.
It's after the frantic start, it's just calmed down a little,
10,
isn't it?
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow is deployed. Full course yellow is deployed.
In the chicane.
Turn 6, 7, please bear right. Turn 6, 7, please bear right. We have marshals on track.
Is that down to the contact between the D-Station car and the Nielsen 24?
If there was contact. Was there contact? It was so close. There's certainly some debris just off the apex into the chicane. There's also some debris on the exit on driver's left. I noticed we came through. So there you go. Well, that is not...
looks Viper-Nicery,
does look very Viper-Nicery.
Or is it off?
Appearing soon on somebody's garage wall.
Or possibly the AO 55.
Maybe. There's so many cars it could be. Anyway, put your answers to the postcard to which piece of car is that? Causing the full course yellow. Optimum Motorsport already.
Yes, they are.
A pit stop.
Well, they
in fact, that's actually Ollie Milroy. It's just got in that car, so they've had a pit stop. We've missed that. So the 27 has been in and out.
So is this where? Is this the Viper-Nicery car coming down into turn 7?
It's lost something. A piece of bodywork.
Yeah.
That's the cover on the nose of the car. That covers the. I think it's where you can get the brake reservoir and also adjust the front suspension on the lead shade. You can see there in front of the windscreen. That's where it was. Well picked up in the truck. That excellent stuff.
Nice spot. Nice spot. Well, at least the car is still running.
It certainly is. It will affect the aero, no doubt. This is a circuit where we have a fair amount of flat
green.
outs.
Back to green. That's great. Very short. Full course yellow.
That, by the way, is the battle for the lead in LMP3. Dominic Ang will go to terms with Alexander Bekantsov in the co-championship leading car.
Just got to get everything back up to temp here. It's a chance to steal a march on your competition here if you can get yourself restarted and going again in quick fashion.
And they're looking at the spare.
Yeah. And they'll be attached once they come in for their first stop, which is most probably a good 25 minutes away.
Renzo Fluxa, by the way, has cleared that battle in LMP3 and has joined the train in LMP2, albeit 2 minutes before we went back to green flag racing. He's on the lead lap.
George Kurtz just looking at the inside here, just getting past the Viper Nisa car. And
the Motor Park 75 car is next, and that car is going quite slowly.
Slowly, it has for most of the race, though. Not been very...
It's more than Stromstead.
Yeah, never looked quite that confident in it. Does seem to be rather...
He's very slow there, though.
Yeah, just sort of moving offline, and when you do that, you just pick up so much debris on your tyres, and it just has that sort of compounding effect. And then you've got to spend the next half a lap, possibly lap, just cleaning your tyres up again and getting everything going.
That is our gap in LMP3. Cool Racing from Viper Nisa and Breton Racing, High Class Racing CD Sports. The other point to make here, Ollie, we said at the start of the show, CD Sports and Cool Racing equal on points. If neither finish, Cool Racing take the title. Because on countback, they've both got 2 wins, but Cool Racing has 2 second places.
Amazing. Now this is a good battle. James Cottingham and Alban Baruti. 2 guys who clearly are exceptional bronzes in the GT class.
And very different in terms of their journey to this point. Alban Baruti, as we heard from the team, quite some force in karting in his early years.
Yeah, yes.
Has enjoyed life, should we put it, since then. And now coming back to racing at a much higher level. And a young man in his prime that was highly rated by some of his now professional colleagues. James Cottingham, meantime, has come to this somewhat later via historic racing. And
very successful business.
Indeed. And now James coming through and will make his debut this year in the FI World Endurance Championship.
There's James Cottingham there, the optimum entry, and being passed now by Ian Loggy in the Nielsen car, and they were battling away in the British GTs, weren't they?
They were.
2023.
Darren Young as well in this race. British GT's been a rich nursery pool for talents.
We saw something loose on the bodywork of the 24 Nielsen car on the right side as we were looking at it going away from us down towards turn 6. So, yeah.
So Sally Jolic it is still almost 11 seconds now clear of John Falb, who has still got Giorgio Rodi behind her as they're beginning to gap that car. It is a further drive-through penalty for car 55, this time for safety car procedure infringements. That is 3 penalties so far for the 55 car.
Wow.
And that is the 77 car off track.
Yeah, that was down at turn 7.
Let's have a look at what happened here. It's the end of the lap, isn't it? This is what we're going to be seeing. This is a separate issue.
Yeah, this is not the 77, is it? It's coming down into turn 6, hard on the brakes, and Prince Geoffrey is no. Just got his nose in there and turned the 77 around.
Could be consequences coming there for our second place car in the championship. This is the 90 car going by the 99 to put a lap on the second place car in the championship.
Yeah.
So Ahmed El Hati, after that stop-go penalty at the start of the race,
just looks a little bit unsure of things, which is unlike Ahmed El Hati. He just doesn't quite look.
Well, remember, this is a car that's only been built last night.
Yeah.
You know, is there something just bubbling under that isn't quite right? Not the same car that started the race yesterday. This is a spare chassis sourced from AF Corsa overnight. The TF Sport 99 Racing crews building that car up. It was complete in time for the warm-up this morning for just a couple of establishing laps. But is it the race car they need? There's Dominic Ang off the track at the penultimate turn, but back on now. Trying to get to terms with John Hartshaw to put a lap on the 95 car. Meantime, this is the lead battle in GT. Amanal Racing by Get Speed's Anthony Liu. It's been caught by Alex Malikin.
Well, these two have been going backwards and forwards throughout the last 3 races, haven't they?
The 91 car
battling away.
at the moment, the car in all 3 championships that's got the biggest lead.
Yeah.
And it's going to do better still if the car can get from the current position. If we check and flag this right now, it would be 18 points second place, 25 of course for the win. 2 of the leading cars, by the way, 30 and the 22 on pit lane. We are very much now in the window for fuel stops for LMP2. About 40 minutes for those.
Yeah, I was just checking back and looking at the averages here for this first stint, and Ahmed El Hati has definitely looking like he's got a bit of a problem. He doesn't seem that happy with the car. He's some couple of seconds off what Sally's been doing.
That wasn't the case yesterday.
No. Is he just still dialing himself in? He's in the 150s. Sally Yolok is in the 145s. So it does seem to be quite a problem with that 99 racing car. Just not very comfortable.
Both Duquesne and Proton back out. They're the first of our major players to stop for routine pit stop.
John Faub staying on board.
Fuel only by the look of things.
Yeah, Giorgio Roda as well. Down to 6th and 7th in class. Oh, George, just a little time. Was that a touch there?
I think it was.
Yeah,
it was
tiny
a bit
little
of a brush
touch.
in the 82 car.
Yes.
That is Charles-Henri Somani.
Yeah, didn't quite see George coming up the inside there, or outside as they're coming into 11.
It's just ahead of the similarly liveried 83 Orica of his brother-in-law, Francois Barodo.
Chris McMurray going up the inside here. He had a little bit of a tricky race yesterday, Chris. Chris looked a lot happier in Dubai. We thought that he'd really sort of taken a good step forward, but yesterday in the race he didn't quite look that happy.
Oh, that's the Amanal car off. That could be the lead gone there.
Malikin, I think, should be going through here.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't. But will he do it here?
Undercut up into 14 should make that stick. And yeah, you need to give that up there. Yeah, running wide, otherwise Cottingham's going to get him, have a good crack at him coming into 16. Is he going to be able to make it stick? No, but Malikin is through.
And Veruti's there as well.
Indeed.
This could be a defining moment for this championship. Through for the first time in the race to the lead. Our championship leading car from Pure Racing from Lithuania in the hands of Alex Malikin.
Anthony Liu just overcooked it there, and it often can happen that way when you make a mistake at one corner and then the corners then stack up on you and you just can't get the car back under you. You're trying to clean the tyres up and you can't get comfortable, and it's moving and it's just feeling, you know, the confidence just saps away from you.
Latest pit stopper, by the way, the DK Engineering number 3 we saw getting underway. Also on pit lane in Loggy in the number 4 car. TF Sports Sally Yolok has not yet stopped. I said the 24 car for Nielsen Racing.
Yeah,
he now leaves the pits as well.
And this is compounding what happened back at turn 12. James Cottingham now looking to pass Anthony Liu, and he's got his mirrors full, and he's trying to get himself back up to the same level that he was a couple of laps ago. But you are one eye on the road and one eye on the mirrors.
Now Sally Yolok stops from the lead. We are 44 minutes into this encounter.
Turn 9, is James going to go inside, outside, to the inside he goes. Is he going to be able to make it stick? Anthony Liu goes wide, but James has gone the shorter route, and can he get the drive off? It's all about who's got the power. It's going to be side by side, but Anthony Liu just manages to defend. Is James coming back up the inside? Oh, Anthony Liu's gone wide.
Watch Veruti as well.
Yeah.
Veruti's in this fight. He's going to have to give that up, and Veruti does get through as well.
And that all started to unravel for Anthony Liu a lap ago. And that he's lost 3 spots in 1 lap.
Yeah, that was allowing himself to be drawn in.
Yeah, and he just was looking in his mirrors. He never quite cleaned the tyre up, never cleaned it up, and it was always on the back foot, and all of a sudden he tries to go in too deep into 12, and he loses another 2 spots.
Go. So James Cottingham away and clear now in an excellent second position in the order.
Bolton will be happy with that, and indeed so will the 42. Santalock they will be very pleased with this progress here because they've got some stellar drivers still to come.
They have, and they're in
that
this championship
lineup. Yeah, they
fight
are.
too.
Yeah, they certainly are.
This is not done.
No, plenty of racing still to go here. We're only 45 minutes in. Alex Malikin just getting away, but James Cottingham stalking him and doggedly really trying to keep themselves in the hunt.
So the battle in GT now, under 2 seconds, pure racing from Optimum. It's a drive-through penalty for the car 77 for causing the collision.
Causing a collision with Prince Jeffrey. Well, Prince Jeffrey. So they're saying there that the 77 car didn't give him the room going across the front.
Oh, big shunt.
That is big. And we cannot see who that is. Somebody has gone in the Tech Pro barrier here. And that is a big double yellows. Turn 11.
It's for the EBM
55.
car.
55.
And it's the 55 and the EBM car, isn't it?
Oh, it is. And that's big. Turn 11. What's happened here? Oh my word.
Collected him.
Yeah,
he
absolutely.
just collected him. It's a red flag. It's a red flag here at Yas Marina after a big incident involving the number 55 Orica from Proton Competition.
This will be the 26 just doing their tyre stop here.
That's the 8, isn't it? That's the 8 with Setuan Santoso.
Yeah.
And it was quite a big hit.
It was.
On the side of the car, and then a bigger hit into the barrier.
Yeah.
Rear end first for the Porsche. Side on.
Yeah, Paul-Luc Chatin. It just looked like he was trying to get up the inside there, tagged by the EBM car.
There is Paul-Luc Chatin out of the car.
Yeah, so he's just gone up to the inside, and the 8 has just sort of tagged him unsighted. And then you see the speed they're going here. The Tech Pro barrier has absorbed a lot of that, but I think that they are going to have to investigate, make sure that that is all okay there.
Indeed, that will take some time. And this is a little bit deja vu, Ollie.
It is, it is. And we don't ever want to see really a red flag, but you've got to do that to make sure that everything is safe and good with that barrier, and that everybody is also okay.
Okay, we'll talk about the order in just a moment. Just to recap, we're under red flag conditions. The cars will collect on the start-finish straight in line astern under race control's direction. That is Setuan Santoso, I believe.
Yes, it is.
And
just over that barrier.
A bit shaken up there, and I'm not surprised. That was a big hit.
That was a big hit.
So, Proton Competition. Well, that's race over for the number 55 car.
Yeah, just getting his gear off. It's a rough one.
It is. That incident has come just over 3/4 of an hour into this 4-hour race. Red flag for medical, of course, and the attention to the damage to both the cars and more particularly the barriers, I suspect here, Ollie. We've seen both drivers climb out of their cars and are over the barriers to a place of safety. And now we'll... This is Herbeth Motorsport, but it's not their car, it's EBM.
It's EBM, that the ones that...
Still Motorsport's the car.
Yeah, the ones that are running that car at the moment.
Well, I'll just run through what the order is at the moment under the red flag conditions. Chris McMurray had just brought his car in for its first regular stop from the lead, and I suspect has had to stop at the red light at the end of pit lane, so he's still on pit lane. That is Setuan Santoso, if our timing screens are correct, and
it was good to see those two together there.
Yeah,
just having a chat about what happened here and trying to understand exactly how they've both ended up where they've ended up, and
that's no aggression between the two, just a discussion.
Yeah, just a discussion, and they're just trying to sort of...
Little doubt that both these gentlemen will be heading towards the medical centre for a checkup. This is the incident again. The Porsche heading for the apex.
Yeah, and just on completely different trajectories there, weren't they, as they were coming in, and
it would be interesting to see the seconds earlier from further up the road from that one.
Paul-Luc Chatin was sort of coming at it very sort of directly, and the EBM car was coming from a far sort of wider arc, and they just collected one another at the apex.
John Falb there, out of his car on the grid. Chris McMurray, as I say, is the current registered leader of the race, but I think if we got a shot at pit lane, you'll see his car is at pit exit waiting for the lights to go out there. Lorenzo Fluxa up to second, with Sally Jolic having pitted in third. That's a heavily damaged Orica.
It is Alban Veruti. Yeah.
The Jigsaw logo on the helmet, and he was getting stuck in there, wasn't he? He's enjoyed that run to this red flag. He won't be enjoying the fact that he's not able to continue the pursuit. So
he's enjoying the battle, though, isn't he?
Indeed.
Relishing it.
In LMP3, by the way, it is still cool racing. Alexander Bekantsov has fended off Dominic Ang. So the co-championship leader leading the race, and the other championship leader, because they're both in equal points, 4th place for Michael Jensen behind Auden Gudbranson. And then we get to GT as this race is under red flag conditions. Pure Racing, our championship leaders, lead, but pursued now by James Cottingham and Alban Veruti. Anthony Liu having lost a couple of places in that tussle. Marco Pulcini in the Dragon Racing Ferrari is down in 5th.
You see there just the vision that we got there of the cars.
He's very frustrated.
Yeah, Paul-Luc Chatin is.
Yeah.
It's a tough one, very tough one. You can sort of see that the tyre marks almost start at the apex, and Paul-Luc was trying to get past the ATBM car, and yeah, again, you know, it's just a wide arc and 2 cars meeting almost directly there at the apex, unsighted of one another.
You've got to believe that Chatin believed the Porsche driver had seen him, but he
opened the door.
Committed.
But then the wider arc, you know, the 8 car starts to come back in, and you know, once they've got to that apex, then they're both passengers all the way to the guardrail.
I'm sure we'll, if once he's done with the medical centre, because he will surely be on his way there after an incident of that magnitude.
Yeah.
That we'll hear from Paul-Luc, from his position, and indeed from Setuan. But for the moment, we get to take a breath. The clock does continue to tick down. Well, we're not going to speak to Setuan Santoso. We will, though, get to speak to his team boss, Earl Bamber. He is the EB of EBM. Let's go down with Claire Jedrek, who's with Earl Bamber now.
Okay, we've got Earl Bamber here. He's not with Canterbury, but he can speak on behalf of them. Tell us, is everything okay with Setuan?
Yeah, luckily he's okay. He's managed to get out of the car, but obviously his race is done, so it's a bit of a shame.
And any news on, well, I guess from you guys' point of view?
I mean, he already managed to take one person out of the race and get a penalty, and then he just takes another bronze driver out, and I think it looked kind of disgraceful, to be honest. The driving standard of the P2 drivers, they seem to think they're heroes and not really giving much respect to the GTs this weekend, so it's a shame it's happened, but yeah, let's see what the race director says about it, but I'm pretty disappointed in him.
Thanks, Earl.
Thank you.
Well, Earl is a top professional driver as well as the team owner. He's got all sorts of hats he's got to juggle here.
He has. And he's a straight talker.
He's a straight talker.
And he did that, just exactly that right there.
Well, you know, he has raced and won in prototypes. He's raced and won in GT cars. He knows the way this all works.
Yeah.
It didn't look great.
No.
But we didn't see what led up to that incident. That's always one to take a step away from the immediate judgment. But he's right. Ultimately, the judgment here will come from the race director and from the stewards of this meeting. But what we've got right now is 2 cars out the race.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Eduardo Freitas there just going out of shot, and he's down there overseeing this recovery process and also inspecting the barriers and just sort of seeing what repairs are going to need to be made or how these barriers are going to need to be rearranged to make sure that we can get racing back clean and safely.
Looking at some of the modular barriers that we've got there.
Here we go, Francois Perrodo and George Kurtz just talking about most probably what happened at the start.
Yep. And
comparing notes and what damage you picked up and what do you think and how do you think that unfolded and what was your take on it.
Yeah, interesting moments, aren't they? Did see a couple of those modular barriers looking a little bit compressed. They will likely have to be replaced rather than just put back into order. You can see there on the inside the grey barriers there, interlocking barriers designed to absorb energy, and they are pretty remarkable structures.
They are, and it's something that when you do go off the racing surface and you recognise you've lost control of your car, those sorts of barriers are the right sort of barriers to hit.
The APR mechanic, CrowdStrike Racing by APR mechanic, taking a look at the front end of that car. It does give them an opportunity to take a close look here.
Yes, it does, but they can't.
They can't
touch
make
it.
They can't touch it. They can't make any changes to it. But they can report back to Stewie Cox and the crew what they might need to do in the next pit stop.
Exactly, and how they can prime themselves for that next stop with whichever piece they need to replace, and do they need to replace it, and what is the penalty for replacing any time penalty, I'm saying, in terms of how long that stop would be.
Pretty clearly, the dive planes on the left-hand side of the number 4 car were damaged. That number 4 car, by the way, has made its way back up into 8th place, and of course, well, here we are under red flag conditions. That is now going to be very little of a time penalty either, because it's going to be nose to tail. We will get, when we get back running under a safety car, a wave by. So effectively what you're going to get is there will be cars between them, but not many. So what will happen when race control, as we see Eduardo Freitas supervising and overseeing that repair and that recovery, what will happen when we get back to competitive running is this race will restart under the safety car. We will then get, we believe, a pass-by. What does that mean? It means the safety car will pick up the leader of the race. Now, that's going to be an interesting one, because at the moment the leader of the race is Chris McMurray's on pit lane. So my guess would be it might be Lorenzo Fluxer, who is at the front of this queue.
He is, yes.
Unless they allow Chris McMurray to leave pit lane and lead this race.
Well done for unpicking this. I'm glad you're doing this, not me.
There you go. So, safety car will pick up this this grid. If in this train of 30-plus cars, there are cars ahead of you in the train, that's ahead of the leader of each class in the train, they will be allowed to pass by and rejoin, effectively regain a lap.
Yes.
They're not going to be penalised for being behind the safety car and losing a lap to their competitor. Satoshi Yoshino there in the 77 car.
We're just seeing that next information for resumption at
17:25.
Yes.
That is almost half an hour from now. Well, while we're doing that, we're going to take a look at the first hour of this race in highlight form. Stick with us. It was a rainy start to the day, but a sunny start to the race as Ahmed El Hati got things underway again. Bit of deja vu there. Neat and tidy through turn 1, but there would be a move to the inside from Paul Chatan, which would trigger a multi-car event. No contact with the 4 car, but it was enough to unsettle George Kurtz, and then we had multiple cars involved here in all 3 classes. A number of cars out on the spot, including the number 9 Get Speed AMG, the 858 Classic cars, Ligier, AF Corsas, 83 car involved. There is the stricken AMG, the 83 suffering a puncture, as we'll see in just a moment. And that would have consequences for the title contenders. George Kurtz also coming back, but with significantly more damage to both the 47 Cool Racing car and to the 83 from AF Corsa. Both those cars would rejoin this race. 22 of Giorgio Roda up the inside in his pursuit of a significant position. Almost a touch there between Nielsen Racing's Ian Loggy and Satoshi Yoshino, as several others took avoiding action. Debris flying as he rejoined. And then this moment with Satoshi Yoshino going for an apex that Prince Jeffrey, the number 88 car, had claimed. And Yoshino-san would be penalised for that later. A moment here for the 82 car. And making some trouble there until we got this clash between the 55 from Proton Competition and the number 8 from Earl Bamber Motorsport that has brought out a red flag for recovery of those cars and for a repair to the Tech Pro barriers. Two drivers discussing that incident as almost immediately the cars were called to a red flag. And on the red flag, we've got the Pure Racing Porsche leading in GT, Cool Racing lead in LMP3, and as at the moment it is the 90 car in third place, the 47 in second, and Algarve Pro Racing's 25 lead this race under this red flag. That is the overall classification, Ollie. 22 laps done. The times don't matter at this point. That's negated by the red flag. But 25 Algarve Pro Racing in the midst of its pit stop and is on pit lane waiting to be released from 47 and 90. LMP3 poised. 17 Cool Racing are championship co-leaders from the 65 Viper-Nisa Racing team. High Class Racing's number 20. The number 2 from CD Sport are other championship leaders, and then the 26 Breton Racing car, which is also on pit lane. Pure Racing's championship leading Porsche, the 91 car, in the hands of Alex Malikin, that was beginning to get into a major battle with championship implications with James Cottingham in the chasing number 69 Optimum McLaren.
Yes, but it's...
by the way, Alban Veruti also in that mix with Santalot Racing and the Audi. All sorts of storylines emerging here, Ollie. This has been a race that's kind of struggled to find its rhythm.
Yes, it has. We have struggled to get up to a rhythm and get going here with this 4 hours here at Yas Marina. But it's poised. It certainly is finely poised. It certainly is going to take a little bit of shuffling there in the LMP2 class, but I can see that in GT it is really shaping up nicely with 91 Pure Racing there leading the way, and they are leading the way in the championship. But I would say that the 888 entry, and with Prince Geoffrey on board, I think they are going to be looking to be taking on the challenge and just marching up the order in a quiet and confident way like they did yesterday.
Well, what we'll do while we watch this recovery for the two cars, we'll ask our fabulous crew in the truck here to give us a bit of a points rundown per class, and we'll see how that stands at the moment.
Yes.
Were this race to kind of crack on. That'll take them just a couple of minutes to get together for us. So we'll look at the point standings in what's been topsy-turvy. Doesn't begin to cover it, does it? And we had the issues at the start of the race. We've now got a red flag, well, within the first hour. The clock, by the way, is still ticking down. There will therefore have to be a recalculation of drive time for many of these drivers.
Which is really critical, I think, for those bronze-ranked drivers, because that is the piece that every team is trying to sort of put together to make sure that they can get those drivers through that particularly critical point.
Yep.
And getting their bronze-ranked drivers through their drive time in particular.
For me, Ollie, one of the key points in where we are with the race and the championship as it stands is how many of, in particular, the LMP2 class, the overall championship, were involved with issues at the very start of this race. We had 5 cars that could do it in terms of the points tally at the start of this race, led by the number 4 car that was involved in that turn 2 tussle. That car is back up into 8th place, but is carrying damage. We've seen that.
Yeah.
That car led the 99 car. That car, the 99 car, was then subject to a stop and go penalty, dropping that car back down the order.
Yeah.
And then we've got which other 3 cars that were in the mix. The 83 car was certainly there.
Yeah, the 22 as well, Giorgio Roda.
That car sitting right up there in number 6. Meantime, let's go back down to the grid again, because Claire is with Prince Geoffrey from the second place car in GT and the winners yesterday evening from 888.
Yes, we're down on grid here with Prince Geoffrey. A couple of hairy moments. Tell us your point of view.
Yeah, I just tried to have a clean start. I know it's going to get messy in the beginning, and I was lucky enough to manage to just squeeze through when they had that incident in the second corner. So just keeping my head down and hopefully to give the car clean to the team.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
That is super important as a driver that's starting a race. You're always told by your crew chief or your number 1 mechanic as he's sort of waving you off from the grid, they just want to see the car back at that first stop. as it leaves the pit, as it's left the grid. You know, no scrapes, no bumps, no adjustments.
They've been learning their way, haven't they, in Asia Le Mans series? It's the first time we've seen this 888 by JMR crew in a mixed class sports car race, prototypes and GT racing, and they have found their way. That was an impressive display from them yesterday evening.
Yeah, definitely.
And it's put them in the championship fight. They were just gathering the kind of points standings before this race, so we can get into just exactly what people have still got to do to get to these championships. But it is going to be some little time under red flag conditions. Yes. Quite some damage to the set of barriers, as well as recovering those cars. And we'll bring you news of all that as and when we can. But for the moment, we've got 30 plus cars in line astern. They make for a pretty picture from the stands, but unfortunately no on-track action for the second consecutive day, I'm afraid, here. And this has been a race, you know, where I think we've had red flag racing the last 3 years. These are the points, and the first 5 of those cars, Ollie, are the cars in championship contention. D-Car Engineering and AF Corsa and Proton's 22 car effectively need CrowdStrike Racing by APR and 99 Racing to more or less not finish. Now, those 2 cars are further down the order than they would like to be, but then they're still in this fight.
Yes, 99 Racing has just not looked at the races here this week, certainly today, and they've it seems like since they've changed that chassis, their car just doesn't seem to be quite right, and certainly it would be interesting to see what Ahmed's take is on the way that the car is running on track. But also the 4 car with George Kurtz has had that contact and had that incident there at turn 2, got turned around, looks like it's got some damage, and so are they going to be able to fight? And if Proton, 22 car, or the number 3 DKR entry can get themselves further up the order,
well, ultimately the 22, the 83 and the number 3 car have to win the race to have any prayer here. Now the 22 car has been in the mix, and at the moment we're in the middle of a pit stop cycle. On countback, that car is likely third at the moment. The number 83 has had an altogether more troubled progress. That car is down in 38th, and I'm here to call that's done.
Yeah, Matthew Vaxivier, he sort of stuck his hand up and said during that interview that he did in the pit box, was like, okay, we're pretty much out of this. And
this is out of the championship, not the race.
Yes.
And then you've got the DKR Engineering car, 50 points, therefore 23 points behind the championship leading number 4 car with 25 up for grabs. That needs to win the race. And for CrowdStrike Racing by APR 99 Racing not to finish.
But you're saying there's a chance.
That's very Dumb and Dumber of you. I did recognise it. It's the number 3 car at the moment, sits in 7th, but again on countback as the cars that are just pitting ahead of him, that car is about 3rd or 4th place. The 2 key cars here, though, are the number 4, the number 99. The championship leaders, CrowdStrike Racing by APR, have recovered back to 8th place, are carrying damage.
They are.
Critically, though, they're ahead of the 99 Racing crew. And that, if this race ended right here and now, would give the championship to the number 4 car.
Yes.
So that's where we stand in LMP2. And if we can see the LMP3 points, it's even more interesting here because the LMP3 points, we've got 6 cars in this battle, 5 cars, apologies, in this battle. CD Sports and Cool Racing, that actually I don't think is quite correct because it doesn't include the points for pole position. Those 2 cars are both on 86 points.
Yes.
Now, all that means, put very simply, is the car that finishes ahead between the 2 of them will take the championship. Here's the extraordinary part, though. If neither finish, then CD Sport will take the championship, because what then happens is we count back. You count back and see how many wins each car has got, and then if that doesn't decide the championship, then 2nd place is then 3rd. And the reality is that CD Sport have finished 2nd twice, and there are no 2nd places on the board at the moment for Cool Racing. They've had a 3rd, and they've made up the deficit with pole positions. Well, it's that simple, really.
As we've seen through a lot of the races so far in this championship, Cool Racing are out of the blocks very quickly, and they're often to the front, and they're sort of trying to stamp their authority on the race, whereas CD Sport always sort of grow into the race.
Yes.
And they run sort of that sort of very steady and watchful and being calculating and intelligent with their approach. And yesterday they came away with an extremely strong performance by being there at the end.
Their racing style is very much like my friendship style. I just grind people down, and that's exactly what they do. Grind people down with my pure innate charm. And you're laughing, but you know it's true. But CD Sport and Cool Racing taking this one to the wire in the way that we couldn't have expected this before this weekend. Take a look now at the GT points, because there it is wider open. Again, mathematically, 5 cars in it. Pure Racing, 9 points ahead after having lost a 14-point lead with the incident that took them out of the race yesterday, but they're still 9 points to good over the new second-place car in the championship. We're talking about them a little earlier, and Claire was just chatting to Prince Jeffrey. Who would have predicted that before yesterday? 888 and sitting pretty there as well. 12 points back Almanar Racing by Get Speed, a further point back the Santaloc 42 car, and mathematically the 27 car from Optimum, which was the car in trouble right at the start, could still have done it. I'm not going to say they're completely out of it. They are a lap down on the leaders here. We'd have to have a look exactly where that car is in the train.
Milroy is on board, I believe. And
but my guess is that it's looking unlikely for the 27 car. But for the rest of them, ultimately, Pure Racing, if they finish ahead of those 3 other cars, win the championship. If 888 pass them, they still win the championship if it's a first and second, because the points gap is not big enough.
Yes.
If, however, Pure Racing, if 888 win and Pure Racing finish third, then it's the Australian entered car that takes the championship. And here's the point, Ollie. Coming off a red flag, coming into a safety car period, at a point where we're beginning to get into the fuel window for these cars, honestly, anything could happen. This is nowhere near done.
Absolutely.
If you thought this championship was done coming in here with the 99 Racing car 20 points ahead and the Pure Racing car 14 points ahead, and everybody was kind of thinking, that's it, that's the championship done, those 2 classes, and they're the 2 teams that will be going to the Le Mans 24 hours. Well, we couldn't have been more wrong, could we?
No.
And it's all changed.
That auto invite to the Le Mans 24 hours that they would be award, or that invitation to enter.
That's absolutely right. And that is, as we've said before, one of the very biggest prizes in motorsport for the winners overall in this championship. And thanks to the guys in the truck for helping us with that graphic.
Yes.
For the winners overall in this championship, the LMP2 champions, and for the GT champions, there is that automatic invitation to submit an entry for the Le Mans 24 hours. The biggest endurance race in the world, many would say, and I would agree with them, the biggest race in the world. And according to the National Geographic magazine, by the way, the biggest sporting event in the world. And you've been part of that race for 2 decades, won it 5 times. You've seen it from the perspective of a competitor, and with the end of your driving career, you've seen that from the perspective of someone looking after the interests of a major brand, with people coming to be impressed. It's an impressive event.
It is. It is world class. It is like no other event. It's a motorsport event that's around the world. It really is spectacular. Somehow every single year it creates its own aura, its own character. It is an extraordinary race that is run around the clock and sort of day into night, and then through and back into the day again, where it is a short night at the Le Mans 24 hours. It's one of the longest days of the year, and but that racetrack there at La Sarthe is very magical, very special, extremely unique, and something that every driver is wanting to get to in their sports car career, and even drivers who have come from the worlds of Formula 1, IndyCar, NASCAR. We saw that
we did
with Garage 56 entry last year, the NASCAR Thunder on the Mulsanne Straight last year. I think it was a fan favourite, that Chevy Camaro-based NASCAR entry.
A similar shape, but a very different beast to the car we're looking at the front of this queue at the moment, the Chevy Camaro NASCAR.
No, but it is an extremely special race, and something that everybody here on this grid will be trying to get to themselves, whether that's with an entry with their team, or as a driver for a car, or you're working on a team, or you're a team owner. The Le Mans 24 Hours is the peak, the pinnacle of sports car racing.
And at the moment, it's getting better and better and better. And here's the big sell, by the way, in 2 directions. Anybody can go to the 24 Hours of Le Mans if you can get a ticket. I think it's possibly a sellout again this year. 300,000 plus fans will gather in June in central France, we hope with great weather. So if you don't manage to get there this year, make plans and speak to your specialist travel agents, and you will be more than welcome. But if you can't make it there, come to a sports car race somewhere, because what you get with sports car racing is something that you don't often see in international motorsport anymore, which is access, which is you're very welcome in the paddock, in autograph sessions, for pit walks. The viewing's fantastic, the racing's fantastic. Next year, we don't yet know what the future for the Asia Le Mans Series is going to be in terms of the calendar, but if we come back here in anything like the calendar we've seen over the last few years in the UAE, what a great place to spend 10 days in the sunshine.
It is fantastic, and you get ACO rules racing, multi-class racing, and I think that really adds to the flavour of the competition, and you're seeing some amazing races. We've seen that all the way through this series and this championship, haven't we? From Sepang, with that treacherous weather that finished that first race, and then the second race was a bit more of a traditional sports car race, but that Sepang circuit there created some fantastic racing throughout all of the classes. Then Dubai last weekend was again brilliant to run there. Very challenging circuit, high degradation with the tyre wear, and the teams having to work with their strategies and the drive time and how they're working with all of the resources they have. And it's a real challenge, that Dubai Autodrome, that is something pretty unique, and I think it was a real challenge for a lot of the drivers to understand that racetrack and the dynamic of it, and working with that elevation change and the bank corners in certain parts, and the way that it really flows from sort of really slow speed to up to really high speed. But then we've come here to Yas Marina, and
what a place.
Yeah, beautiful circuit and wonderful layout. And again, I mean, the race yesterday was extraordinary, wasn't it? With high drama throughout, and culminated in that sort of last 25 minutes of racing after that safety car period got us back underway. So yeah, really spectacular.
So keep an eye on the social media outreach from the Asia Le Mans Series after this championship for when the determination is made of where we're going to be racing for the 2024-2025 season. And if you are anywhere close from Europe, this is a pretty quick hop, 6-7 hour flight. Lots of competition on those routes, so the flight prices are very competitive. There is no shortage of very good hotels in this area, and the hospitality is fantastic. If you can't make it out to this part of the world, then of course the FI World Endurance Championship season is about to begin. In just a couple of weeks' time, we'll be in Qatar, just across the region, for the prologue test and the first race of the season. And again, anybody in the area is going to be more than welcome to come and buy a ticket to watch what is, I expect to be, Ollie, an absolutely fantastic season opener. 19 cars in the top hypercar class, 8 factories there, 14 factories across both the hypercar and GT entries with the new LMGT3 class, a development of the cars that we see here.
Yes.
And that's before we get into the European season.
Yeah, it's extraordinary. The World Endurance Championship is going from strength to strength with interest from so many manufacturers, and again, that's something when we come to the Le Mans 24 hours, there's sort of the jewel in the crown of the World Endurance Championship, that you're seeing all of those manufacturers really coming with the stellar efforts, stellar lineups. The development is just non-stop. We saw when we arrived here in Yas Marina, Ferrari were here testing for 2 full days, almost day through the night. It seemed they were going to do a 24-hour test at one point. And they had 2 cars running, and I think they had 9 drivers in total here.
They did. They did.
Yeah, it was very impressive to see that car running around here at Yas Marina. But yeah, they are priming their pump for the first round of the World Endurance Championship.
Okay, 10-minute board will be shown, we are told at the moment, at 17:30. That is in 11 minutes' time. So it looks like we're going to be going back racing, that things are progressing with that repair, but stick with us. I was going to say as well, I mean, we talked a little bit about the amount of racing that's available. We're here in the Asia Le Mans Series, 5 races across 3 fabulous tracks. The FI World Endurance Championship, 8 races, including the 24 Hours of Le Mans. The European Le Mans Series, 6 races, 6 fabulous tracks. We're partnered here with the Asia Le Mans Series, with SRO and their GT World Challenge worldwide product there for GT race cars. There's so many opportunities to see fantastic mixed class racing. And again here, from the perspective of a competitor that has seen the way that this works in a competitive environment, fans are welcome. Yes. Fans are not seen as an inconvenience. They're not at sports car racing. There's your seat. That's what you've paid for. Don't move. You expect them to be in the paddock. You expect them to be trackside.
Yep.
And for the most part, they repay that openness and access with real camaraderie.
Yes.
And most of your racing, Ollie, in North America, which I think actually showed the way in terms of the way that fan access and fan value can be added, and that's been taken on board and run with by the European race organisers, including the ACO and LMEM that work with ACO to present these races. If you are a fan of insert name of race series, whether or not that be NASCAR, IndyCar, Formula One, any other Formula Series, touring cars, you're welcome. No gatekeeping here. Come along. There are no stupid questions apart from the ones that I ask. Okay, they are remarkably stupid. I've got a whole book of them. But come along and share the passion. Share the passion of racing with not just the guys in these cars, not just the guys sitting by these cars that are going to be helping to fettle these cars in engineering and mechanical terms, not just the marshals at the moment are out there putting things back together for us and the support staff, but the fans as well, a key part of the show. 10-minute board to be confirmed still at 17:30. We're at 17:21, so if that comes forward, we are 19 minutes from getting this race back underway. And by the way, this is live and free on YouTube, but if you want more and you want to ask questions, there's lots of other ways through the miracle of the modern digital devices that you can follow with all of the available social media platforms, with Twitter, with Instagram, with other things that I'm far too old to know about, with Reddit, with all sorts of specialist Discord channels. And yes, gentlemen, on the Discord channels that I follow, we're about to call out the fact that it is a very positive way to interact with sport. In a world that sees the negative, somehow sports car fans seem to see the positives. Even if at the moment this is something of a negative. Should we run down a little bit about some of these runners and riders? There's been so many stories, Ollie, through the 2023-2024 season that have just got us to the point where we are now, that things are on a knife edge.
Yes.
DKR came here with Nemo, the number 3 car, as the reigning champions with a brand new lineup of drivers. Alexander Matchell, he would not, I don't think, object to me saying is not the youngest of our bronze drivers, but you know what?
He's been very confident here this weekend, hasn't he?
He's been proper fighty.
Yeah, he has. He's been confident.
And this is, what are we talking about here? In sports car racing, mixed drivers, all Pro-Am. Every single car you see on the screen there, with the exception of the Camaro safety car, will, amongst its crew, have a non-professional driver. Those drivers are ranked by the FIA, the governing body of world motorsport, according to age and experience and ability, into a medal system: bronze, silver, gold, platinum. For the purposes of this explanation, bronze is the non-professional driver.
Yep.
Silver is an aspiring pro, or potentially a really well-established and talented non-pro driver. Gold and platinum are full pro drivers, and in every car that you've got on this grid there must be at least one bronze driver, and Alexander Matchell is beginning to emerge as one of the guys to watch in LMP2. He's sharing that car with Tom Dillman from France, one of 2 gold ranked drivers in the number 3 car, and Tom in the Van Wall hypercar, which frankly I think his ability rather flattered the ability of the car last season. But he's also the 2022 Michelin Le Mans Cup champion, so he's winning races and championships in an LMP3 car and doing well here too. We'll see him a little later.
Your teammate Lawrence Herr, he had a stellar performance at the end of the race yesterday, bringing that car through to a podium finish. And he was he looked like he'd been primed fully to jump in that car and go full attack. And I've run into him a couple of times over this weekend, and he is focused. He's very hungry, and he is supremely talented as well. And he fits very well within this team at DKR.
We talked earlier, didn't we, about the potential for Salih Yoluç to be described as a bit of a Turkish terrier. Well, I think he's a miniature German Shepherd. It's slightly more vertically challenged than you are, but boy, that kid has got some talent. And he's got that look about him. He's got that confidence about him.
The intensity is definitely there.
That's the right word.
Yeah.
The intensity's there that just unsettles some people, but that's because he's confident, and I like that in a guy. That's the number 3 car. Number 4 is the first of our championship contenders, CrowdStrike by APR. And they are right in the mix here. They lead the championship coming into this race. George Kurtz from the United States, successful businessman with his CrowdStrike operation, which is cybersecurity from the US. He is the bronze ranked driver in this group, and he is the reigning IMSA endurance champion from North America, paired with 2023 Rolex 24 Hours winner Colin Brown from the US, gold ranked driver, really strong IMSA season. Colin just has an absolutely fantastic record behind him, and I think, I would say, and I think you'd agree, one of the most talented drivers in world sports cars today.
Absolutely, and Colin did an amazing job earlier on in this championship at Sepang. We were just watching him through the first race in that. It was the second race there at Sepang, where he was sizing up the group of P2 cars in front of him, and it sat with them for maybe a lap or two, and then he saw his opportunity and pounced, and within 3 corners he'd gone from 5th to 2nd, and not a mark on the car, just absolutely executing. It would be that sort of show reel that you would maybe show a less experienced up-and-coming driver and go, this is how you work traffic, this is how you pick your moment and execute absolutely cleanly, clinically, and you deliver the car back to your team in a far better spot than when you picked the car up, and then you let your teammate then take it to the finish and you get the victory.
We'll finish the roundup for car 4. We're just going to run through, by the way, these are the championship contenders we're going to run through in this we've got this 15 or so minutes. Malte Jakobsen, now 20 years old, from Denmark. Our notes for Malte say rising star in P2. Don't think that quite does it justice. Already promoted from a development driver, development driver to the reserve driver for the Peugeot hypercar team. I know far more about the development of this young man than I'm going to be able to kind of relay here, other than to say what a fine young man he is, what an awesome talent he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's the absolute nightmare of British tabloid newspapers that like to talk down the youth, because he's fantastically talented, comes from a family that clearly love him dearly and have imbued in him a set of values that will serve him well. Remember that name, because that's a name we're going to be talking about for an awfully long time in sports car racing, together with Lawrence Herr and others. You've experienced him here in the Asian Le Mans Series the last couple of years. What's your impression of him?
He's been fantastic. What a talent. Clearly somebody that is so super focused, and he's certainly someone that is eyes on making those next steps, and the hypercar ride is only just around the corner for him. I'm sure Peugeot or another manufacturer will be picking him up, because every time he gets in the car he is going fast, he's smart, he's an intelligent lad. He really is making mainly the right choices. Yep. And that's fantastic to see, and he's a lovely lad to talk to. Really, I'm sure he's a pleasure to work with within the team.
Well, we're sitting climbing out the car after another spellbinding stint of a couple of hours in the searing heat, and he doesn't even have the decency to look tired. No,
or him break into a sweat.
Dear, oh dear.
Yes,
bitterly disappointing. The next of our contenders is number 22 car from Proton, and Giorgio Roda is aboard the car at the moment. He's the bronze, part of the Racing Roda family. We've seen his father Gianluca in the garage on this broadcast earlier, and he is another bronze driver that just seems to be getting more and more and more and more comfortable in this car, and he's finding pace, and he's getting involved in some really spirited battles.
Yes, and I think that we could sort of say that Giorgio is like that true sort of bronze, he is somebody that is absolutely sort of that picks up that mantle and runs with it, and he's been doing a fantastic job in the 22 car, and Proton have been very, very happy with him. His teammate Julian Andlauer. Now he is someone who really has been an absolute rising star here in the Asia Le Mans Series in 2022, 2023, 2024. French, gold ranked. He's
Le Mans winner in GT cars.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. With Proton.
Porsche Junior. But I think he was given a test in a P2 car.
End of the season, last season in Europe. Clearly, Proton are looking for their future programs. They run hypercars, GTP cars in both the United States and in the FI World Endurance Championship, plus their LMP2 programs.
Yep. And
I think it's a bit like that. You know, you put your hand in that box of chocolates and you pull out the one you really like. I think they've found he's not the strawberry cream. Can I put it that way? He's the one you really wanted to find.
No, he has been spectacular in the car
and
this season.
Better every time.
Yes.
I think we were unfortunate not to see his best yesterday in that truncated final.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for him.
It didn't.
I'm sure that he's going to be primed and ready to go today.
I'm looking forward to seeing him later in this race, and I'm looking forward to seeing him in Europe later this season. Rennie Binder, by the way, completes that squad from Austria, 2021 champion here in the Asia Le Mans Series. And boy, oh boy, has he been a faithful servant to this effort. He's kept them in the fight. He's got them back into the fight a couple of times, and in no small part, he's done some of the heavy lifting that has kept them in the points battle.
Yesterday he did that. He really kept them in the battle, really did some heavy lifting. It's a difficult, that middle stint. He's trying to sort of get the car back there, possibly through all the traffic and managing it. And you can't win the race driving that middle stint, but you can certainly lose it. And Rennie has just done an excellent job with that, and always delivering the car over to his teammates, Julian Andlauer, to then finish off.
Two more title contenders still to talk about. We've talked about the 83 car probably being out of this in terms of the delay they had with damage at the start of the race. But let's talk about them anyway, because what a season they've had. Led by Francois Perraudot, their bronze driver, AF Corsa. Marto Ferrari is the AF of AF Corsa, and he has been here this weekend. Francois, French businessman, highly successful, but 5 international titles across the FI World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series in both GT and LMP cars.
Since 2016.
Since 2016.
Yeah, that's extraordinary.
That shows some huge commitment.
Yes, really does.
And, you know, his learning curve, it's fair to say, was steep, like very many coming into motorsport at this level. This is not an easy discipline. We talked yesterday about the data overload, the sensory overload that you get from this, and that was readily apparent for a number of the bronze drivers when they first came into racing. But Francois Perraudot just looks more and more assured and comfortable, and it's great to have him here in that immaculately presented number 83 car. He's joined by Mathieu Vazevière from France. He's a gold-ranked driver, and he will be a hypercar driver for the new Renault, the Alpine team, in 2024. That car presented publicly for the first time this week, and is a beautiful racing car.
Yeah, and I just think back to Sepang, that torrential rainstorm that we had. We had Mathieu Vazevière trying to chase down Louis Delatraz at the end of that race, and those two were just going at it. And there was about a lap where Mathieu just looked like every single break point and every single corner he was just going to fly off the racetrack, and he was using all of his talent to keep it on, and he did, and he did, and he didn't, until he didn't quite gather it up, as there was a big river running across the track which caught him out. But he still carried on going in the same style and the same attacking way, and you know, you cannot fault him for that. And it was spectacular to watch. He just lit up the racetrack with his talent, and it's so great to see. And we were, you know, yesterday it looked like he was going to be able to perform that again, but it was not to be.
Absolutely rapid, and he's joined by someone else who is similarly rapid, Alessio Rivera, Italian. He's a Ferrari factory driver, and he joins the AF Corsa squad. Alessio, again, a man that knows how to drive quickly in prototypes and in GT cars. We have the 10-minute board at 17:40. That's been pushed back just a little, be taking a little longer to make the repairs than had initially been thought. Brings us, Ollie, for the last of our contenders, the 5 mathematical contenders in LMP2, and that is 99 Racing. Jordanian flagged, supported by TF Sport from the UK, multiple title-winning squad. TF is Tom Ferrier from the UK. They have won 2 races so far this season. Ahmed Al-Hati from Oman is just 4 hours down the road to his home. Bronze-ranked driver. He made his debut in this championship in LMP2 last year as a very late replacement, the bronze replacement, and came out, I think his first session in the car was qualifying, and came out and put the thing on pole for both races.
Yeah, extraordinary performance.
Repeated that performance again here this weekend with 2 exceptional parts of that story. The first is, year on year, he found 2 seconds around this track. now that, we say 2 seconds in the world of regular humans like me, that doesn't sound that much. 2 seconds a lap in the world of high-quality motorsport is an age.
Yeah, it is, and that's impressive to see. His development, and also the way that he's gone about his racing and his driving and competing, and also maybe just also the TF Sport really getting to grips with this Orca 07 chassis just that little bit more, and finding more performance and unlocking the potential and working with Ahmed on that, and it really is spectacular to see.
And even more spectacular, that pole time for yesterday's race was faster than any of the pros had managed to that point in the race meeting in a full dry couple of days. So amazing stuff from Ahmed Al-Hati. Had a difficult day yesterday, but it should not get in the way as we're looking at the repairs there that look pretty much complete. So we'll wait and see exactly what we're going to be told by race control. I do wonder whether or not we might get this race running a little earlier. Stick with us. 10-minute board still promised at 17:40. There might still be a component or 2 that needs to be slotted in there. Felipe Albuquerque was not a driver we were expected to be talking about in this race.
No.
We did bump into Felipe in Dubai and actually on arrival here in Yas Marina as a driver coach for a client, I think, in Formula Regional. But Felipe is a factory Acura driver, Honda driver, in the United States in GTP, which is the IMSA version of hypercar.
Yes.
He was here effectively on an earning gig teaching a young single-seater driver how to go quickly. And then everything changed. It changed because...
Well, he came and visited you in the box in Dubai, and that was the catalyst.
That was it. Obviously, I'll give him a couple of tips. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. But with Nikita Mazepan, the ex-Formula 1 driver, falling ill midweek and unable to compete here, who should turn up on the team list but Felipe Albuquerque? Slight problem with that is not the fact that he's not got the talent to do it. He's got more than enough talent to do it. He didn't have any gear.
I mean, rookie error.
Rookie. Yeah, every professional driver in the world listening to this is going, he did what? You turned up at a racetrack with a race about to take place and you didn't bring your kit?
There you
Are
go.
you mad?
He will not do it again.
It's like my colleague David Lord from the press room, who goes everywhere in the world, wherever we could be in the desert, as we often are,
yes,
and he will still take his rain gear. And he will be saying right now, I was right this morning, wasn't I? But Felipe Albuquerque...
He's always right.
So when we get a shot of the pit stops later on in the race for the 99 Racing team, you will see not Felipe Albuquerque, but 2 Louis Delatrazes. We'll
it's rather confusing, isn't it? Because they're about the same size, same shape.
And indeed, they've got the same helmet and the same driving kit because he's borrowed his teammate Louis Delatrazes' spares. Felipe, by the way, a very rare breed in that he has won LMP2 titles in Europe, in the WC, and he's won Le Mans. And I think he did all 3 in the same year.
Yes.
Which is absolutely extraordinary.
Yeah, very talented.
Ex-Audi factory driver in LMP1, Acura driver in the GTP series, and joins Louis Delatraz, the last of the guys we're going to be talking about in LMP2.
It was quite funny earlier on in the week, in fact. They were going through some pit stop practice or driver change practice, and there was, I believe, someone from the Asian Le Mans series group who took a picture of them.
David Lord.
It was David Lord. Was it David? Who took the two of them doing the driver change practice, and they were both in Louis Delatraz suits, in Louis Delatraz helmets and gloves and everything. And it was like two Louis.
It's like the Spider-Man meme that you would see on the internet. And indeed, I think Jane Rowe, the media delegate here for the Asia Le Mans Series, was on like a rat on a chip, and that has been doing the rounds on Twitter and elsewhere for much of the week. So they're in good shape. We'll wait and see what the good fortune or otherwise of this race actually doles out to them. There are 5 contenders, Ollie, in LMP2. LMP3, well, it's an altogether smaller, more perfectly formed field, and with only 2 cars in contention. And remarkably, they started this race on exactly the same points, 86 points apiece, with the other 4 cars in the class not able to catch them mathematically. 17 car from Cool Racing. This is the team, and I believe the car that is the European Le Mans Series Championship winning squad, though not the drivers from that squad. James Winslow from the UK, and I think shares his time now between UK and Australia. And James is silver-ranked driver in that crew, knows this place like the back of his hand, and has been going very quickly here at Yas Marina. James, perhaps best known internationally for an extraordinary feat of courage back in his single-seater days, when I think it was Asian Formula 3, one of his his friends and competitors had an almighty off. The car into the barriers upside down and very quickly catching fire. James gave up his race, ran across that car, climbed underneath the car, released his friend and competitor from his safety harness, and allowed him to escape before the fire took hold.
Wow.
And was rewarded with a gallantry award for that, and quite rightly too. We've got the 10 minutes board, so we are going to be getting underway in just 10 minutes time. He's joined by Alexander Bekantsov, who is flagged here by St Kitts and Nevis, but if I remember correctly, I think is domiciled in Dubai, races in radicals there with some success, and came into the Asia Le Mans Series a couple of years ago as a late replacement for, I think, someone who tested COVID positive before travelling. And then a young talent joining them for this double-header, Manuel Espirito Santo. He's not in the Drivers' Championship points battle because he's joined here, but will play a big part in trying to secure for them the opportunity to take this title from Portugal. He's a silver-ranked driver. They're up against an entirely different-looking crew. That is the CD Sports crew, champions of 2 years ago. They've won twice here as well, so they've got 2 wins as well and 2 second places. Michael Jensen from Denmark, and the colours you'll see on the CD Sport car are his racing colours. His car, okay? His friend and long-time driving partner, Nick Adcock from the UK, celebrating 25 years in the sport, he was telling us yesterday, in GT cars and in small prototypes, and a multiple South African endurance champion in small prototypes. And then Fabian Laverne, 2019 was quite the year for Fabian as a bronze driver back then, almost taking the Michelin Le Mans Cup title in a Ferrari, but taking the European Le Mans Series title in GTE, and is now ranked as silver, and for me has been one of the revelations of this season in LMP3. CD Sport, from seemingly nowhere, are equal on points and taking the fight to Cool Racing. I don't think, unhappily in one regard, happily in another regard, we're going to have much chance to go through in the same way with our GT players, but we will tell you who they are in that order. Leading the way is the Pure Racing car from Lithuania, the Porsche, and that car significant because that is a team that has already got 2 cars on the grid at Le Mans, subject to the selection committee confirming that, because they took the Bronze Cup in the GT World Challenge Europe, which for the first time this year attracted a automatic invitation to enter the Le Mans 24 Hours, and they are also, you can see the Pure Racing door open there, the first white door there with the X. Is Pure Racing with the X replacing the A, are also in the F1 World Endurance Championship this year, partnered with Montar Racing with another Porsche effort, and as a result of that, I've got a second automatic entry looking here for a third, and at the moment, mathematically, most likely to do so. Cracking stuff from them. Second in the order behind them is that 888 squad, and that is the 888. No, is that 888 car from the back? No, that's the Motor Park car.
Yeah.
It's the 88 car from Australia, with Prince Jeffrey from Malaysia, the bronze driver aboard that car, then putting themselves into title contention and trying to force the error here from Pure Racing that will surely be needed if anybody else is going to have a prayer of this. Third car in that order is the Almanar Racing by GetSpeed, another car with very significant Asian and regional interest in it. And that car, pole sitters yesterday, an Almanar Racing run by the GetSpeed operation out of Germany, but this car is, I believe, Omani flagged, and the car is with the bronze rider is Al-Faisal Al-Zabir from Oman, our second Omani driver mentioned in this rundown, twice a Carrera Cup champion in this region, and came into this race third in the championship. And Anthony Liu from China, setting the pole position for the team yesterday. Next up, Santalot Racing, the 42 car, looked imperious at the first race in Sepang. Finished second after a penalty in Malaysia in the second race. Had a bit of a mare after that, but are still very much in the They're going to have a quick look before we get back to racing at the highlights from the start of this race, with Arman Al-Hati leading the group away. Neat and tidy for the first couple of rows, but look behind, in particular look at the orange car to the inside and the green and green car to the inside of that. This would be Paul Chatan. No contact visible there, but whatever happened there, they've taken the airflow away from the 4 car. George Kurtz losing control, spinning around, multiple contacts, and as a result, we lost 2 cars from this race. The blue 58 Ligier and the red AMG coming towards us here. Every other car, remarkably, has managed to rejoin this race. It was the number 83 car, Francois Broda, getting back underway, but it would get worse before it got better for the 83 car. 58 car has not re-emerged from the pits after that incident. Number 4 car in pretty good order, but unfortunately puncture for the 83 and rear clip problems for the 47 would put both of those cars into the pits. That's the damage of a flailing failed tyre. This was somewhat adventurous undertake from Giorgio Roda in pursuit. This was a bit of a moment for Ian Loggy and Satoshi Yoshino as Paul Chatan looked to avoid the potential carnage and further damage as they came through the second element of the chicane. This time, a 77 involved, and this time, a 77 that was at fault. Satoshi Yoshino being penalised for that contact on Prince Jeffrey. Moment here between the 82 and the 4, and that could have been oh so much worse as through came George Kurtz. But then this was the moment that brought out the red flag. Paul Chatan and Esteban Santoso ending up in the barriers at turn 8 after heavy contact. Red flag came out immediately. The 2 drivers explaining their parts in the drama as the cars collected on. There we go again. Doesn't look any better the second time of viewing, does it? And Santoso making it clear to Paul Chatan that he felt he was not at fault. And Paul Chatan wandered away from that. Trying to explain to himself what happened. 91 Pure Racing car leads the race here. The 17 car in LMP3 from Cool Racing leads LMP3, the junior prototype category. And it's a real mix at the moment in the lead of LMP2. At the moment, Algar Pro Racing showing in the lead of the race. Just looking, Algar Pro Racing seem to have been released from pit lane here, as have Breton Racing, I presume, to join this queue, Ollie.
Yeah, I think they have, and it's now Freddie Tomlinson aboard the 25. That's what it's the timing board is showing, so we're going to have to see.
I think what's going to happen when we get back here is we're looking down through the order. It is Algar Pro Racing who've seen 25 shown in the lead of this race. Cool Racing lead LMP3 and Pure Racing lead in GT. If I'm right here, the Algarve Pro Racing car will come round to join the back of the queue, but everybody else will get a wave by.
Right.
Because he's the leader of the race, and they're in front of him behind the safety car. So we're going to end up with 2 cars behind the safety car here briefly.
Yeah.
I think that's right.
Yeah, let's see how this all unravels. Once again...
Less fortunate, Breton Racing, by the way. So they will just join the back of the queue. Pure Racing, we can see pretty close to the front of the queue. I'm not sure whether or not there is another GT car ahead of them in that queue. We get a better look at that.
Here. It's all got a bit frantic down there on the front straight. Mechanics just working their way from their race cars, and the officials trying to wave everybody off.
So thanks for sticking with us. If you're sticking with us for the broadcast channel or online, there are the 2 cars making their way through to join the back of the queue. Let's just hope they know exactly where the back of the queue is. We'll see them emerge in just a moment to join this parade of motoring perfection.
Will they swap? Freddie Tomlinson, will he come to the front of the queue in front of the 25? I mean,
the 25 leads the race. 25.
Sorry, it's the Breton Racing 26. Sorry, excuse me.
He will have to be safe. He'll have to be. I think they're going to wave the lot of them round.
Wow.
So I think only Freddie will be behind the car. But while the rest of the queue joins in.
But we're back underway here at Yas Marina, which is great to see. Fantastic work by all the safety crews and all the maintenance here at the racetrack, getting us all back underway racing safely.
If you're watching with the live timing, that's by the way, if you're new to endurance racing, live timing available on the Asia Le Mans Series website. I think we're about to see the Algarve Pro Racing car go, at the moment, a lap ahead. That will be corrected.
Yeah, when everybody gets waved around here, I think you're right, Graham. I'll just make a note of that as well. Actually,
I'm catching up here. We do keep it. I should explain this. We keep a tally as to who's right most often,
and it's me most of the time.
Quite often, I'd say. Yeah, I think as my wife and children would absolutely attest. I'm almost always right at home. At the moment, they are screaming at the TV.
Throwing stuff at it.
Absolutely. My phone will be ringing shortly. So indeed, 23 laps for Freddie Tomlinson, and he is effectively a lap ahead at the moment, but that will be sorted. So right now, this is about getting heat back into everything.
Yeah, all these drivers will have been talking quite endlessly, I would have thought, to their engineers and their crew about what's going to happen here and how is this all going to work, and they would have been working the mathematics and, you know, fuel levels and tyres, every conceivable part of this makeup of this race. They would have been sort of going back through and over, and you know, you've got just over 2 hours left of this 4-hour race here at Yas Marina, and they will be going quite slowly behind the safety car here. They'll be working away, trying to get everything back up to speed and up into that operating window, but there is going to be a lot of strategy going on here, and the brains trust from every single team will be flat out trying to crunch the numbers and work through what is the fastest way to get from this point to the end of the race, and how many more stops do we need to make, how many more drivers do we need to get through the car, and what is the minimum drive time for all of those drivers. So lots to think about, lots to unpick, and we will do our very best to guide you through that.
Indeed. Look at this, in car 26 under investigation for red flag infringement.
Did they get released before the 25?
Well, let's have a look and see. Did they? Hopefully, they didn't anticipate that red light. Let's wait and see what happens with that one. I have to say, with apologies, I've just noticed that Jane Rowe, our spectacularly able media delegate, has been feeding us questions from.
Always answer, and she is the boss.
She is the boss.
Yeah, clearly.
Correctly so. There are a number of questions from people being posted on Twitter while I've been rabbiting away, so I'll work through. One here for you. Do you think we're going to see Corvette racing in the Asia Le Mans Series in the future?
Whoa.
Hopefully not like that.
No, that was the incident that brought out this red flag, and that was the 55 and the 8 getting into contact with one another at the apex of turn 11, and drivers, you know, going over it, what happened, replaying as the cars.
Didn't look any better the second time.
No, it didn't.
It really does not.
No.
That was a big hit.
Yeah, the EBM car was just arcing into the corner, and the 55 just appeared at the apex. And that's going to take some unpicking for the stewards.
Yeah. So behind the safety car still, we'll wait and see what exactly are going to be the instructions from our safety car driver.
Do I think
a Corvette, not Corvette Racing, not a factory team, because we can't have those. Will we see Corvettes?
I think we could, and I think could a team like TF run a Corvette here?
Well, they're going to be running the two cars for the FI World Endurance Championship. We've got car on pit lane at the moment. That is the 34 Nielsen Racing crew. They'll need emergency service.
Yes.
Explain that in just a moment. I see no reason why they shouldn't run them here.
And I'm sure Tom has got it in his sights and would love to do it. It's just going to be about whether that's an opportunity or an option for him.
The great thing about this championship in its current format is it does allow developing drivers or crews or teams to learn lessons quickly and put them into action.
Absolutely.
This double-header format has served it well through the last 2 or 3 years, and now as it tries to escape the shackles of what the world went through.
Safety car has been instructed to go green light, all the cars to overtake the safety car until car 25 is behind the safety car. All cars to overtake the safety car by the right and do one lap and rejoin the line of
So
is everybody
all cars to
ready?
overtake the safety car until last car 25.
Yes. So what you saw the safety car doing there, he pulls to the left-hand side, so driver's left or right-hand side as we're looking at it right now, and that's allow everybody else in the field to go by on the right. And this is something that you were instructed to do and how to do it in the driver's briefing. And this is something that every driver has to master and understand and know how this process works of the pass around. And we're just going to go through that now. So Freddie Tomlinson will be the only car in the total field who does not pass the safety car.
And we should explain why. It's because Freddie was on, the car was on pit lane. Why is that car not passing?
Has not got the instruction.
That is wrong.
Yes, and he is... and this is the confusion that sometimes reigns here.
This is Anthony Liu losing places here.
Yeah, and he's lost radio contact or he's got a problem. I do not know what it is, but he is maybe he thinks that
this is a championship contending car.
Yeah,
and this is disastrous for them.
He has not understood the process.
Now he's gone.
Now he's been given that instruction. But those places that he has lost. He has lost.
Absolutely.
He will not be given them back.
Absolutely.
Any mistake that you make under this pass around process is your mistake to wear. You do not get given back those spots just because you put your hand up and you go, oh, sorry, I didn't hear it or I didn't quite understand it. I'm sorry, but that's your fault.
Well done APR, because this is the rather bizarre sight of the safety car with a single car behind it.
It is.
So trust me, it won't last for long. So APR have got that message across, and as the rest of the field stream around, cannot overtake each other, remember. They are in field formation and will rejoin the back of this queue.
Four-car on pit lane, George Kurtz brings it in.
This is going to be another emergency service.
It is.
It has to be. Yeah. And the reason it has to be, by the way, for the first 3 laps of a safety car, pits and stay closed. Emergency services if you need fuel.
Yeah.
You can come in and take 5 seconds of fuel only, but must pit again when the race goes back to green.
So we saw the race yesterday, the 4-car making a stop just like that, right towards the end of the race. We were thinking this was an absolute utter genius move. We've got bicycles.
Yeah.
This is for
I want to wash my bicycle.
Okay, but actually it was that point when the 4-car had to come in for the pit yesterday. They were nearly out of fuel.
Absolutely.
The car, when the officials can actually see in the data after the race whether there's a collector pot that the fuel goes into before it then gets supplied to the engine, and if that collector pot is the last bit of fuel that's used up. And if they are in the collector pot with the only fuel left on board the car, then they can see that on the data, and that is once coming in for emergency service, like the 4 car was there, it would have been because it was in the collector pot.
We should be able to see. Here we go. It's taken 1 full lap effectively to get this sorted. So beautifully done and well done to the teams for doing that in quick order. We're going to be going back to green flag racing pretty soon at about the halfway mark of this race. I'm not going to worry at this stage about driver time. We'll leave that to the teams and to race control and the stewards to pick the bits out of that. There will be some changes being made to that.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about action.
Yes.
Boy, did we have plenty of that last night.
Yes, we did. We did. Yes, we did.
The only difference is we've got 4 times the length of time here, 2 hours to go rather than 30 minutes to go. And still 3 titles up for grabs.
Yes.
And still multiple cars involved in all of them. 4 cars out of this race. The 55 Proton competition and a B2 car involved in that incident with the number 8 Porsche from EBM. The 58 GG Classic Cars car, there's Chris McMurray smiling away from the 25 car that leads this race. Because that is one thing that has happened, is they've taken the lead out after their pit stop. So Freddie Tomlinson will be trying to fend off the cars behind, and both the cars directly behind is for position.
Yep.
99 racing car comes in and out.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of these in P2. If they have not been able to conduct their pit stop before the red flag, they're going to be circulated behind the pace car, and they will have to pit very, very shortly.
Yeah, pit entry is still closed, so that will be another one for emergency service. So that's going to hurt both the 4 and the 99 in the overall order.
Those two are just following one another around in terms of where they're at, you know, in regards to their. We're just seeing the order change there. 15th place overall is the number 4 CrowdStrike entry, and 99 Racing are in 16th. So yeah, it is. They're like following one another around.
Absolutely
at the racetrack.
There's all sorts of twists and turns to come in this race. Freddie Tomlinson trying to put some heat into those, I think, new Michelin tyres. He's just taken the car over.
It's going to be very difficult to do at this sort of pace. The safety car is just running at that pace to make sure that everybody does catch up and get back going.
I'm sure his dad, Lawrence, the owner of Genetic Cars, I believe is out on the family break in the Caribbean, is watching this closely and will be, I'm sure, offering some talking points at this point.
I'm sure he is. The pass around, I believe, is still going on, so that's the reason why the safety car is sticking to that left-hand side.
They're just waiting for the teams that have been on the pit lane to catch up this train before they release it, without a shadow of a doubt here. So we're going to get back to green flag running relatively soon, and the field nose to tail, of course. And this is where we could get drama of the good type and sometimes drama of the less welcome type.
Yes, some of the crews are going to be very busy, I feel, and you never like a surprise, but I think a few of them will get a surprise, because this is going to get very racy, a lot of action. There's going to be a lot of competition out there, and wheel to wheel, we hope.
Into the second half of the race, an hour and 58 minutes to go. Algarve Pro Racing's 25 leads behind the safety car.
Safety car's picking up its speed, yes. Actually back on the racing line, and all these drivers will be really very thankful of that, and relishing the chance to actually start picking the pace up, getting that energy back into the brakes and the tyres.
I'm guessing this may, not this lap, the one after may be the last one, as they come under the hotel turn. Freddie Tomlinson will lead the pack from Lorenzo Flutzer in the 47 Cool Racing car. TF Sports number 90 in the hands of Sally Yolok, and John Falbs is still in the mix there in the 32 Kane team car. Giorgio Roda, 22 Proton. Alexander Matchell in the DK Engineering number 3 and the 24 Nielsen Racing car, Vian Loggy. Then we get 8th place for the leader in LMP3, which is Vipanisa Racing.
Extraordinary.
Now, how's that happened?
Great stuff for those guys.
Now that must have been Dominic almost a lap down. I think he's been a big winner here. He was definitely not leading the race under the safety car as we went into the safety car, so I don't know how that's happened, but Dominic Ang is leading this race.
Was it the confusion with all the pass around?
Could have been.
It seemed that just right around this point here, 88, the 888 car and the 7, it seems that there was a big split in the field at that point, and I think that the 7 caused a huge amount of confusion, Some cars going by, some
I think
cars
you're
not.
absolutely right, because the 17 was behind it, wasn't it? Now that does open up possibilities. Dominic Ang is leading the race in LMP3, but the other change is third, and right behind the Cool Racing car, we'll be able to see it in this, is the CD Sport car.
So you're saying I was right?
Well, there's two for me you've missed there, by the way.
This is going to be a countback.
So
here.
the two cars contesting the championship are now together on track for the first time. Pure Racing do indeed lead in GT. They are the championship leaders. James Cottingham, though, was looking racy before we went on the safety
They're
car.
going to switch the lights off as it comes through turn 9.
Right, okay.
That's what I think.
You're just going for a point for being right now, aren't you? And then Alban Ferruti, I think, is shaping up for a bit of an attack on the pair of them when we get back to things.
I'll just mark that down. Thank you very much. There's another one. There we go.
Dragon Racing's Marco Pulcini is in fourth. No one likes to smart aleck. And then Prince Jeffrey in fifth.
Usually you.
In the 888 number 88. It's a long race, and we've got to fill it with Roman amusement. It is blue and black, silver, blue and black. And then what is the third car in the order? It is TF Sports silver and blue.
Come on, Freddie.
Almost like three team members in this fading light.
Time to go here.
This is the moment.
Absolutely.
To sort out what the shape of this race is going to be. Top three cars overall, 1, 2, 3 in this queue. Top three cars in GT, 4, 5, 6 in this queue. It's almost go time.
Yes,
and
it is.
Already, Sally Yolic's looking to go for it. They're coming in the pits.
They are.
They are coming in the pits.
They are coming down pit lane. There's a lot of cars coming down pit lane, but Freddie Tomlinson takes the green flag. Back racing here at Yas Marina. Fantastic to get everything going, but there are so many cars that have gone down pit lane.
And of course, he's fully fueled. This is a big advantage for Algarve Pro Racing.
Yes, it is. It's huge. Absolutely huge.
He's going to be a pit stop ahead of everybody, bar John Fowle. Has John Fowle pitted lately? He must owe us a pit stop.
It was.
The 30 car must owe us a pit stop.
Sally Yolich just jumping out there of the 90. And this will be Michael Dynan going on board. And, new tyres on the 90 car. It is packed in the pit lane.
Oh, good grief.
It is absolutely full service
and it's
for
all
everyone.
Three classes.
It is. It's going to be very, very busy down there.
So, at the moment, first in this race is Algarve Pro Racing's 25. John Fowle, who does, I'm sure, owes a pit stop, is second. Third is Viper Nitsa Racing in the LMP3 leading car. The two championship contenders have both pitted. I've just seen the 17 car. They're in and out. I think they've taken one of their short pit stops.
It's Freddie Tomlinson coming down into turn 9. I mean, he's going to be able to put a lap
pretty much
on some of these. It was congested down there in pit lane. We've got John Fowle in his wheel tracks chasing him down. And,
how many laps on the stint here for John Fowle? He's got to be due a pit stop.
Yeah, he's only done 8.
Oh, really?
Yes, only done 8. That's what it's showing me.
So, Freddie Tomlinson.
And there'll be a number of those under safety cars. So,
indeed.
You know.
So he's in good shape as well. So the Kane team, their timing has been pretty perfect, bearing in mind the circumstances here. So Tomlinson comes through, and he leads this race by 2.2 seconds from John Fowle. Dominic Ang is only 13 seconds back because of the safety car, of course, but we're dropping back quickly with Auden Gudmundsson and Julian Jerby, and then Alexander Bekantsov in 6th place. There's 3rd through 6th at the moment sit with LMP3 cars.
Yeah, extraordinary. John Fowle just coming down here. He got in a little bit late into turn 5. Oh, and this will be Michael Dynan just dialing himself in. Brand new tyres on board the 90.
Duquesne are ready.
They are, yeah.
So what's that all about if he's only done 8 laps on these stints?
Maybe it's a drive time thing. Maybe they're wanting to make that change as quickly as they can.
Remember, we have got drive time recalculations to take into account, so that might well be it. That will take its time to sort out. Here we've got the number 3 car. Now in the hands of Tom Dillman, right on the back end of Reddy Binder in the 22 car.
Yeah, these two were going at it yesterday.
Championship contenders still.
Yep. And Tom Dillman was very quick in the number 3, and in fact Kendi from DKR has been pretty confident throughout this week on the performance of their 3 Orica 07, and it is showing, you know, Michael Dynan was quick, and he's looking to come up the inside.
Wow,
nicely
wow.
done. Wow.
Oh, dear me, where did that come from?
It just switched on.
Just all the grip in the world, and all of a sudden seemed to open the tin on it, and there it was.
Yeah, extraordinary. And I think that's where sort of Kendi's sort of confidence has come from. It's just that this car is right in its zone and dialed in. And when Tom Dillman gets on board, and here we go, the 99 and the 4 is the 2 championship contenders here in P2. They're fighting it out, and the 99 racing car just does not look very happy at all.
Felipe Albuquerque, oh dear. And all that needs to happen here for the 4 car is they need to be in the points and ahead of this car.
Yeah, it just does not look very happy. Every point where he's trying to carry the speed across the apex, he looks like he's checking up. He just does not, the car is just not confident. He's not confident in it. It's just not underneath him. You know, just the way that it moved then on the way into the corner, and the way that the speed that he's trying to carry across the apex, he's constantly checking it up. And look at the gap. Look at the gap that the 4 has put on the 99. It just does not look a happy
Watch
car.
this, so it's just screams past it.
Yep, he does.
He's got all the grip.
Yep.
Where Albuquerque seems to have none.
No, and it just looks to me that the balance there front to rear is all out of sync.
This is the battle between the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, number 69, and the 42 Santalog Audi. This is still James Cottingham
and Alban Veruti.
Now these cars have all been down pit lane. Lipa Motorsport has not at the moment. Gabriel Rindoni sits 12th overall at the moment, but does owe us a pit stop. But we'll have the advantage of doing that in a pit lane that will be less congested, at least.
Yes.
But this is effectively the battle for second, although at the moment is the battle for third.
Turn 6,
and there is the leader.
Yeah,
there is the leader ahead of them. So this is 1, 2,
Malikin,
3, or 2, 3, 4 rather. We'll keep an eye on what goes on with Gabriel Rindoni. Safety car under investigation. That's just procedures, etc. We'll keep an eye on what comes from that. We're an hour and 50 minutes to the end of this race and this season, and still John Falb is on pit lane and gives up the battle for the lead.
Yeah, I think that is a strategy call. I don't think that was down to necessarily him being up on fuel. I just think that they're looking at his drive time.
At the moment, Freddie Tomlinson has 90 seconds of a lead over Alexandra Kwani, with Michael Dynan third in LMP2.
It is absolutely on its head here.
It's completely on its head. The timing again has fallen to APR.
Oh, there was some faces there on the decaying pit wall. That was not what they were expecting.
Dominic Ang is second in this race.
Extraordinary. We've got Malikin coming down into turn 1, trying to put the most on Veruti, trying to put a move on James Cottingham. James is smart to it. He's answering it, and they'll be looking at Malikin in front.
He's not cleared the motorpark car.
No, he has not, and he's blocked him all the way through 3 and 4. And can James put a move on the 91 Pure Racing machine coming down into turn 5? Veruti round the outside. Is he going to come all the way around the outside?
Oh, it's turning it around.
Oh my word.
It's a clash with the 75 car, and the championship leader turns around, has rejoined, but has lost positions here.
Yep, and James has now got his mirrors full of that R8 has down the inside.
But who 30? That is Carl Matana Bennett.
He is now on board that car, and he has now got to just manage the traffic here as they come off of turn 7. James hangs on to that. Now he leads the class.
Watch it again.
Coming down into turn 5, and it looked like the deal was done. But then, just as they got to the exit point, the motorpark car, unusual line.
It's an unusual line. I don't think he did much wrong.
No, but it was not the natural line. And I think that Malikin was expecting him to track out earlier, but the motorpark car really tried to straight line it off the corner, and it caught him out.
Fastest lap of the race goes to Tom Dillman, chasing hard in the DK Engineering car. We have seen the Lipa Motorsport car pit. He's emerged in 4th place. This is the lead battle in GT. But now that's Tom Dillman on, it is Michael Dinan, isn't it? That is for 4th in LMP2
This car is alive. The DKR entry is absolutely flying. And Tom Dillman is taking advantage of that performance and really delivering it.
Drive-through penalty, by the way, for the Breton racing car for a red flag infringement.
That tight line that the 3 car takes, it just seems to just eat up the lap time. It's extraordinary, and no one else can seem to do it in the same way. And he's using all of that performance here and driving away from the 90 and also from the 22.
Next target is the Cool Racing car, number 47. That is, what is that, 20 seconds ahead at the moment of Tom Dillman. Keep an eye on that gap, because I think that's going to be eaten up.
Yeah, Colin Braun aboard the number 4, and I can predict that he is going to start marching up the order, making up some time. His target in front of him is the 34 Nielsen entry. Patrick Liddy on board that, and then it will be Alejandro Garcia in the 24 car that he'll have his sights on. The 44 is hanging on nicely. And now on board that is Jonas Reed, the son of Christian.
He is, and he's doing really well in this car. It's come alive, Jonas Reed. He's been struggling for pace through his first season in LMP2, but finding it here, and this has been a happy hunting ground for form for the young German.
Rennie Binder here lining up Michael Dinan as they come out of 5 and down into 6. Doesn't quite look like it's close enough, but is he going to be able to get on the brakes into 6? He's closing. Whoa, it's a lunge.
Wow, good stuff. Rennie Binder, telegraphed that.
Yeah, Michael certainly gave him the room and decided, I'll keep the door open. I don't want any contact here. I'm just thinking about getting this car through and done with my stint. So this is Freddie Tomlinson.
He's putting a lap on the 2nd place car. The 3rd place car, he is.
Wow.
I think that's right. He's put a lap on Alexandra Kwani, and he is the 3rd place car in LMP2.
That pit stop they called with Chris McMurray, I mean, that has put them... They've most probably known this for most of the red flag.
They've known that this is... They've known what they've got to do. The timing was fortunate. Let's make it clear there. Sure. But the strategy since then has been immaculate again.
Yeah.
Through comes the number 22 car.
Drive-through penalty for 26 for the red flag infringement.
Something at that rejoin, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The 22 car moves through 5th place for Rennie Binder, trying to catch Tom Dillman. 3.4
Ferruti out of the 42. And same there. Is that Rindoni out of the Lippert Lamborghini?
That's a 2nd stop for them. I don't understand why.
Drive time, must be drive time.
Must be drive time, exactly right. So it's drive time. So we're waiting to see what happens with James Cottingham, who will inherit quite a mighty lead here. This is the 91 car after that incident with the 75.
Not looked that happy since the restart, though.
Here's the 4 up the inside of the 44. So
Colin getting by Jonas Reed, but is Jonas just following him in his wheel tracks and trying to make haste?
And the important thing here is not where he is in the overall order. He's 13th in the overall order. It's the fact that the CrowdStrike car is now 9th in LMP2 and scoring points.
Yes.
From this point forward, this becomes a race up the points order.
Pure race. Joel Sturm on board the 91 entry now, and there must be. So they must have just served that pit stop, and after that spin that they had at turn 5.
Potentially more trouble for one of our title contenders in GT. It is the Almanar Racing team. Remember, they dropped down to 10th place. They're now down in 15th place, but under investigation for pit entry infringements.
Slow. The Dragon Racing car was slow through 15 and coming out at 16. It just doesn't. Well, it's back up to speed now, but it just didn't look like it was carrying much speed.
James Cottingham on pit lane, you can see in the background. That will again, I'm sure, be drive-through, as you quite rightly said.
There's a long list of cars that they're under investigation for the pit exit infringements. 91, 69, 42, 88, 21.
91 is significant, 69 is significant.
33, 93, 18, 66, 34. Good grief. Viper Nisa here. Dominic Ange still in 2nd place. This race is just so topsy-turvy. What would you have said? We said that the Viper Nisa car was going to be 2nd overall.
This is a car
with
that
an hour and 42 minutes to go.
They've retired from every race so far. They're leading their
Crazy.
class and second overall. Stop the clock, says Dominic Ang. He's coming in now.
Yeah.
Go well on you. Good luck for Vipanisa moving forward.
Yeah. 99 Racing just going through there to start another lap, but still their car does not look very happy. 147 is their average for this stint, whereas most others in their class are in the fast cars are in the 43s.
So Carl Watana Bennett will move up into second place in this race, and it will be 1 minute and 14 seconds the gap. He's looking to try to close to Freddie Tomlinson. But those two cars lapping within tenths of each other. What a season this has been. What a race this has been. How weird this has been.
Yeah. It has been unusual here in Yas Marina, and you just expect the unexpected.
Indeed. Will points out, by the way, in LMP3, watch this pair side by side.
Yeah, that motorpark car is being driven very poorly, and with, it looks like with no mirrors, but it has still got the mirrors.
Yes.
Just the way it's being placed, and yes, the AF course car is desperate to get by it, but yeah, and he's up the inside, thankfully.
In fairness, that is for position.
Yeah.
It was hard to defend, but I take your point.
Oh dear, across the apex there, the 90 car. Michael just trying to get by, and that's a 888 car with the 42.
That will be a driver change, isn't it? 42. Who's aboard the Santalop car now? That is now Gilles Magnus.
Yeah.
Only factory driver, Gilles, in TCR mainly.
Yeah, and he's battling away there with Lucas Stoltz. Lucas Stoltz, factory Mercedes driver. And he did a fine job yesterday.
He's got that done.
He has. And yeah, I can see that they are really in a prime spot. 888 once again, using all their knowledge and understanding, done quite a bit of running here at Yas Marina, know this circuit pretty well, and they know that Mercedes AMG well as well.
They do. Optimum Motorsport, you see the 69 car ahead, 1-2 at the moment. It's then this pair, 3 and 4. So it is Ollie Milroy in the 27, the blue and silver car. Remember, that car was off the track, and we thought out the race on the formation lap.
How have they done that?
Just looking to see what they've had. 2 pit stops. I think it's on pace.
It's a lap ahead. That's nuts.
That has to be a false reading, doesn't it? 888, by the way, go by the 69 car.
Not according to my timing and scoring here.
Hearing from the truck as we've got the Gilles Magnus going by the number 69 car of Sam de Haan. Raindrops are falling on Yas Marina.
We had just seen the wet weather tyres there.
It is going to rain, and the rain has not a lot of rain there on there, but it could be enough that might force the problem here. That's what we're seeing from the TV truck. So watch for drama. One other quick thing, LMP3, Cool Racing have pitted, but they pitted for 47 seconds early, outs of sequence, fuel only, have not taken either of their long pit stops. CD Sport have taken a long pit stop. They must do 2 stops of a mandatory 3 at 100 seconds. So as things stand right now, you have to factor into whatever gap there is that CD Sports have got a minute's advantage.
Yep. This race has completely turned on its head here.
At the moment, I think I'm right that CD Sport hold the advantage here.
Yes.
It's really tight.
It is. Well, we're seeing in the P2 class, we've got a number of key runners with key drivers in who are trying to make up time, and they are flying along here. Oh, they got up the inside. We've got the 2 Nielsen cars there almost coming together, and it's that the Cool Racing car just almost getting out the way. And who is on board? So that's Patrick Liddy and Alejandro Garcia on board the 2 Nielsen entries.
Okay, final one of our outliers. Oh, trouble for the motorpark car.
Yeah, I wonder whether he's been helped off the road.
Yeah. But
double yellow flag at turn 12-13, double yellow turn 12.
Are we seeing more raindrops?
Turn 12 back to green.
car 88 must give a position back to car 42. It said on the screens just for a moment ago. So all sorts of dramas going on. High-class racing's ordered Goodmanson was about to say it's the last. This is going to be the rain.
Yeah, rain, I think. And there's a number of cars. Yes, the 75.
Oh, he was helped.
He was helped
by the 82.
Yeah, not using his mirrors again, the old 75. You've got to look at them every now and again.
Yeah.
And wet weather tyres are going on.
Drive-through penalty for car 7 for pit entry infringement. Drive-through penalty car 7 for pit entry
down
infringement.
Here. Yeah.
Please note we have reports of drops of rain.
It's more than drops, I think.
Yeah, it just is. How is that going to work on the surface, and how aggressively are the tyres going to get worked on this surface with just a little bit of moisture on it? Some racetracks you can run for quite a long time and not have to go to wet weather tyres.
Wipers on the number 66 car, not so on the 33 at the moment. It's number 7 car, Almanar Racing, title contenders. There is the car in contention with the number 98, currently down in 14th in GT, but will need a drive-through penalty. Their challenge for this title is beginning to fall to pieces, Ollie.
Yes, it is. It is. But reports back from the warm-up this morning, which was conducted in the wet weather, was that the track does have quite a lot of grip in the rain, and so I'm not sure that everybody's going to go to the wet weather tyres. I think they might maybe stick it out on the slicks.
Well, first team to blink has been High Class Racing. In fact, the last team to actually execute a routine pit stop. That's only just happened with an hour and 35 minutes to go in the race because of the long red flag period.
Yeah, a lot of these GT runners have actually got the pros on board now, and so they'll be like, okay boys, out you go, get on with it. You've got to deal with the conditions.
Cool Racing, by the way, have taken the opportunity. They've just made a long pit stop, and that means CD Sport are now ahead. All sorts kicking off here.
It is crazy. The weather throwing everything into the mix here. Oh, the 33 got really crossed
almost
up.
hold it.
Yeah, he did. Drifting his way into turn 12.
They almost caught out the Audi behind as well, so that car out of shape too. He managed to just get through it.
When you're in that position, you're right behind you, watching that car, you're almost following it. You're trying to sort of just stick to your own line and not get dragged into their accident.
Joel Sturm, he is desperate to get back into this title fight. At the moment, Optimum Motorsport's 27. The other McLaren leads in the hands of Ollie Milroy from Gilles Magnus in the 42 Santalot racing car. Len Lucas Stoltz, our second place car in the championship. Is he far enough ahead to make the difference?
Asking for rain lights on. Asking for rain lights on all the cars at that low mode. But now with the P2 entries here, they will be looking to try and stay out on their slick tyres for as long as possible. And it's really going to be about how the track conditions cool off. There's no standing water, there's no problems here with aquaplaning. It's all about how the tyre cools off and does it fall outside of that operating window. And all of those runners are going to be trying to keep that energy up.
Well, we're quite right to be watching this battle in GT. Just to report, Freddie Tomlinson is not just holding, he's pulling away from Carl Bennett. It's a minute and 18 seconds. And Tom Dillman is making an impact on those two, but not by much.
No.
That gap has come down from about 35 seconds to Carl Bennett in second, from Tom Dillman in third, to about 31. Rennie Binder dropping back off Tom Dillman. Patrick Liddy doing the same to Binder. Michael Dynan hanging on in there. But Colin Brown beginning to make inroads in those ahead of him, and if and when he catches Alejandro Garcia, there are a couple of pretty right pickings ahead of that.
Yeah,
that could be the moment where this title is sealed.
Yeah, and I think that Colin will make pretty short work of Alejandro Garcia and be making his way up to Michael Dynan. But yeah, it's Freddie Tomlinson is doing a fantastic job up front, and he is being smart, clicking off the laps, looking after his machine. And they've got Toby Sowry to close out in that car, and he has been excellent throughout this Asian Le Mans series here this season.
He has the pair of these, you know. I mean, Freddie Tomlinson, this is his first run in LMP2 in the Asia Le Mans Series.
Joel Sturm here is pushing, bump drafting.
Literally pushing.
Bump drafting. Oh, he's going to try and go around the outside of Sandahan, coming here into turn 9. Who's the last of the late breakers?
And this is where
Joel is just going to try and go around the outside, but it's not. This 69 is not giving it up.
I think, oh, good grief. Pushes him wide. Won't be able to take that position there. Oh, almost contact as they come off here.
Yes, that was super close. And I think Joel will be able to keep that spot. From what we've seen earlier on in the championship, certainly in Dubai, similar incident like that. And I think that Joel will be able to keep that. He was pushed out there by Sandahan.
Again, every pass here.
Put them away, boys. Put them back. Just put them
every
back.
Every pass here. Oh, he's got it back. He's got it back. Oh, he's giving it back. He's giving it back.
Maybe he has given it back, yeah. He was told. But they are side by side.
Not again.
They are wheel to wheel. Side draft coming down into turn 1. And who's going to get last of the late breakers? It looks like it's wet and tricky down there. But he
touched him again. This is so close.
Unbelievable racing there. Great stuff. Wow. Sam did not want to give that up.
No, he did not. For Joel Sturm.
He fought absolutely to the last.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you ever get in a car again with Joel Sturm,
tighten your seatbelts.
Don't call his bluff. Not ever.
What have we got here? This is the 24 car up the inside of Michael Dynan.
That's Alejandro Garcia taking that place.
Yeah.
And that means that the 24 car moves up into 6th. In fact, the 2 Nielsen cars in 5th and 6th at the moment, going great guns.
Yeah.
Joel Sturm pulling away, not much, but pulling away.
Colin Braun's dropped back. He's had a very slow lap.
His gap to Michael Darnan's been about 14 seconds. It's not closed much, has it?
Excuse me. Yeah.
It's over the last couple of laps, so maybe a little bit of traffic for both those
Colin's
players.
been in some traffic, I believe. And the wet weather has also, I think, blunted the falling rain has just blunted the attack a little.
So, in the battle for the overall, when it's 1 minute and 24, he is driving. Freddie Tomlinson is having the stint of his life.
He is, absolutely. That car has completely come alive. He's really fallen into the groove there. And Freddie is just driving away from Carl Watana Bennett in the number 30 Duquesne entry. They had a very unusual pit stop Duquesne did last time in. And there was a lot of furrowed brows on the pit wall, and sort of gesticulating and shouting, and sort of frustration was boiling over there with whatever was happening. I think maybe some, who knows what the argument was over, but
what is happening is Tom Dillman is finding pace in whatever the conditions are at the moment. He's now hacking into Carl Watana Bennett's advantage. That 30-second gap is now 21 seconds.
Yeah, he is the fastest car on the track at the moment.
He most certainly is.
Him and Rennie Binder.
Good pace at the moment from Rennie Binder. Good pace at the moment from Alessandro Garcia. Just watching to see.
They're about the 3 fastest cars on the track at the moment.
LMP3 will get back to you on that one, but I think with sort of honours even on the pit stops, it's at the moment advantage CD Sport.
So in GT, it has sort of evened itself out, and the timing and scoring, I'm sure there was something going on there, but it's Ollie Milroy that's leading in GT in the 27 Optimum car, the car that was started from the back because of that issue that they had when he was leaving the grid around the turns 2 and 3. But they've got that really going nicely, and the strategy's fallen in, and he's 13 seconds up the road from Lucas Stoltz in the Triple 8 entry. And then it's the Lippert Lamborghini right in its wheel tracks with, who is on board that is Jill Magnus. No, sorry, excuse me.
Brendan Leach.
Brendan Leach, I'm sorry.
It is done. So, all sorts of potential here for points battles to just sweep one way or the other. 3 cars here, almost nose to tail. This is the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars in the battle. That is Joel Sturm pushing so hard to get with this trio.
Yeah, and he's got purple. He's got a sort of blue sector on his first sector on the lap that he is on. Joel is.
He's not quite as quick though as the 3 cars ahead, is he?
No, he's. Well,
sorry, he is.
He is.
Sorry,
yeah, I mean,
apologies.
Really not that you can cover them in a blanket and what sort of lap time they're doing. It's really not much between them. They are all pressing on.
Well, Joel Stone will have got the message from the Pure Racing team. We need to make progress. We need to get more points on the board here. They've got a 9-point lead, wasn't it?
Yes.
Coming into this race. But that's not quite enough at this stage of proceedings. We've got under 90 minutes to go. This is about the title. This is about whether or not this team gets another car at Le Mans, or whether or not any of the other 4 teams in contention get to go to Le Mans.
Down into turn 6 here. Santalop 42 and the Lippert Lamborghini. This is pretty much the same chassis that these 2 cars run, but very different bodywork.
It's certainly the same engine, 5.2 litre V10 engine, fabulous sounding thing.
Oh.
Dream road car engine, absolutely stunning piece of kit. Feints to the left, looks again, forces Magnus to cover that off, and I think he's done it here, you know.
Yeah, I think he is going to get it done.
He basically forced him to cover it, and got him to put the Audi where he didn't want to put it at that point.
He's going to try and go around the outside, but
absolutely brilliant for this pair.
Yeah, he can't come around the outside, so now he's got to think about putting him under pressure through this 13-14 section, all off camber, underneath the bridge here. Oh, it's really tricky. Lippert Lamborghini getting that power down, but they've got the 99 racing car up behind them. And how's it going to be into turn 16? Has the 19 car seen the 99? It has. Gives it the room.
So warning flag for car 27.27 for constantly abusing track limits.
That is Ollie Milroy in the lead of GT, so he's had his final warning. That's the last wrist slap before it gets more serious.
And he is 9 seconds now in front of Lucas Stoltz in that 888 entry.
At the moment, that's the 99 car. Nick Albuquerque still in the 147s, you know.
Yeah.
Pace is not there for that car, is it?
It's not really. It's really not. In fact, both of the TF cars just don't look so happy during this race. These conditions just haven't suited them for whatever reason.
This is the CD Sport car. That car running second in the GT, so the LMP3 class, just ahead of Seth Lucas. So this is Nick Adcock, ahead of Seth Lucas. Nick will want to retain this track position if he possibly can, because 4th in the order is their championship contender, 40 seconds back.
Casper Stevenson was just being warned there of track limits in the 77 car. That seems to be a bit of a problem for him.
This is frenetic stuff.
Yeah, it is. Car 27 there, Ollie Milroy on board with the 20 car just going by. Ollie is now, he is some 8 seconds up the road from Lucas Stoltz. Luca is just chipping away at it. Slowly but surely.
And Luca, by the way, has pulled away a little from the chasing Gilles Magnus.
This is the problem here, that Ollie is stuck with the P3 entry. I thought that Seth was looking to get away and trying to get by Ollie, but actually he's holding Ollie up.
Shouldn't ignore, by the way, leading the race at the moment is the Briton Racing car, the number 26 car, and they've got 90 seconds to the good. Just looking across to see where we stand with them. I've got a feeling they may not have burned one of their long pit stops.
This is Ben Tuck here putting pressure on Alex Acker in the 66. Somebody's gone around there. Is that on the exit?
Oh, it's the 33?
Yeah, at turn 12.
Herbert car.
Yeah, turn 12, and that's the second time it's done that. It seems to be pretty lively on the rear.
Yeah, Morris
just want to go a little bit forward on the brake guys.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah, I think so. Grabbing those rears as it's coming in there. And Alex Acker in the 66, and then okay, here we go with the 33 again. Just
very early, didn't it?
Yeah, just looping it on the brakes. One of the things here with the P3 cars, with that little bit of moisture on the racetrack, their tyre temp will just start to drop away, and they will become edgier and edgier to drive. And of all of the cars, in all of the classes, let's say, that are running here, that's the tyre that's trickiest to switch on and get working and keep working.
It's the number 66 car up the inside of the Project One BMW, so Audi on BMW.
Yeah.
That is 4th.
I think it's for about 7th, 8th, 9th.
It is for 10th.
9th,
right, you're right. It's Christian Bogle under attack from Alex Acker, but the BMW able to drag back by.
Yeah, it's a fast race car.
Here comes the Cool Racing car in the background. Also involved in this is the number 95.
Ben Tucky's trying to pick up a spot here. It just cut through. Look at that, nicely done.
He's got the 93 card.
Undercut.
He's trying to get the 66 as well, but I think he's got the legs on him just at the moment.
Yeah.
Here comes the LMP3 car up the inside. This is going to be tight.
It is. And as they come down into turn 9, it's going to be 3 wide. 3 wide, he's going to go where? Alex Acker, he's gone in quite deep, and Ben's just following him there.
As things stand, look at those projected points. Pure Racing, as things stand, would take it by a single point.
Wow.
5 points back for the current leading car, with the Santalot car 8 points off. This is so tight. Every single position counts for those 4 cars. Realistically, at this point, the 7th car is out of it.
Yeah. I would say it is, and we're just watching this battle here for 9th, 10th and 11th. The Attempto car with TF Sport just behind. Casper Stevenson is about to join it.
Yeah, and Earl Bamber involved in this in the 84 car. The green, 2 green cars.
Yeah, he's going to be fired up, isn't he?
Just?
What happened with the sister car?
Yeah.
Elbows out, look out coming through. Here comes Earl.
Absolutely.
Casper will have his mirrors full of one of the best drivers in the world.
Absolutely. Earl Bamber, fast in everything. GTE, GT3, LMP1.
And not afraid to get his elbows
Absolutely.
out either.
Indeed. And hypercar.
I witnessed some of that personally.
Have you really?
Yes. I did have to dish it back every now and again.
There you go.
You know.
Freddie Tomlinson, meanwhile, almost 90 seconds to good now, but Tom Dillman is almost with Carleton and Bennett. That gap is 10 seconds. But Dillman is pulling away from Rennie Binder. Patrick Liddy hanging in there. Alejandro Garcia is catching both. And Michael Dynan is being caught now by Colin Brown.
He is. He's now 8 seconds back, but it is all closing up there, except for Freddie Tomlinson, who's just driving away.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so,
see you guys.
Yeah, just checking out. Great to see. He's having absolutely the stint of his life in the 25 car. That car has absolutely come to life.
Drive-through penalty, by the way, being called for the motorsport car for causing a collision. We'll find out which of the several collisions later in the show.
95 car. This is still between the Attempto and the TF Sport. So Alex Acker and Ben Tuck. Alex just ran a little bit wide there, and that just always leaves you out of sequence and out of flow and rhythm here coming through 13 and 14. So important to get that flow and rhythm through that part of the racetrack. Easy to lose lap time there. Very hard to make it, but easy to lose it. And these two are going at it pretty hard.
I think Earl Bamber's made up a couple of places in the current.
You know why the 20 was going so slow? It was on rain tyres. That was what, yeah.
This is the LMP2 predictions. At the moment, it's going the way of CrowdStrike Racing by APR by a mighty 7 points. Proton Competition's 22 in the fight here, but needs trouble for the 2 cars ahead. But on equal points with D-Car Engineering, who are sitting better in this race than the Proton car currently is. You know what? We're 1 drama ahead of an absolute turnaround.
Yeah.
And we've seen so many dramas, I'm not calling it. Nowhere close.
No.
We've got 80 minutes to go. This is another battle in GT. Here is Freddie Tomlinson on board the 25 car.
Just gone for new tyres.
They have indeed gone for new tyres.
25 laps on that stint. Excellent. Good job.
And that should see this car emerge from pit lane still in the lead. That's pretty extraordinary.
Yeah, and they'll be able to go with 1 more stop after this one to the end.
Which means Toby Sowery, unless Toby got aboard the car, they might have done actually. I wonder if Toby's aboard the car. We'll see that.
Possible. New tyres went on, so yes.
Clears the beam. It is still Freddie.
It is. Wow. They're happy with Freddie's pace.
Why wouldn't they be?
Exactly.
Carl Bennett takes the lead for the moment.
Goes as a pit stop.
It does indeed.
Yeah.
And through 2 goes Tom Dillman, who's only 7 seconds back now. Freddie Tomlinson emerging, we believe, in 3rd place.
Yeah, there it goes.
Indeed, Rennie Binder's on pit lane. Emerges behind the number 2 from CD Sports. Nick Adcott's still aboard that car.
Freddie just comes up the inside and gets it just a little deep there.
Well, remember, cold tyres hit.
Yeah.
So he'll be tippy-toeing for a little wee while.
So Ollie Milroy still on board there at the 27. Looks like it. like they're going to go for a tyre stop. Tyre change there once the fuel total energies has gone in. Tyres going on. The right side's done. Quickly round. Optimum guys, well drilled.
Oh, the 720S GT3 made its global race debut here at Yas Marina in the Golf 12 Hours, and still competitive some years later in Evo form.
Felipe Albuquerque there on board the 99, and it still just does not look very happy, that car.
It's just not got fight, has it?
No.
But that's not anything against any of the drivers here. It just doesn't have the depth of pace.
No, it doesn't. It's a good 2 to 3 seconds off the pace right now on average. 19 laps in his stint, Felipe, but it just doesn't look very happy. It's all about that pace it seems to be able to carry across the apex, which seems to be 5-10k just off what he should be able to do.
Just keep an eye, by the way, on the Leap Motorsport car. It's cycle round the lead in the hands of Brendan Leach. 16 minutes to the top of the hour. Just wonder how close that car can get to saving a pit stop.
So who's on board the 69 here? It is...
That is Sam de Haan.
Sam de Haan still, isn't it? And Sam will be. So the next stop will be switching out.
I think he's probably got a short stint here.
Yeah, he has.
Followed by the number 98 car, 4th position, 8th and 9th this battle. Rui Andrade, reigning FIWC LMP2 champion with Team WRT.
It's going to be Tom Gamble in the 69 car to close that out. So that's the gun driver to go in there.
Got drive-through penalties for car 91, car 69. Oh, that's gone. Didn't get that graphic, but that's the 91
There
car.
was a long list of them, wasn't there? A long list. We'll get that graphic back.
Of course, is our championship leader. In fact, I think they've just taken them. That's why. So the cars that have got and taken drive-through penalties are Santaloc, Pure Racing, Optimum, the 69 car, Dragon Racing, no. And then we've got AF Courses 21, the Armanar Racing by Getsby car, the 66 Attento car, the 93 Project 1 car, the D Station car, and Herbeth Motorsport. They've all got them, and they've all taken them.
Yeah. Wow. So now we're seeing 95 car Ben Tuck on board. That car is now in 4th place in GT. And he has got the likes of Jill Magnus, who is trying to catch him in the 42 car, with Joel Sturm in the 91 car, and behind them is Earl Bamber, the 84 car.
And Lucas Stoltz, by the way, has always had a drive-through by the look of things. The key here is the gap between Triple Eight and Pure Racing.
Yeah.
They're the 2 points leading cars, and it's the gap, and more particularly the number of cars between them, that's going to define this championship. With an hour and 14 minutes to go, they're both looking racing.
They're going to be coming up pretty closely to their fuel window where they can go to the end. And so, again, it's going to be a count back. When can we go to the end? Making that stop, get their final driver on board. So
thought occurs to me, by the way, Ollie, because one of the cars that didn't get a drive-through is Leap Motorsport. They lead the race, so that could have handed them quite an advantage here.
Yeah, Marco Mappelli will be on board that car to close that one out.
Yeah, Brendan Leach doing a great job, by the way.
Yeah, Kai Cozzolino in the 82 car, and that's just AF Course have just sort of come out of nowhere.
Yeah,
not that we've been
had a couple of troubles, didn't they? A couple of contact incidents early in the race.
Manu Collard been on board that car yet?
Not that I've noticed.
No, let me just look.
Carmen's on a Bennett on pit lane, by the way. Tom Dillman leads the race.
Yeah.
Toby Sowery it is now on board.
So that can't have updated then. So it must have updated as it came over across the line.
Unless he's had a pit stop that we've not noticed.
No.
He has had a pit stop. He has just had a pit stop. 3 laps on the pit stop. So that was, they didn't change the driver ID, did they?
No. They didn't change the driver ID.
So it is Toby Sowery.
It is Toby Sowery, yeah. Excellent effort there from Freddie Tomlinson. Toby to close out that car, and he's been one of the stars of the Asia Le Mans Series this season.
Tom Dillman, how far away from pit stop, Ollie?
Tom Dillman. He is...
Can't be far.
No, 23 laps, so yeah, it's got to be any time now.
So he's got 2 stops to go, and that was a piece of carbon fibre being thrown up off the curb by this battling pair. So it's 2 stops to go for DK Engineering. It's a single stop to go for Algarve Pro Racing, and 18 seconds between the two means advantage Algarve Pro.
Yeah.
Alejandro Garcia, meanwhile, is 21 seconds back for the 24 Nielsen race. Great run from Nielsen Racing at the moment.
It is.
All
Kinds of teams popping up here, having strong runs.
To be blunt, the difference has been made there by a much more confident showing from Ian Logie this time.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh,
There's the 4 car.
4 car getting a tear off.
Oh,
Amazing.
That's it. So this makes all the difference.
It sure does. High def, here we come.
There's seldom been a man in international motorsport that's got this excited about a piece of cling film.
Yeah, well, you know, it's just so brilliant. So good.
Explain why, because...
Well, you've been driving around for an hour or so, and the screen is covered in rubber and muck and oil and all kinds of other bits and pieces, and if it had a little bit of rain, again, dust and debris, and it's all built up, and so you don't realise, but your vision is slowly being impaired the whole way through the stint. And so when they decide or say, okay, right, we're going to give you a tear-off, that is a very thin film of plastic which has been installed on the windscreen, and that is in layers, yes, and that's then removed, and it just completely brings all the vision back, and it's like it's in high def. And it's certainly something that every driver appreciates fully, and I always loved it.
Tom Dillman is on pit lane, as is Alejandro Garcia. Toby Sarri, of course, continues for the moment. He's not long pitted. This is the 24 car undergoing its latest pit stop.
No, it's going on skates.
24 going in the garage.
Yeah, it looked like the Nielsen guys were just taking that in the garage. It looked like it was they were sticking something underneath the car. It looked like the skates were going on it, underneath it.
At the moment, looking very good indeed for Algarve Pro Racing.
Yeah. And we'll get another shot there of what's happening at Nielsen Racing.
Lippert Motorsport, by the way, still circulating, has not pitted yet. Garcia Rivera make his way back up the order, drops back with his latest pit stop just into the top level of GTs. This is the gap between the 5th and 6th place cars.
Yep. Joel Magnus and Joel Stern.
Remember, Triple Eight need to make up 9 points on the pure racing car. At the moment, they are not in a position that they're going to do that. It's close, but fundamentally no cigar.
What was happening at Nielsen then? What did I...
Don't know. It did look as if it...
Something. The gun looked like there was some problems with the gun there.
On that one, that's not served them well, has it? When they've been back up in the 3rd position.
This is the battle here. 42 car and the 91 going up the inside, having a look into turn 6. He's pushed him into a bit of an error there, the 42, but they are going to be side by side as they run through and off here. And 91 got it done.
That was brilliantly done.
Joel Sturm, yeah, absolutely. Gil Magnus did give him plenty of room, and yeah, it was respect shown.
Yeah, more of an edge comes the way the Pure Racing team in their battle for position and points, and the championship, and they move 1 place closer to their nearest rivals, Triple Eight. They're now just 2 positions back and requiring to defend a 9-point lead going into this. So that has helped them enormously.
He's not getting away though, is he?
He's also getting a warning flag for track limit, Joel Stern.
Yeah.
The 7 and the 98.
Yeah, Dragon Racing and Almanar Racing. They're coming into turns 12, 13 and 14. 10th
and 11th place at the moment.
Yeah.
Dragon Racing in the hands of Rio Andrade. Fab Schiller is aboard the 7 AMG.
Yeah, the 7 entry has just faded ever since it had that sort of real hiccup behind the safety car with the pass-around process. Anthony Liu was... I don't know whether that was a radio communication issue or misunderstanding or just not really understanding of the process. yeah.
Latest pit stop serve, by the way. Toby Sowery now leads Tom Dillman by
There he is.
54 minutes, 54 seconds.
Blimey, that's a long way. 54 minutes.
67 minutes left. He's almost there. So, meantime, battling here. The
69 and the 21.
Indeed.
It's a flashing lights.
This is the battle for 8th.
I always used to love that when the guy behind used to flash his lights endlessly, particularly on like that full.
Cheered you up.
Oh yeah, particularly when he was on full strobe.
In full happy smiley Ollie Gavin mode.
Yeah, just loved it.
Up the inside comes the race
Toby
leader.
Sowery, yeah.
Fun.
And he's got that done, and it looks like 21 is going to get the deal done on the number 69. That's Sam Dehan still on board that car.
So 21 at the moment moves up the order. It is Simon Mann, shown well in this championship this year in preparation for the FI World Endurance Championship with his same crew. From 21 will transfer from this GT3 car to the LMGT3 version of this Ferrari 296 GT3 package. Some minor changes, principally to do with the way in which performance is measured in LMGT3, but some other minor bits and pieces. Sultana Bennett flying along.
But the last couple of laps here in this GT battle, I'm going to see that these guys are going to be pitting in about 3 laps, I think. 3 or 4 maybe.
This battle, by the way, which is the 88, the 95, so it's Lucas Stoltz, Ben Tuck, Joel Sturm, Gilles Magnus, that is now separated by something like 5 seconds, those 4. And I think, I'm right, yeah, Earl Bamber's getting involved in this as well.
Fastest laps of the race there, but for both Ben Tuck and Kai Cozzolino. And that will be separated by 1,000th of a second.
Wow. Team manager car 8 to report to race control, and that is the EBM car that's out of the race.
He's in the car though. 84.
He can't do that.
Yeah.
He's not the team manager, is he? He's team owner.
Team owner, okay. Yeah,
much
well, you know, I know he has lots of hats.
Yes.
Just forgetting which one he's putting on.
But he's piling on the pressure here too. He's pushing on in pursuit of Gilles Magnus. Lippert Motorsport lead here, 5 minutes or so from the fuel window.
Yeah, I would say that it is. It's going to be opening any time now. I don't, you know, there might be 1 or 2 here that blink and go, right, yeah, we're going to take a chance here and see if we can get somebody on pit lane and see if we can get that driver to go to the end.
About an hour, maybe an hour and a couple of minutes.
Yes.
For fuel, so he's a lap or 2 away from being able to make it home on 1 stop.
Yeah, and do those teams take that gamble with a safety car period or full course yellow, or just the driver being able to manage the fuel and saving it through the stint?
So Brendan Leach at the moment has a 16 second gap to Kei Cozzolino. The Lippert Motorsport number 19 Lamborghini from there, of course, number 82. Triple Eight, Lucas Stoltz is 6 seconds back in 3rd place and needing points. Ben Tuck is almost with Lucas Stoltz and has Joel Sturm 2 seconds back. They are the significant players in the on-track battle and the championship. Also in the championship battle, Santalok Racing, and they're only 1.2 seconds back with Gilles Magnus. And Earl Bamber could be the spoiler here because he's 2 seconds back again.
Yeah, I think that they're going to see a stop here very, very shortly for the likes of Ben Tuck and the likes possibly of Kai Cozzolino. Brendan Leach might have a couple more to go.
I think Leach is going to get home on 1 stop here.
Yeah.
And I think from here they can make it, but with a big fuel save.
Yes, it is. It's very close.
Very often depends on just exactly where the overall leader is as to whether or not they need to have another lap. Algar Pro Racing, meanwhile, 52 seconds to the good. Toby Sowery putting in good pace. Tom Dillman taking some time out of him.
Yeah.
But Algar Pro Racing with an hour to go. It's sort of a second a minute they've got to be closed down on.
Yeah, and they're going to have 1 more stop. Toby Sowery in the 25.
He's just making his way through traffic.
Yeah.
Confidently. That is the 888 car with Ben Tuck just coming off the turn behind.
Yeah, he is just closing up on Lucas Stoltz's Ben Tuck. Done a great job this stint. He's doing the middle stint today, and it will be Johnny Adam to go to the finish in the 95 car. got. So they've got the driver lineup loaded there, ready to go, and it's worked out very well for the 95 car today.
Also, by the way, getting into the realms of final pit stops in the LMP3 class, and just looking where that gap is, I think both those teams need to serve a long stop. And James Winslow's got that gap down to 16 seconds, but with Fabien Laverne still to come, that's going to be really, really tight.
Yeah. Just working through the options here, and I think that the 95 car and the 82 in GT do another lap. They can possibly stretch it out to 25 laps on this stint. We'll be at 23 at the moment, which would take them under the hour.
Let's see the Dragon Racing car, there he goes, emerge in front of our very eyes after its latest pit stop.
Yeah, is that going to be able to go to the end?
Coming towards the final hour, just a minute and a half away from that. Algarve Pro Racing lead this race, 50 seconds ahead of DCAR Engineering in second place. Tom Dillman trying his best to close down the time gap and the points gap in this championship. Rennie Binder looking good at the moment in third for Proton competition, also a potential title winner, but to do that they need the fifth place car from CrowdStrike Racing by APR to be out of the fight, and that's not the case. Let's go down though to Claire Jedrick. She's got Alessia Rivera from AF Corsa with her on pit road right now.
Okay, with me is Alessio from car number 83. Alessio, I mean, you guys had such a long break. Tell us your point of view of the race.
Yeah, it's a shame because with the contact in the start, all our hopes went away. So shame because yesterday we showed that we have a good potential. We could still fight for the championship, and yeah, we are 4 laps down, enough for our race. It's difficult to come back, so yeah, we are here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can hear that. It's sort of not given up, but dejected after losing so much time at the start. First with the contact, and then that slow lap with damage for Francois Barodo from the puncture that just got worse and worse and worse. Here's the 69 car.
Yeah, we've got Sam Dehan with Fabian Schiller still in his wheel tracks, and they've been fighting over this spot 9th and 10th for a little while now, and Fabian Schiller is exceptionally quick. The 7 has been hamstrung by something that happened back during the safety car period, and it just tumbled down the order.
It didn't seem to receive the wave by, the pass around instruction, and stuck behind the safety car and lost position after position after position.
Yeah, he is getting the toe now coming down into turn 6. He's going to be able to stick the move here on Sam Dehan. Sam's just sort of like sitting the car in the middle of the road, and he's gone back to his normal line into the corner. I think he's pushed him into a bit of an error there. Undercut, switch back, nicely done, Fab Schiller.
Yeah, Fab Schiller, quality driver. The drag race now down to the banked turn in front of the support pits.
I would say he's got that done around the outside, unless Sam is going to absolutely throw it in
Done
there.
it before the corner, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Oh, very wide there from Michael. Is that Charlie Eastwood now on board?
Just looking, is this for position?
Michael Dynan, I believe it still is. Michael Dynan.
That's DCAR Engineering, that's the second place car.
Yeah.
And Michael Dynan is a little way back from that.
Yeah.
He's a lap down, isn't he? So this is DCAR car being held up in the pursuit of Toby Sowery by this battle.
Is he going to get up the inside? Oh.
Well, we're into the final hour of not only this race, but also the 2023-2024 Asia Le Mans Series season. Let's look back at the highlights of this race so far. Started in sunshine with Ahmed Al-Hati on pole position. But behind, it would be a tussle for the second, third and fourth row cars that would come to clashes around turn 2 as Podium tried up the inside of George Kurtz, but that led to a cannoning effect onto Francois Brodeur's number 83 car, and there were multiple collisions behind as people tried to avoid the melee, and in some cases, as you can see, failed. 2 cars out more or less on the spot, including the luckless number 9, but pole-sitting AMG. That car would go no further. 83 car, in the hands of Francois Brodeur, would rejoin the track, but a puncture, the result of that contact, would lead to far more dramatic consequences. 58 in the hands of John Jackass would come in to retire. The number 4 car would come around and rejoin, but the 83 shaking itself to pieces. 47 from Cool Racing also involved in that clash. This was the damage done, and that would leave the title contending AF Corsa squad effectively out of contention. Giorgio Roda with a daring pass up the inside and slightly off track. Ian Lockie almost collecting the 77 car, managed to duck out of that, but then would be collected by the 21 car and would lose a sliver of carbon fibre from the car. Also in contention for title honours, the number 88 888 car, but this time Satoshi Ishino would be the aggressor and not the victim. He'd be punished for that one. Off the curb to the 82 and side-by-side contact with the number 4. No harm, no foul, but there was certainly harm and foul between this pair, the 55 Proton Orica and the number 8 EBM Porsche. Both cars out of the race in violent fashion. Happily, both drivers able to walk away. A quick discussion about who did what to who and how. But we were under a red flag for recovery of the cars. Paul-Luc Chatin walked away from that, wondering what on earth was going on. Back to live racing after the red flag, and all sorts of tussles between all sorts of players in all sorts of positions in the race and the championships. Then the rain came, just briefly, but enough to spice things up as it often does. There's a tussle between the Motor Park 75 and the 82 Ferrari. That saw the 75 car turn around. And a recovery drive from the number 91 car. And Pure Racing around the outside of the 69 Optimum car. Would make that stick after being forced wide. Trying to get on their way to a title for Pure Racing from Lithuania. 24 on the 90, battling away as well for honours in LMP2. And Nielsen Racing looking to see what they could do to get into podium contention. At the moment, Lippert Racing lead GT, the number 19. 26 car from Breton Racing lead in LMP3. It's Algarve Pro Racing's 25 Orica that leads the race overall, in the hands now of Toby Sowery after taking a big advantage out of the safety car period. Back to live, 55 minutes remaining. This is our overall classification. The gap now under 50 seconds, with Tom Dillman absolutely lighting up the track in his pursuit of the Algarve Pro Racing 25 that leads the race. A further minute back for the number 30 Duquesne team car with Carl Watana Bennett. Colin Brown looking to do what he can do to close that gap to get a podium position and secure the title for the number 4. In LMP3, Breton Racing lead the race. CD Sport hold the advantage in the championship, third in class ahead of their championship rivals on equal points, Cool Racing. Lippert Motorsport lead the race in GT from the AF Corsa Ferrari and the 888 AMG. But the trouble for 888 is they're not far enough ahead of their championship contenders from the Pure Racing Porsche squad. At the moment, on predicted points, Pure Racing hold the advantage. But as we saw last night, Oliver Gavin, and every night that we watch this racing, we're 55 minutes away from the end of the championship. Who knows what could happen?
Yeah, everything and anything is still up for grabs here, it seems. And yeah, it has been frantic, frenetic, rather sort of tough to sort of piece together at times, but it has been enthralling.
And actually, there is further drama on our screens under investigation for safety car infringement. A 95 car, that is the 4th place TF Sport car. The 82 car, that is the 2nd place GT car of AF Corsa. And car number 2, the championship leading car in LMP3. If that's a drive-through, That's drama.
Yeah, 95 coming to the pit lane now. They are finally pitting after a 28-lap stint there for Ben Tuck. Excellent work by him.
Also on pit lane, by the way, the F Corsa car and 888.
Yeah, I think they've all decided that this is the moment to stop. They can get to the end from here. They'll be doing driver changes. There is Jordan Love going in.
Now, what we don't know is what the necessary minimum driver time is. We've not got that bulletin.
No.
But you guess it's about here.
Yeah.
And you've got to guess that, therefore, Pure Racing will need to pit as well.
Yeah, very, very shortly. Ben is just jumping out the car there, and it'll be Johnny Adam into the finish. New tyres going on the 95 TF Sport Aston Martin.
That is our leader coming through to complete lap 62. 52 minutes remaining. Toby Sowery 51 seconds ahead. And it's an almost identical gap back to Carwatana Bennett in second place, with Colin Brown edging towards the third place car, edging towards more points for their tally. They already lead the championship, and they are positions ahead of the 99 car.
Yeah. And while we were going through those highlights and then the rundown, I was just going back through some of the lap times here and the averages, and the 99 racing car has not been a fast car in anybody's hands today. Ahmed Al-Hati, Felipe Albuquerque, and even the skills of Louis Delatraz can't get that car going much quicker than a 147 or 146.
Louis Delatraz just come round at a 148. That could or could not be traffic, but to give you a bellwether against that, it is a 143 for Toby Sowery.
It's something significantly amiss and awry with the setup on that 99 racing car, and it goes to show you the performance window of this Oreca 07. You know, you've got to get it right in it for really to extract the maximum. It's an extraordinary machine, but if it's just a little bit off, and it'll be just a tiny thing that's off, and you are 3-4 seconds a lap off.
New fastest lap of the race goes to Julian Anlar, 141.697.
Yes,
this is the projection now for the championship. You can see dramatic change there if this race finished now, and it won't.
No.
85 points would go the way of CrowdStrike Racing by APR at the end of this season. 15 points clear. It is looking dire for 99 Racing right now. Their championship hopes went to ashes yesterday, and it's just got worse this evening.
Julian Anlau's the 22 car is slightly off sequence there. He's done 3 laps in this stint, and he's going to need to stop again before the end.
This is Peton Racing from the lead in LMP3. We're going to be going down to Claire Jedrick in just a moment. She's with Kay Cozzolino from the 82 car that was flying high, second in GT.
Okay, here with me, Kay, car number 82. Kay, I can tell that you look slightly confused. You didn't know that there's an infringement when you came out.
Yeah, our strategy was spot on. I think we were theoretically in the top 3, but something happened at the pit. We lost, I think we lost 8 seconds in the pit stop, so that cost us a huge loss of positions. I don't know what happened. I don't know. I'm just so angry right now.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Sometimes when you absolutely work your socks off in the race car, and then you're trying to figure out, okay, well, where have we ended up? How have we ended up here? And what's happened at that stop? And it can just be down to just a particular thing that it's out of the team's control, but it can be very frustrating. This is the 75 car Motor Park, and it's going very slowly.
It is indeed.
Yeah, into turn 6 there, and it needs to be keeping out the way here, but it's very unusual that it's maybe it's stuck in gear, maybe they've got a particular electrical issue.
This is a projection at the moment for GT, by the way. Pure Racing 6 points clear at the moment of 888 as things stand, but the Pure Racing car is currently on pit lane. Santalot Racing a further was at 11 points back. So at the moment it is about Pure Racing versus 888, and the AMG squad from Australia will be hoping that trouble goes the way of the Porsche squad from Lithuania.
It just looks slightly off sequence there with what they're doing, but is this a time stop? Just sitting there waiting. They're just counting it down. Their long stops.
2 penalties to report, by the way. It is for pit stop infringements. The car is in trouble. Signalling left. And that's going to be for car 3. The second place car overall will lose 5 seconds at the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement. That's not going to help them in their pursuit of the lead.
No, it's not.
They've got a pretty nice edge ahead of the third place Ducane team car. Also car 98, that is the Dragon Racing Ferrari, whose challenge appears to have evaporated. Project 1 BMW, both Porsche. This is the 93 and the 33 car. This is for only 15th place at the moment in GT. It's still being fought valiantly.
Yeah, there's a number of pit stops still to be served in that class.
Behind them, Casper Stevenson, by the way, who's running second at the moment in GT. That Lamborghini is looking very good indeed for this race.
It is. Yeah, Casper Stevenson, 16 laps on in this stint. He's going to need to make another stop. They're just going long with that, and it's going to be back on the pit lane.
So all sorts of dramas. This is Dan Harper and the young British driver. We've got a full course yellow coming. Full course yellow is coming in 20 seconds.
Wow. For any of those teams that have decided to gamble here, looking to see if they can go for long on their last stop. This will be helping them with their fuel numbers.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow is deployed. Approaching T6, bear left. Approaching T6, please bear left. We have marshals exposed on the right-hand side.
Toby there was just a little bit late on getting down to his speed.
Approaching T6, bear left. The left-hand side of the track. Thank you.
And he was just a little bit late getting down to the speed. Hopefully he did that all in time.
Now, these teams must believe this is within their fuel window.
It's a gamble. It certainly is a gamble. It's possible.
So Ducane team on pit lane from second place, down into third. Calverton and Bennett will be replaced in that car. We've already seen Milty Jacobsen climb aboard the Crown Strike Racing by APR car, the number 4. Colin Brown got that car onto 4th. Matthias Besch is aboard the 44 car, down inside the top 10, by the way, RC Bratislava. They've had a good run tonight.
Another one of their time stops here.
Lance Backler we saw climbing aboard the Pure Racing car. That car emerges in 4th place in GT, now a single slot behind
T6 bear left, T6 bear left. This is still a valid instruction. T6 bear left, please.
Away go the battling P2s. There is Toby Sowery.
T6 bear left.
Leading this race.
But he owes us a stop.
The final stop for this car. But they have defended that lead beautifully.
19-16, we will remove full course yellow. In less than 30 seconds, we will remove full course yellow.
One of the things that would have really got some time back, or been able for these guys to do their stops under the full course yellow. That was just fell nicely for them. It was for the 4 and for the 30.
10,
nice advantage.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
side by side here.
1.
This is always fun when it's like this.
Has been removed.
The 21 and the 27 going at it.
21 got him there.
Yeah.
So 21 in the hands of David Irigon.
Yeah.
Of course it is. Goes by Mark Ratcliffe. It's almost not fair.
I think Mark might have just sort of gone to say, like, go on, off you go. You crack on. I'll just follow you around for a bit.
Oh dear me.
Yeah, Davide is just next level, isn't he?
All sorts of mind games can be played in that scenario.
22 and the 30 here. 30 just out of the pit lane, getting those tyres up to 10. Does it look like they were new on the 30 actually? It looked like they were a used set.
Could work with the quali tyres.
Yeah.
So Toby Sowery leads this race from Tom Dillman, a minute behind. Freddie Habsburg now up to third.
Jean-Baptiste going deep there into turn 9. Hasn't got that left front switched on.
No.
He went very, very deep. Unfortunately, there's a nice bit of sort of extra track. He used all the banking there.
Did the Nielsen cars owe us a pit stop, Ollie?
Yeah, I
Oh, big wiggle again there for the Ducati team car.
Yeah, he's just trying to get it all up and running rather quickly.
24 and 34.
Let me see.
As Tom Dillman makes his final stop.
Go. 30, yes he does. And the 34, Matt Bell, yes he will as well.
Right, so they currently run 3rd and 4th. So
nice stints from both of those. Ferdy did a 43.9 average and Matt Bell did a 43.7 average. Nice for Matt to be right up there with Ferdy. Known quantity in a P2 car.
So looking up and down the order here, we'll call any other issues as they come. In LMP2, Toby Sowery leads and leads comfortably for Algarve Pro Racing, with the 2nd place car from Deco Engineering are defending, and they will not defend this championship. Champions on pit road. In LMP3, Breton Racing lead the race, but the action, the intrigue is all about the championship. That's the 3rd and 4th place cars. Fab Laverne is now aboard the CD Sport car. All the long stops have been served. The gap for the championship, 10 seconds. Fabien Laverne to Manuel Espirito Santo. 10 seconds for the championship, and with car 2 under investigation for a safety car infringement.
Yeah, those cars are still under.
That could be championship deciding.
Yeah, it's 295. So
Liebert Motorsport on pit lane from the lead. Now that does mean that Jordan Love won't quite make it to the lead here.
No, I don't think he will, but he's been going pretty quick, doing a nice job.
Proton Competition's latest pit stop from Julian Andlar is under investigation.
He's absolutely on it.
There is all sorts going on here.
Julian Andlar absolutely on it there. The way that the car went across that curb, and he's just throwing it in, pitching it into the corners. Full commitment. Great to see. Lick of flame coming out the side there of the 22 car. The 3's just coming out as they're coming through. Julian's going to get the 3 here. Yeah. Very easily done, and he's doing the 17 up the inside into turn 5.
That's currently for 4th place, but that will become 2nd place when the Nielsen cars pit.
So Julian Andlau against Lawrence Herr for the last 40 minutes here at Yas Marina in the Asian Le Mans Series final race of the 23-24 season.
Well, I think you're probably about to find out what you'd get if back in medieval times they had...
What are you going to say? What are you going to say now?
LMP2 cars jousting tournaments in Germany. Because these two are properly spirited. This could be big fun. Feisty, feisty, feisty.
What did you just say? LMP2 jousting in Germany.
Could be good, couldn't it? Think about it.
Right,
you're thinking about it now, aren't you?
Yeah, I scrambled my brain.
This is CD Sport up the inside of the number 20 car. That's for 2nd place. And he's hit him. He's hit the championship leader.
You could see that being telegraphed.
Where is here comes this is the just waiting to see where is the Cool Racing car.
That didn't need to happen. Really didn't need to happen.
There's the Cool Racing car.
Yeah.
2nd, 3rd, 4th.
You could see it coming. The 2 of them were fighting like crazy coming into turn 12, and he got pushed wide. The 20 did, and he wanted to still stick it up the inside on the 2 car coming into 13, and it was never going to work, and he's turned him around.
20 is the high class racing car, their 2nd. The number 2 car from CD Sport, their 3rd, and Coley's the championship. Closing.
This is going to end badly.
Has he got him here? Has he not? He's off track there. Oh, that's not the way to do it. No, that's not the way to do it.
Wow. The Viper Nisa car was right in the mix there. Couldn't get out of the way quick enough.
He could be in trouble for this.
Yeah. I think the 2 of them have got quite the blood's up, and they're after one another, it seems.
This could be settled on track. It could be settled by the stewards.
So they're down the inside. The CD Sport number 2 car is, and the 20's still there, and he's looking to keep his nose in, but he is not.
Off the track.
He was off the track, and he wasn't even close to being alongside. That's another one for the stewards. Oh,
dear me. But then, unfortunately, the 2 car then overtook off the track later on the next lap.
Yeah,
and
so
this melee could hand it could hand it to Cool Racing.
Yeah.
The gap, by the way, between those three is a second and a half.
God, it's so hard. You can see that sort of stuff bubbling up, and just, you know, drivers getting that bit of red mist. And
get your pencil ready, Ollie Gavin, because you remember I said when we came to Dubai, I think this is going to get closer on LMP3. That's me being right.
Okay, so that's one for you, one for you, and 4 for me. There we go.
I think the Gavin children know the way this game is played.
Yeah, they don't like playing me Monopoly.
Really?
No.
Hang on. Imagine, dear listeners and viewers, can't see the studio, my surprised face.
It's your very best one.
Lap 70, Toby Sowry from Ferdy Habsburg. But Ferdy does owe us a pit stop. 37 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Matt Bell, 29 seconds behind his teammate, the 34 car. That car owes us a pit stop. Julian Anlauer, meanwhile, has a pit stop. Oh, big lock-up from the number 24 car. Gets it all gathered up just about. Julian Anlauer, by the way, 8 seconds back from Matt Bell, has a pit stop under investigation. But at the moment, I think, on balance, is likely on count back third place.
Yeah. All the time that we're going further and deeper into the race, those last pit stops there for 24 and 34 are going to get shorter. That's going to bring them back into race. Toby Sowry, the leader of the race, on pit lane, number 25. This is their final stop, and it's going to be, they are just running through it, looking at everything on the car. This is really, what a luxury to be able to have this for the 25 car. The crew just to give it an absolute once-over, fuel only, and all the way to the end.
Remember, this is their second long stop. They must do a 1 minute and 40 stop. They've done one of them.
Yeah.
I think this is the second of those, so they've got that chance. Are we going to see Algarve Pro Racing claim another title and win races with both their cars?
It's pretty extraordinary.
That would be quite amazing.
We had quite a chat with Stewie Cox last night when we were leaving the paddock, didn't we? And he was passionate, so passionate about his team. And, you know, there was all kinds of things that he was discussing and going through, and the personnel and the people. But it was just, you could sense, you know, he just absolutely lives and breathes this.
Absolutely.
He's the heart and soul of this team. And he has got a massive heart. He is a massive character. And he's quite frightening at times, isn't he? With some of the stuff he does and says.
I could take him.
Now we've got this image of someone very small and someone very tall. And the small person having a sort of swing at the big person. He's just got his hand on his forehead. That's exactly how it would be.
So here we go. 3 messages on the screens at the moment. Car 2 under investigation for going off track and getting an advantage. We saw that. Incident involving car 20 to car 2 at T12 under investigation. Car 2 under investigation for safety car infringement. Got quite a lot going on at CD Sport at the moment.
Off pit lane comes car 25, Toby Sowry. Great to see him back on track. And how far are they ahead, and what is going on down at Nielsen? They have got...
How deep can they go here?
Yeah, and they're most probably on full fuel save as well. It is absolutely neck and neck on average between Ferdy Habsburg and Matt Bell.
Julian Anlauer, by the way, is flying 6 seconds back from Matt Bell. Matt's time's in the 43s.
Yeah.
4.30 for Matt Bell.
Yeah.
That's a quick time. That's a kind of low fuel time.
Yeah.
But it is a 41.7 from Julian Anlauer to cut the gap to 5.7 seconds. Anlauer has been a revelation in this car.
He's gone fastest in that first sector, and he's an absolute, he's a rocket ship when he's behind the wheel. Really fantastic stuff there from Julian Anlauer. A real find for Christian Reed and his team.
34 minutes remain, and whilst this 25 car is not going to win the championship, well, what's going to stop it, if anything, from winning this race?
There's Matt Bell coming down into turn 6.
Is the 34 car?
Yeah. Is he going to be coming to the pit lane this lap? Nicely done through there. Nice and smooth. Very slick. Good power down, off it goes. These 2 entries from Nielsen Racing have grown into these 2 events at Yas Marina. It was a little tricky to start with, but they've found their pace and found their way. And here we are in their pit box.
The drive-through penalty for car 20 for the collision with car 2. We saw that.
Yeah, you can see that coming.
That's the first of 3 LMP3 specific investigations underway now.
Is the 2 going to get a bit of a penalty for going off track?
It's game over.
Yeah. Yikes. Nicely done through there. I reckon he's coming to pit lane this lap.
Yeah, 12 seconds, by the way, Toby Sarah ahead of Freddie Habsburg, but we believe both the 24 and 34 need to stop again.
Well, thanks, mate. You just proved me wrong. There we go.
Yeah, he did it on purpose.
He did. He was listening.
Lipa Motorsport, Marco Mappelli, 12 seconds to good ahead of Jordan Love in the 888 car, and the Australian has 4.5 seconds. It is a drive-through penalty for car 2.
Oh.
That could be championship deciding stuff.
Yeah, just needed to keep his head after that battle with the 20. And it's so hard to do. The blood's up, the adrenaline's pumping, and you're so desperate to stay in front of that car and deal with the traffic that's in front of you, but then you just take 2, you know, the runoff area or all that sort of extra bit of racetrack that you're not supposed to use, and it's outside the boundaries, and then you get pinged.
That's it, and that could well be the end of their championship aspirations, because Manuel Espirito Santo, they take it immediately with Fab Laverne. Was right on his rear wing when that came through.
Well, good luck to anybody that's looking to track down that Lippert Lamborghini, because it's got Marco Mappelli aboard it, and he is pretty rapid.
Yeah, he's
afterburners on.
He's cracking on. 11 seconds, 12 seconds to good from Jordan Love. Klaus Bachler trying to close down 888. Doesn't need to for the championship.
No, and I think Johnny Adam is going to be on full attack as well. If he could close out their season with a podium, that will be a massive fill-up for TF Sport when it's been a very difficult day for them in regard to their P2 entries.
So, and 4 seconds now as the Nielsen Racing crew start to get ready for the 24. Is the 24 crew?
Matt's going around for another lap. Again, just, I don't know.
And 2 seconds back now and closing rapidly.
Yeah, he had another purple sector there in that second sector. He's not going to be far away from Matt Bell by the time that I think Matt will come to pit lane next time around.
30 seconds, by the way, the gap between the 17 and the 2, with Fabien Laverne having rejoined 26 seconds after the drive-through penalty for the 2. So that looks to, at the moment, have settled the title battle with that moment of blood rush.
Yeah, it has. Unfortunate for them.
Rather sadly, that blood rush caused by an incident that actually wasn't their fault.
No, it wasn't, and it's so hard to do. To keep your emotions in check and to try and sort of just think clearly under such intense pressure. It's all part of being a racing driver and existing on the track in this multi-class racing here in the Asian Le Mans Series. Really does test you to the maximum.
Lotte Jakobsen, by the way, at the moment, the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by APR crew on the way to the championship as things stand. Nielsen Racing's Freddie Habsburg on pit lane now. Yep. Jakobsen in 7th place, going quickly, but not in full attack mode. No. And I think they're running to the end here.
They are most probably just cruising to collect the points and just thinking about championship and just making sure they can finish. Matt Bell to pit lane. Yeah.
So this will.
He's finally got the message that I've been sort of sending him a message on my phone. Just pit this lane.
22 of Julien Andlau straight into a podium position.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I think will go up in the second here as well. He does indeed. So the Proton competition car, number 22, finishing strongly in this championship.
Freddie Habsburg here just getting some total energies, and the 34 car is just coming in directly behind. Fuel nozzle just took a second to get on there. Maybe a second there. This is going to be close between the 34 and the 22. It's the 22.
No, it's the 3. It's the 3. So Lawrence Herr, is Lawrence Herr good to go to the end?
Lawrence Herr is. Yes.
Yeah.
I think he is. It's going to be close. It's going to be close.
So Toby Sarri, 41 seconds to the good from Julien Andlau. and now quicker, but running out of time.
Julian's going to have to pit.
Julian's going to pit.
He's
Okay.
going to have to pit before the end, Julian is.
Lawrence Hurt
Looking at my
bubble,
prediction
we think.
anyway.
This is Julian now trying to make up time, space, anything that's going to actually retain.
He was just trying to warp time.
Absolutely. He's doing pretty well at it.
Yeah.
But, he's just got 12 seconds over Lawrence Hurt.
He's on board the 44 now. Is that Matthias Besch? I'm sure Julian will be looking to get by. Matthias just sticks to the inside. The 84 is going very slow.
That's currently likely got the message they were coming. Matthias Besch, not a fan of being overtaken.
No,
he does not put that in his top 3 things.
No, he doesn't really look in the mirrors that often, I've sort of noticed. Yeah, so Julian might have his work cut out here, just trying to get past Matthias. Got to be careful of the track limits there. And
going up on the Lipa Motorsport car, the Marco Mappelli car leading GT. This could be quite a moment, because at the inside of both.
Yeah, Julian's going to send it up the inside there.
And has made it. That's actually neatly done by both those drivers.
Yeah, Matthias actually did give him the room.
He did.
He kind of knew he was there, so
got the
my
message.
bad for saying that he doesn't look in his mirrors.
Did then. But
I sent him a message as well.
Mappelli in pretty much fast cruise mode here. 12 seconds to good, 12.7 seconds to good, edging away from Jordan Love.
Yeah.
Klaus Bachler is catching the Triple Eight car.
Yeah. Is Jordan does he have to manage a little bit here on the fuel? Just looking back on their last stop. Go 88. It should be okay. Yeah, it's going to be 26 laps, 27 laps possibly. Which is a bit tight, so Jordan Love might be managing a bit of fuel here.
Just watching as well the gap in LMP3. It's a warning flag to Julian Alain for track limits. The gap for the lead under 40 seconds as he goes by the LMP3 championship leader. Champion-elect, I think we can say now.
Yeah,
just watching that gap.
Yeah.
It is coming down a little with traffic, but it does seem in clear air. Manuel Espirito Santo can match or better the times of Fabien Laverne, and the gap is still 20 plus seconds. This does appear to be Algar Pro Racing's race to lose.
Yeah, Toby has done his last stop. He is good to go to the flag, and it's now going to be just being smart, clicking off the laps.
All car on pit lane.
Yep, just want high percentage moves, nothing risky. I'm sure there'll be some fingernails being bitten in the Algarve Pro pit box.
John Adam, by the way, in his battle with Klaus Bachler, it's sort of on as even, 5 seconds the gap. The lap time is both extremely good. There's a straight bollard there in the middle of the road.
Yeah, collected.
It's a terrible life being a bollard in that corner.
About as tall as you are, those bollards.
That's not how you want to be reincarnated, is it? Oh, where? Not really?
No. So we're just, I mean, there are going to be some nerves there in that 25 Algarve Pro.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's that bollard.
Told you.
Yeah.
That was the Project 1 BMW in the hands of Dan Harper outside the top 10. That car was flying high. Darren Young got a great start to the race after starting from the back of the grid. But it's not gone their way tonight.
No, Toby Sowry making his way past the 7 Almanar Racing by Gatsby car.
Another
Faisal on board.
That car's coming back up the order.
Yeah,
but
I think it might actually
not
owe us.
enough.
No, oh no, it doesn't. It's going to get to the end here on the. It should get to the end. Yeah, should be able to make it from here.
24 minutes remain.
What's happened with the Optimum
attack?
Yeah, Tom Gamble is behind Almanar Racing entry. That's on 8 seconds, and they are just off the strategy here. It's not quite fallen their way, has it?
It's we'll likely hear from Optimum and several other teams that the way in which the red flag intervened did not serve them well in strategy. it often can throw a team completely the wrong way. Julian Andlauer is flying. He is hacking into this lead, but needs a pit stop. You're certain of that?
I am pretty sure, yes. He's at 18 on this stint.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, he's going to have to stop. No way he can get to the end.
But he's got that gap down under 35 seconds now. Remember, that was a gap that was, what, 90 seconds?
Yeah, it was easy. He's been absolutely flying.
But they've been able to manage this gap.
Yeah, and that'll be the thing. You know, there'll be very clear instructions here to Toby about how they want him to manage this race. And he's been doing a fantastic job.
Well, Toby Sowery's award the car. We've got a full course yellow coming. That will be for that bollard, I think. Let's go down to the Algarve Pro Racing pit carriage. We've got head of motorsport at Ginetta, Mike Simpson, is with Claire.
Well, hi, for car number 25 here, Mike Simpson. He coaches the drivers. Now, it's been quite interesting. You guys have only had a 3 pit stop. I don't know if it was strategy or accidental, but you've managed to maintain the top spot. Can you tell us?
Yeah, a little bit of lady luck. I mean, we fuel saved with Chris at the start, so we could run longer than any other car. And it just coincided with our pit stop. We were in pit road when the red flags came out. So as we were in pit road at the time of red flag, that's absolutely fine. There's a 10-minute window before the restart and you're allowed to take your service. It's not one of the mandatory long stops, it's one of the shorter stops. So we serviced the drivers and put the fuel in the car, and then we've had to commit to the 2 longer stops later on, which has cost us some time. But now we're on level par with everybody else. So we think the 22 car may have to splash for fuel. So we feel we're racing the number 3 DKR car. So yeah, anything can happen in this race. It's been a crazy weekend. So I'm not racing, but my heart's in my mouth, I tell you.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, thank you.
Mike, long-term racer, Bart to his mates, and he is the motorsport director at Ginetta.
There's Freddie Tomlinson in the background.
Absolutely.
We will remove focus yellow in less than 30 seconds.
And of course, also an ex-LMP1 driver in the FI World Endurance Championship with Ginetta back in the day. Mike, as well as peddling to good effect their GT cars in a variety of forms and their LMP3 car in the early days of LMP3 back in 2015.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Full course yellow has been removed.
Yep, noise on, and the exhausts of the Ferrari ahead start to glow red as the power goes in for the 21 car. Here comes the 25 leading this race with 20 minutes left on the clock. What dramas remain in this race and in this season? Oliver Gavin, well, some predictions. They better be right.
You're going to start scoring me now. Well, I think the 25 has certainly sat in the box seat. They do not have to pit again. They have done a phenomenal job so far. Both Freddie Tomlinson, Toby Sowery and Chris McMurray doing a great job with the fuel save with that first stint. Yes, they caught a break there, Mike Simpson was just saying, but they have delivered, not made any mistakes, and they have done a fantastic job here. The 17 car here, Cool Racing, they seem to have now beaten off all other challenges, and they are really in the box seat for the championship. And also, well, they're going to have to chase down Breton Racing, but I think they've really just got eyes on the championship victory.
I think they've got eyes to the rear and keeping the gap to the CD Sport car.
GT, I would say it's all for Lippert, Lamborghini and Marco Mappelli to just click off these final few laps. 9 seconds in the lead. And we'll just have to sort of see how the rest of the field fall. Pure Racing there in third. That will wrap up the championship for them.
This is the predicted. They predicted points in LMP3. Cool Racing would take it by 3 points. Remarkable. Breton Racing, a great performance of that team in their first season of competition. High Class Racing, 4th, GG Classic Cars and Viper Peninsula Racing. But what a battle this has been. Kept their cool, Cool Racing, and are racing to the finish and will be managing the gap to CD Sport. It's all that matters for them at this point.
It is. It really is.
No shadow of a doubt. Breton Racing lead the race, and boy, would that be a great result for them. We're talking about that battle in GT. Klaus Bachler is just 2 seconds back now for the AMG. and that would be the final dagger to the heart for the title ambitions, born, frankly, just yesterday for Triple Eight. They looked nowhere in this championship, and then two things happened. 91 didn't finish, and they won the race.
Yeah, they did.
And it's a plus 25 result for them, which transformed things. And here we are, deep into this race.
Yeah, if they just had a slightly more competitive Sepang, I think that they would have really been absolute championship contenders here, and really giving Pure Racing further concern and worry for this championship.
So Toby Sowery making his way through this gaggle of traffic, which includes 3 GT cars and the Nielsen Racing Orica, looking to, I think, get a lap back here.
Yeah, I think that's Matt Bell trying to get his lap back and get back in front. There was nothing done. We didn't see any update on some of those investigations, did we?
No, there still could be some surprises to come.
The 95 car, I believe. Or
Indeed.
something.
Also, still one outstanding on the 2, by the way.
Yeah.
The battle here between the 82 and the 42. This is for 5th in GT.
Christopher Haase is on board that 42 car. He is pushing like crazy. And is that Manu Collard on the 82?
A couple of hardened war horses here.
I'm sure Christopher would love to hear that.
Absolutely. He's in the car. He can't hear a word I'm saying.
I'll go and find him afterwards. I'll let him know. Christopher did a top job yesterday and just driving off into the distance in the 42 car, but he was all undone with a safety car period yesterday. But there's the 42 car has been extremely strong throughout this Asia Le Mans series, but it's just their sort of speed sort of faltered, and they had that failure, didn't they, at in Dubai. They had that, was it €10 bracket or that 10-cent bracket?
So annoying.
Brake.
But the other thing is, of course, dealt 30-kilo brake, rather addition up the inside. Christopher Haase goes. I think he's going to get it done on Manu Collard.
To just check a bit, open the wheel slightly there, but I think Manu's just given him the room. Both smart about that, not wanting to rub any paint.
Car 22. That is the Proton competition car. Is going to get 5 seconds on this pit stop.
That will definitely drop it back behind the 3. And so they are on pit lane now.
Malte Jakobsen, meanwhile, is up into, where are we? 5th position. Looking very good now for this title.
Yeah, they
Every position means more points and more of a gap of the 99 car, which is just not in this fight.
No, it's not. And I've just been checking on the averages again, and you know, 1 minute 47 on average, and with Louis Delatraz on board, and in comparison, that's about 4 seconds off the pace.
That's the mark of the job having to be done to rebuild the car around a new chassis and having no time to test the car.
Big lock up there from Lawrence Herr as he came into turn 6. The car just was bouncing on the tyre, and it was bound. The frequency just got all wrong there, and all of a sudden you can see it here. The front's just it's just bouncing, fluttering, and that just caused that lock up. He had to then bleed out the brake and go through the runoff area. But that was
survived.
He did survive. It was the way that the tyre was, the car was bouncing aero. It was built aero flutter, and with the frequency, with the dampers and the tyre itself and the bumps, it just all got out of sync.
22 car with that 5 second gap, by the way, has dropped behind Ferdy Habsburg. It's in between the two Nielsen Racing cars. Comes back out in 6th place.
Lawrence has got himself back under control. He had a bit of this yesterday, didn't he? With some lock-up. And it seems to be one of the things with the 3 car.
The important thing now, though, is the lead gap is 53 seconds.
Yeah.
Jean-Baptiste Simon out 2 seconds back from Lawrence Herr, and Malte Jakobsen 14 seconds back in 4th.
Julian Adler has dropped all the way to 6th spot, hasn't he?
And that should have been a quick pit stop from them, but 51 seconds should have been 46.
Yeah, did they have to take the extra 5 seconds, though?
I think they had to take that extra 5 seconds.
Yeah. So here's Malte Jakobsen. He's got
Ferdy Habsburg
with him breathing down his neck, and he might just, I don't know, will he wave him by? I don't think he will. But just doesn't want to do anything crazy.
He'll know he's there. He'll know he's there. He'll be being told the gap front and back.
Let's see what happens here as they run down into turn 6. These two real talents in P2. Ferdy is looking to get the deal done. Multi.
Let him know.
Yeah, just let him have it there. Didn't fight him. Just like, okay, off you go.
Well, Habsburg is just 16 seconds off a podium position here.
Yeah.
And what's the lap times broadly similar between Jean-Baptiste Simonard? Had that.
Is he going to mess with him a bit here?
I think he probably is.
Yeah. To Jakobsen, just okay, all right, you can go by, but I'll just sit behind you here.
Ferdy Habsburg will be in an Alpine Supercar hypercar this season. How much longer before the reserve driver from Peugeot Sport and the other major French manufacturer is going head-to-head in the top class of the FI World Endurance Championship?
Yeah, it's going to be...
Not much longer, is my guess.
No, it won't be much. So 18, 95, 82, all must respect track limits at turn 4. That is on the exit of the fast sweepers before coming down into turn 5, that hairpin, and it is a spot where the GT cars have to use all of the road.
CrowdStrike Racing with APR, already champions in North America in the Endurance Championship. Could add an Asian Championship to this. I think this would be Malte Jakobsen's first LMP2 title.
Right.
He's won the European Le Mans Series in LMP3. He's won races in LMP2. I don't think he's won a title. Came within 0.6 of a second of doing that LMP2 Pro-Am in the European Le Mans Series this year. That title was taken by AF Corsa.
Where do you think these guys' heads were 4 hours ago? Or nearly 4 hours ago, when he had the big spin at turn 2. Oh, gets tight down into here. Malte's just looking to keep his car clean. The Viper Nisa has just almost parked it on the exit curb there, and now we've got, is that the two Optimum cars?
There was the Optimum and the Attempto car side by side, with the Optimum car almost off track. 30 car in the hands of Jean-Baptiste Simonard is 2 seconds back from Lawrence Herr now.
Yeah, has Lawrence got a problem? Has he got an issue after that big
lock-up,
big lock-up? His lap
times. His fillings if he's got any.
Yeah. He's doing 44.7.
Drive-through penalty, meanwhile, for Dragon Racing's 98 car for abuse of track limits.
Jean-Baptiste Simonard has got the bit between his teeth, and he is slowly catching Lawrence. And this could be, well, I'm saying slowly catching. They are within 1/10 in that last lap, so very, very close.
It's on as even in most of these major battles, with 10 minutes remaining. Looking like Algarve Pro Racing are heading towards the race win. Looking like CrowdStrike Racing by APR heading towards the championship win. And in LMP3, Cool Racing's Manuel Espirito Santo is pulling away now from Fabien Laverne in second place. But Breton Racing looking like heading for that race win. Cool Racing to the title. Lippert Motorsports, Lamborghini in a great position here to take a race win. But it's the third place car from Pure Racing, the Porsche 91, that looks to be heading to the championship. So none of our race winners tonight look like they're championship winning cars.
No, it doesn't look like it right now.
What's going to change in the next 9.5 minutes?
Yeah.
Meteor strike.
There's Julian going up the inside of the 69 car. Just trying to make up some of that ground that they had to.
He's catching Jakobsen.
He is.
Malte Jakobsen is in cruise mode.
Yeah, but I'm not sure he's going to have enough time, is he?
Don't know so much, you know. He's 4 seconds quicker on that last lap.
Yeah.
That might be traffic.
Yeah, it could have been. And we'll see how these. Yeah, we've got under 9 minutes now. So what are we looking at here? It's probably all right, 5 laps.
Yeah, indeed. At the moment, by the way, the 99 Racing car will not score. It's in 11th place.
Yeah, it's been a very, very tough day for them. And the 90 as well. It's just not looked at the races at all either. Yeah, Charlie's got it going a little bit better.
In a fight at the moment with Matthias Besch, by the way, for position.
Yeah.
For points and pride.
Yeah, Charlie's averages have been pretty good, actually, comparing them.
Closed down, by the way, this pair, by, rather ironically, the car that Charlie won the title in last year, the Deco Engineering car, in the hands of Lawrence Herr, catching this pair to put a lap on them.
In fact, Charlie's average for that last stint was exceptionally good. One of the fastest so far in the race. So, yeah, Charlie's fired up. But I think the damage was done earlier in the race. I think during the rain, the car just did not look very happy or very nice. And, yeah, so Charlie's now a long way back, and he's looking to get past this 44 ARC Bratislava car. And, nicely into turn 12. Nice line through there. 12 and 13 flowing the speed across the apexes. Great to watch these cars. I was down there earlier on in the week. Brilliant to watch these cars through and off that section.
This is our leader in GT, Marco Mappelli.
Yeah.
Drive through penalty meanwhile for car 11. That one's not in this hunt. That's way down the order in 16th. That's track limits for Lesov, Alexei Lesov. But Marco Mappelli, meanwhile, in the solo Lamborghini in this race. They've had a quiet and effective run here, Ollie.
Yeah, they have. Marco just needs to be a little bit careful on the old track limits.
Watching that,
yeah, he just don't push it. You got plenty of time here. You got a nice little cushion. Jordan Love's 9 seconds back.
It seems to be holding Klaus Bachler now.
Yeah, I think that's a bit sort of status quo. I was watching at Johnny Adam as well. He was sort of gaining on Klaus Bachler, but then he's just dropped back as well.
The one we're watching at the moment, Davide Rigon, he's not going to get in the podium fight, but he's 7th and I think could make up another place within this race.
Yeah, he's going to be catching Manu Collard, isn't he?
Charlie Eastwood still pushing on with Matthias Besch, and I believe they're both being caught. They are by Lawrence Herr. Trying to put a lap on the pair of them. Herr is...
Yeah, they had a great battle last night, didn't they? Charlie Eastwood and Lawrence Herr, and Lawrence did come away the winner, and it does look like that 3 car, the DKR entry, has just got that extra bit of pace here.
Oh, that's Matthias Besch held up there by the GT car.
Is Charlie going to be able to go around the outside?
Keep trying.
No, doesn't look like it. Oh, he's gone deep, very deep, and he just had to check, pump the brakes, and just look. Maybe he's going to do the undercut here up in the. No, that's not the spot.
No.
And Matthias is just not going to hand it to you. You've got to work for it.
Under 6 minutes to go now.
Just coming up the inside of the Optimum car. Has he seen him? Yes, I think he has. Is that?
He's run to the final turn there from Charlie Eastwood, but I don't think he's close enough. Lawrence Herr is catching them hand over fist here.
That's Rob Bell on board the 27. Just getting out of the way.
Bell brothers on track together.
Yeah, better looking version of the Bell brothers. There we go. Charlie still looking for a way past Matthias Besch. He's going to come to the inside here.
And here is Lawrence Herr in this fight now.
Yeah, looking for the undercut here. Charlie is trying to get the drive off, and I would say that there's going to be quite a draft here from the GT cars in front.
2 cars together as well.
Triple toe. And it's going to be very, very busy at turn 6. And Charlie, inside. Is Matthias Besch going to give it to him? Yes, he is. Nicely done.
Almost into Lawrence Herr, but that's neatly done from Charlie Eastwood. Lawrence Herr's got a good toe here. We'll go to the inside to the bank turn. I think he's going to get that place. He's going to get that track position rather.
Yeah.
Puts another lap. Puts a lap on Matthias Besch.
Jordan Love have both mirrors completely full of P2 cars. Getting bombarded. He's just trying to stay out the way, be smart, but not giving him much room. Breton Racing, smart race by these guys today.
Just been cruising and doing what they need to do, which is do it without issues. Stay out the pits if you can. No mistakes.
Yep. Good. Been smart.
Stefan, the reigning champion of the Ligier European Series, stepping up to LMP3. We'll be seeing him in the Michelin Le Mans Cup this coming season. The Kane team's Jean-Baptiste Simonin is on pit lane. Wow. That will give Nielsen Racing at the moment a podium place.
Yeah, it will.
Ferdy Habsburg is going to get that place.
He is.
Melty Jakobsen, by the way, has got his mirrors full of Julian Andlauer. 3 minutes to go.
A couple of laps here.
And car 3 is getting a drive-through penalty. The second place car, Ferdy Habsburg, is going to be second here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Here we go. What? Off track and gaining an advantage. Was that from the incident that we saw at turn 6?
He basically porpoised and broke.
But then gunned it through.
Yes.
And
I suspect it possibly was.
Yeah.
So Deco Engineering going to lose that second place. If he doesn't take the stop now, he will lose it on time post-race with a 30-second penalty normally.
Yeah.
So at this stage, it looks to me as if Nielsen Racing are going to be second, and Melty Jakobsen is going to be on the podium.
What's Lawrence going to do here? Is he going to serve it, or is he going to continue to drive through? He's trying to get up the inside here with the Lambo. He's done that. Also got to be, Marco's just got to be careful as well.
He's not coming in here, is he? Or is he? Yes, he is.
There we go.
This is where the podium's going to be decided, and it's decided with a penalty for the number 3 Deco Engineering car.
Yeah.
Taking off.
Matthias Besch just coming on pit lane as well.
Late splash, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Car 69 is under investigation as well. That's the Optimum car in 9th.
Yeah.
So look for, where is the Nielsen car? Should be crossing the line any second now. And 5 seconds back will be not Melty Jakobsen, but Julian Andlauer. Andlauer's going to be going to the podium here. This is Toby Sowery, 1 minute and 32 seconds from the end of the time. It's going to be this lap plus one more, isn't it?
Yep, it is. Coming on to the final
Habsburg
lap.
to second.
Oh, my word.
Well, that's why.
Good grief. I was not expecting that.
It's going to be fine for the time required. That's Stewie Cox on the pit wall. Taking a look.
Yeah. Didn't look very happy, did he?
Lawrence Hurt, I think, is out ahead of Melty Jakobsen. Not going to hurt them for the title.
No. Maybe they're just being extra safe with the 4.
Final lap. Toby Sowery, Freddie Tomlinson, Chris McMurray.
What a great race for these guys.
You and I had a long chat with Chris McMurray, who felt really out of sorts in Sepang.
He did.
Could you have predicted he'd win a race this season? Could he have predicted he'd win a race this season?
No.
Remarkable.
Well, yeah, it is remarkable, but that's just racing, isn't it? Sometimes these things just turn around.
Matt Bell right behind him here, so he's looking to unlap himself on the final lap. So Toby Sowery, 69 seconds to the good. That is a remarkable result from Nielsen Racing's 24 car, Ferdy Habsburg.
Yeah, they're going to be ending up second.
And again, the other driver that looked totally out of sorts at Sepang, Ian Lockie.
Yeah, he did.
Got it together. He lets him go. So Matt Bell will finish on the lead lap.
He will finish on the lead lap. And Toby can pretty much cruise it in from here. Very little pressure. He's over a minute ahead of Ferdy Habsburg.
So for this race, it's the end of the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi tonight. It's the end of the 2023 Asian Le Mans Series, the 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. This car that came home the winner of the European Le Mans Series, a different crew, of course, aboard, is going to come through the final 2 turns and will take the final win of the season here at Yas Marina. A race win for Algarve Pro Racing, for Toby Sowery, for Freddie Tomlinson and for Chris McMurray. Remarkable stuff.
Absolutely. Look at those guys on the pit wall, thrilled with that. And that's a fantastic result for Toby Sowery and all.
They can't believe it.
It's just
they
amazing.
Cannot believe it.
Great stuff. Breton Racing here, 26, going to take the victory.
CD Sport are home in 3rd. That seals the fact that it will be Cool Racing for the title. But Breton Racing from the Czech Republic, with fantastic support from Team Virage, come home in their debut season anywhere in LMP3 racing to take a race win in the Asian Le Mans Series.
Fantastic.
Great stuff.
Awesome.
Stefan Danskostapola and Julian Jerby waiting for Cool Racing to complete the podium. But before then, we'll see home the winner in GT, and it is the Lippert Motorsports Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2. And Lamborghini will take a win in the Asia Le Mans Series. Lippert Motorsport, what a result for them. Fantastic stuff too.
Just seeing Ferdy Habsburg crossing the line there, taking second place.
Great stuff
for Nielsen Racing.
And just ahead of Julian Anlauer, taking the final podium position.
Wow, great stuff.
Also home, by the way, and subject to confirmation of results, CrowdStrike Racing by APR in 7th. That should seal the title. APR win the race with one car and win the title with their other car. Also home, Cool Racing, they take the title in LMP3 subject to confirmation of these results. 888 come home with Klaus Bachler in the Pure Racing Porsche in their wheel tracks. They take the title tonight, and that's a remarkable result for Pure Racing from Lithuania. LMP2 Teams Champion confirmed on the screen. CrowdStrike Racing by APR. George Kurtz, Colin Brown and Melter Jakobsen in a conservative run at the end. That's all they needed with the troubles for 99 Racing to take the title. But their fella, this is Cool Racing and the LMP3 title going their way.
They've been a class act all the way through this season.
Haven't they
in the Asia Le Mans Series, really fantastic.
Cool Racing winning titles.
Very
in
impressive.
LMP3 around the world. They've been European champions in LMP3 and now Asian champions in LMP3. The travails of their P2 program not reflected with the junior class. GT Teams Champion, Pure Racing, what a story.
Absolutely. Yesterday they looked absolutely out, down and out after that big incident at turn 1 under the safety car. But today they have absolutely bounced back, and they have had a real strong performance through these last 3 races, haven't they?
Absolutely.
Dubai and the 2 races here in Yas Marina, they have really been the class of the field, really.
They Eckert, the team principal, on a mission to inspire motorsport enthusiasts in his home country of Lithuania, and no better way of doing it than winning titles. They've done it in the GT World Challenge in the Bronze Cup. They've done it here tonight in the Asian Le Mans Series. What next?
Done, lads, in the 25 car. Brilliant win for them.
Took the luck when it came their way.
Absolutely.
But you know what? Fought thereafter to retain that. They come home 66 seconds to the good. Breton Racing, fantastic results for them too.
Remarkable, absolutely remarkable. Brilliant 4 hours of Abu Dhabi here.
If you're playing Fantasy Asia Le Mans Series tonight and you got this as the top, the winning cars in each class, then doff my cap to you.
Yes.
Amazing stuff. That long red flag certainly affected this result, and it certainly gave the Algarve Pro Racing team a mighty advantage, but they had to defend it for pretty much half of this race.
Wonderful to see.
Stefan Julian Gerby there with the silver hair in the middle of the picture.
Oh, he's such a character. Great to see him back in victory lane.
Brendan Leach there, and Gabriele Vintoni completing the win for the number 19 team.
He's given him quite the download.
That is
Toby Sowry, great to see. BRDC member, fantastic. What a victory for them. That's be a very big win for him in his career.
Yes, indeed. Young drivers look for headlines at this stage of their career, and he's got a nice big one to slap all over.
And Freddie Tomlinson as well.
Freddie, I have to say, first season in LMP2 here. There's a lot of pressure here, without a shadow of a doubt. A lot of eyes on him. It's a well-known family name, and you know what? He probably delivered tonight.
He did. Lots of questions here. Julian Anlauer, he's lots of...
So something being explained to him.
Yeah, he's trying to understand exactly what the situation was with the rules there.
This is the overall classification after the 4 hours of Abu Dhabi, the final round of the Asia Le Mans Series 23-3-24. 90 laps completed and a win for the number 25 Orica of Algarve Pro Racing. The 24 from Nielsen Racing brings home a podium position in second place, 1 minute and 6 seconds back. And Proton Competitions 22, Julian Anlauer powering back to a third place finish on the podium. It would be seventh place finish for the championship winners, the number 4 car. Breton Racing, a first win for them, 13th overall, and in LMP3. Cool Racing takes second place and the title in that class, with CD Sports and a late penalty costing them dear, costing them a position and the title, it seems. Lipa Motorsports, Lamborghini, number 19, 17th overall, and a win in GT from the AAA AMG, followed home by the 91 Porsche from Pure Racing from Lithuania, who we believe have taken the title too. And so on goes this deep, deep GT field, and the unlucky, what is that? Quintet at the back, the end of that, the non-finishers. Let's go down to Claire Jedrick. She's been running that pit lane all evening, and she has caught up with our overall winners. She's there with them right now.
Well, not quite overall yet, but we're doing the LMP3 first. Congratulations, guys. This is car number 26. Tell us what's going on. Oh, sorry. No.
Car 25.
We are car 25. You are right. Sorry. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much. I mean, the racing gods weren't with us yesterday, but they came with us today, and you know, it doesn't happen too often that way. So thrilled. I want to especially note Freddie's stint in the wet in the middle of the race. Was the quickest guy on the track, and then Toby brought it home, did a great job. So congrats to Algarve. Hi to everybody at home, and man, we're loving it, huh, guys?
Congratulations, guys.
Thanks so much.
Great to see. Great to hear as
well.
There's
a pub quiz question there somewhere, isn't there?
Get in here, boys.
Look at that. Well, we've got Chris McMurray there, father of ex-racer Matt McMurray, and we've got Freddie Tomlinson, son of ex-racer Lawrence Tomlinson. What a great night here in Abu Dhabi. Let's take a look back at the last 4 hours of action, both on track and under red flag. In the sunshine, Ahmed Al-Hati would start the race from pole position and would lead the field down into turn 1, but there was drama as the middle order in LMP2 came through turn 2. Podium Chatan rather spooking George Kurtz into a clash with Francois Perraudin, and then carnage ensued. 5, 6, 7 cars involved, multiple collisions, and 2 cars out on the spot. The 58 GG Classic cars, Ligier, and the number 9 car from Get Speed, the pole-sitting car in GT. Safety car was called, and there was drama for the 83 Orica from AF Corsa, a title contending car out of contention at that stage. Almost a clash, what could have been, with the number 4 car, and then an actual clash, a big clash, and a violent one too between the 55 Proton car and the number 8 Porsche. The 2 drivers having a discussion about what happened and why. Podium Chatan away to reconcile himself with what had happened. Then the rain came, and post-safety car, the race had been turned on its head. There were clashes galore, including this one, called against the 75 Motor Park AMG after a clash with the 82 Ferrari. Meantime, in pursuit of the title, Joel Sturm here making his way up through the order, picking up positions, picking up points for the Pure Racing Porsche. Lots of P's in that particular phraseology. His points picking off one of the Optimum McLarens. Forced wide there by Sander Hahn, toughing it out to take the place. Meantime, tussling in LMP2, and this would cost the number 2 car dearly. Took the position from the number 20. They'd be penalised for that, but in his recovery, and maybe with the blood running, the number 2 car, Fabien Laverne, trying to keep clear of the 17 car racing car, would run into trouble, penalised, and lose the position and later the title. 25 Algarve Pro Racing car kept their heads, dealt a real advantage under the safety car, they would keep it all the way through with clear thoughts, great strategy and good pace. The 3 car, a late penalty would cost them the podium from DCAR Engineering, but through to take the win would be the number 25 Algarve Pro Racing car. Toby Sowery, Freddie Tomlinson and Chris McMurray taking the win. It would be a win this race for Breton Racing from the Czech Republic, and the title going to the number 17 car. Core Racing delighted with their title-winning efforts. And in GT, the win on the night would go to the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, Marco Mappelli, Brendan Leach and Gabriele Rindoni, but the title would go to Pure Racing from Lithuania with their Porsche.
Great to see. Wonderful scenes down there in pit lane. Those teams celebrating and extremely happy with today's results.
Well, 6 happy crews, 3 race winners and 3 title winners.
And Garcia there
you go. Congratulating the APR guys, Ian Loggy there.
Yeah, he's going to be very happy with this.
He should
and
be.
He looks so much more comfortable in that car today.
Yeah, Freddie Habsburg just taking on some fluid to the background. Toby Sowery and Freddie Tomlinson. Freddie looking a little bit shell-shocked.
A bit surprised.
Actually, you know what? One of the stints of the race from him.
Yep.
Under pressure.
Very difficult conditions as well.
Difficult conditions, had a big lead to defend, but there's pressure in that.
Yeah.
There is pressure in there.
Massive pressure. And
Ian Loggy can't quite believe it, and he should be quite rightly delighted with that run.
Absolutely. And Freddie Habsburg will be there somewhere.
He's over on the right-hand side.
Background, yeah.
There you go. He's back to to us, taking on some fluids.
Yeah, he's working hard.
But it's been quite a weekend. There's Sam Cox. Will be utterly delighted with that.
Exactly. Look at Chris.
Sam, one of the real characters in this paddock, and does this with emotion and does it with passion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, fantastic to see. It's been quite the.
So there we are. That's the racing done. We've got the podiums to come and the championship podiums to come after that. Ollie, how's the season been for you?
Oh, I think it's been fantastic with brilliant racing here at Yas Marina. I think certainly it's been something that nobody really could predict, and certainly the 2 incident-filled races have been spectacular to watch and commentate on, and try and dissect and keep everybody up to date with. And now we've got to the point of crowning the race winners today, but also these champions and deserving champions in every single class.
It's been a season filled with drama. 5 very different races. Weather involved in a couple of those races. A couple of red flags here, of course, that shook up the order. But we've actually seen some really classy performances from the teams who've been contesting these titles, and I think 3 deserving champions.
Yep, absolutely, and some real highlighting of some great talent that's been out there, but also some very fantastic teams. Algarve Pro have really performed exceptionally well again. TF Sport, with their 99 racing effort, they were right there up until that really nasty accident with 99 racing yesterday under that safety car that really took them out, and today they've just really been out of sorts. And great to see here this 22 crew coming out onto the podium, and Giorgio Roda and Julian Andlauer and Rennie Binder have also been real stars of the field.
They've made these races, all of them, as a delighted Freddie Habsburg, Alejandro Garcia and Ian Loggy.
Yeah.
See, Stefan Rattel, not the team manager of Nielsen Motorsport, coming out, I think, to be part of this presentational party. But the winners, and deservedly so tonight, they got the break.
They did.
With that red flag, but they've taken everything that this race could throw at them. After that, it is going to be Chris McMurray. It's going to be Freddie Tomlinson and Toby Sowery. Sam Cox from the team will take to the top step of the podium. And Algarve Pro Racing take the win tonight for this race and the title, as we'll see a little later on a different podium, in LMP2. And that's invitation to enter the Le Mans 24 Hours in June.
That is amazing.
There you go. Great stuff.
And now,
Sam and Stu Cox have long raced proudly under the Portuguese flag, and the Portuguese anthem once again being heard on an international podium. How many times have we heard that because of the efforts of the little team that could? From the Algarve in Portugal, Stefan Rattel handing out the trophies to Proton Competition, to Nielsen Racing and to Algarve Pro Racing. This championship, in your time with us, actually, Ollie, I'm not saying this is down to you, obviously, but has matured in a very special way. We're seeing this format provide something very special to allow teams to blood in new talent.
It is very, very special, and his strength and depth here is just extraordinary. The P2 field has grown year on year that I have been here with you working on this, and it's amazing to see. I think there's a few trophies going flying there.
Yeah, great. It's been great fun, this format.
Yes, it has, and the way it's working with these 4 hour races here in the Asian Le Mans Series, I think going back to Sepang would added that extra little piece that we've just maybe been missing. But coming here to both Dubai and to Yas Marina, I think is very, very special for all of these teams here, and it's something I think that they can work so well with, you know, to sort of bookend either season.
This is the points as they finished the season. It's 79 points to claim the title by the number 4 CrowdStrike Racing by EPR Orica Squad. 99 Racing fade in the last weekend with such bad luck yesterday. Yeah. And again, that replacement car clearly not quite there. 9 points back, and only 2 points clear from a charge from Proton Competition at the very end. They were right there in the middle of things all the way through. D-Car Engineering, AF Corsa, the 25 from Algarve Pro Racing are winners tonight in 6th. Then TF Sport, Proton Competition's 55 car, Nielsen's 24, the Duquesne Team 30, the 34 from Nielsen Racing, ARC Bratislava and Cool Racing completing the order. It is Colin Brown, George Kurtz and Malte Jakobsen who take the driver's title from Ahmed Al-Hati and Louis Delatraz. Nikita Mazepan, not in action this weekend, will tie with Giorgio Roda, Julian Andlauer and Rennie Binder for third and fourth, as it's listed there, but that would be because on count back, and then on with this parade of LMP2 talent, established and emerging. Great stuff. I've had a thoroughly good time with this one. Let's get down to Claire.
Okay, well, we have with us the real LMP3 winners. Tell us, Julian, thoughts on that race.
Wow, just wow. We've been quite unlucky this season with safety car and full course yellow going in the bad moment for us. So it seems like this time the luck was on our side, and then both guys did a superb job, and yeah, it's a great feeling.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Julian Gerby was doing a fantastic job on board there, and he was talking to us earlier, wasn't he, about the setup of that car? And
absolutely, they were delighted with it.
Yep, very, very good.
So it's going to be to the podium, and for CD Sports, it's going to be Nick Adcock, Michael Jensen and Fabien Laverne. I think they'll be disappointed by the way this actually ended. Where is Fab Laverne? Not seen Fabien yet.
No. It all came down to that contact with the 20 car, and you know, then the bit of a rush coming down into sort of 3-4 section. But these guys have been at the class of the field.
They have Alexander Bekantsov and James Winslow will take the title, and with Manuel Espirito Santo taking second place this evening to secure that.
Yeah.
But the Breton Racing team,
great win for these guys. Really stuff. Fantastic.
Yeah, Stefan and Skostapola and Julian Gerby, of course. It is Breton Racing with a huge amount of support from Team Virage, which is the team that Julian heads in Europe. We said, I said it earlier in the show, we said this was coming together nicely, this battle in LMP3, and we got a great race tonight.
Yeah, we did. Really fantastic.
the Czech national anthem. Yet another new anthem for the Asian Le Mans Series, and yet another new team taking a win here in Asia. Total Energies, valued partners, of course, of the Asian Le Mans Series, as they are across the ASCO family. GD Sports accept with grace their trophies. Cool Racing will be bigger smiles here, I think, and correctly so. They fought well for this, stayed out of trouble.
James Winslow there, a BRDC member, proudly wearing his badge.
But let's not get in the way of what's been a historic evening for this team. New talent, new team, a new force from the Czech Republic in LMP3 racing. What dramas to come for them moving forwards. Again, showing what this championship can do with emerging talent.
Yeah, fantastic to see. These guys will be relishing this moment and celebrating with their teams later.
Messy moments, but they don't need those suits tomorrow, so that's okay.
Get them in the washing machine.
Yeah, that's not going to smell great going through customs tomorrow.
Yes.
From here, these teams and the rest of the paddock will be heading back home, whether or not that's home to Europe, to elsewhere in Asia or in North America for the season to come. But
yeah, they have a very busy, packed calendar.
So much going on in sports car racing. This is the team's trophy result. Just 3 points at the end separated it. Cool Racing from CD Sports. Breton Racing closed that gap with that win at the end, and they do not disgrace themselves at all in a first season for them. High Class Racing, the first effort for them under their own banner in LMP3, and then GG Classic Cars and Viper Nisa Racing bringing the car home tonight. And that
they led for a while, didn't they, Viper Nisa?
And that will be a relief for them after 4 retirements in what's been a season of bad luck for the Malaysian team.
Exactly.
In the Drivers' Trophy, it will be Alexander Bekantov and James Winslow, as we said, taking home the Drivers' title, head of the trio from CD Sport, Fabian Laverne, Michael Jensen and Nick Adcock. Julian Gerby and Menea Stefan, the 2 full-season drivers for Breton Racing, will take home 3rd position honours. Well done all. Rounding out the points, let's go down now for the GT class winners from this evening. This will be, I've no doubt, elated Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini team. They're down with Claire Jedrick right now.
Congratulations for the GT class. What a race.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's a great achievement. We gave it all and we're really happy. The last 2 races have been much better than how we had it in the middle, but we're really happy about our success.
Congratulations, guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Great effort from the team and Lamborghini and Lippert. Thank you.
Enjoy your night.
So Gabriele Rindoni that was. Cedric Viat, our event director, with the championship winners and 3rd place team here tonight. They managed that beautifully, finished that race just 2 seconds back from their main championship rivals, Ollie.
Yeah, and they were just looking like they were just managing, but obviously unleashing that performance at different points. But they have been really the class of the field. Once we got through sort of Sepang, these guys were always in and around the front. And yes, yet again today, coming away on the podium. Fantastic.
Alex Malinkin, Klaus Backler and Joel Sturm. Joel Sturm in particular, I thought, had a storming, and that's no pun intended, run tonight.
This crew have performed very, very well. They really came to the fore.
Please come back, Triple Eight, because this has been fun and they've been impressive here. That will be Prince Jeffrey, of course, Lucas Stoltz and Jordan Love. But the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini team take the win tonight for Gabriele Rindoni, Brendan Leach and Marco Mappelli.
Yeah.
And that
very strong lineup, and they've performed extremely well. They were strong yesterday, but today it all just fell their way, and they performed.
They did indeed. It's a strong result for them, and we welcome their national anthem. Ollie, you've won races with not too deep a field. You've won races with a hugely deep field. We've had the latter throughout this season. How tough is that? In an era particularly where we have balance of performance, where there is not an unfair advantage.
Yes, it is extremely tough, and these guys have performed extremely well under intense pressure, and there is an awful lot that goes into this, whether you're talking about that balance of performance or how your manufacturer works or how your team works within that manufacturer and how you work with the partners like Michelin and Total Energies to work with your resources. And you know, it is such a team effort to make everything work and deliver the result.
I should say, by the way, it is Matthew Banadell, I think, isn't it? It's presenting the trophies here. And quite often, tyre partners in race series only get mentioned when there's a failure. Other than contact, I can't remember us having a single one.
I can't either. And Michelin do supply such amazing product to both the racing world and the road car world. And they are tip of the spear in terms of technology and understanding how to put those magical black round things on all the vehicles.
Great stuff from GT tonight and throughout this season. It has been a stellar night of action, interrupted albeit by another long red flag period, but just added drama. Let's take a look at the team's trophy. 6 points clear at the end, so 888 did close the gap a little, but that was all under control from the 91 Pure Racing squad from Lithuania. 88 with JMR from Australia finished second. Santalok Racing dominated the early part of this championship, couldn't quite make it to the flag and the championship. Liebherr Motorsport up into a close fourth place, with Almanar Racing by Get Speed fading today. Optimum not quite performing where they'd liked. Would have liked. Alex Malikin, Joel Sturm and Klaus Bachler are our champions from His Highness Prince Geoffrey, and Luca Stoltz in second place. Alban Veruti, Christopher Haase and Gilles Magnus come home third place in the Drivers' Championship. Cracking stuff all around. And what is that? 20 hours of great racing.
Yeah, wonderful stuff here. You know, in all three classes, I think it's been exceptional competition, and it's been a brilliant Asia Le Mans series here.
Well, we're not far away from the end of this show and the end of this season. We wait to find out what happens the Asia Le Mans season into 24-25. As we said throughout the show, there is so much great endurance racing still to come, not least the FI World Endurance Championship, which starts in just a couple of weeks' time. The European Le Mans season starts after that. Of course, in June, the Le Mans 24 Hours, and don't forget either the ACO's partners across in North America with the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Stick with sports car racing. It's got real spirit. It's got real drama. It's got real action. And you know, we'll be saying goodbye after a few images from this season. But for now, thanks for being with us here in Abu Dhabi. It's had its moments.
It has, and I think it's been a brilliant rounding out weekend for the Asian Le Mans series. Action-packed, so much drama. Yes, we've had a couple of stoppages in the two races over the weekend, but I think that has not, the racing level has not dropped off at all, and it's just been a stacked field with talent, whether that is the talent behind the wheel or the talent in the pit lane with the crews, the engineering, everything, all the partners that have been here. It has been an exceptional season for the Asian Le Mans series, and very, very worthy winners in every single class.
Let's say goodbye with some images from this superb season of racing in the Asian Le Mans series. So, thanks so much to everybody that's tuned in and has contributed as well on the social media platforms for the Asian Le Mans series. Thanks to the whole production crew. Not easy doing this from distance. They've been with us every step of the way. Thanks to Claire Jedrick down in pit lane. Thanks to you, Ollie Gavin, alongside me throughout this Asian Le Mans season. And thank you to Jane Rowe and the PR team for the Asian Le Mans series for keeping us abreast of all of the information. I've been Graham Goodwin. This has been the Asian Le Mans series 2023-2024. We'll be back with you next season.
Thank you, Gigi.